What's up?
How you doing, Kyle? We are live.
How
How you doing, folks? Painting a long time. Very relaxing, painting along. We're going to kick back, take it easy, because I'm done with my commission for the day. For the week, actually. Won't start back on that until next week, I think. Give myself a little bit of time to get my head wrapped around the next project. Just relax a little bit. That was a stressful month, honestly. Still got some things to do. I got to shoot some video and take some pics of the project, then get it all packed up and shipped out for the end of the week. So I still got that, but that's okay. I'm not going to broadcast that. Let's live stream a good packaging. Yeah, we're going to skip that. So today, Kyle will hang out. We'll talk about RPGs, wargaming, miniatures, painting. I'm going to try and get Tom in here today. I was talking to him last night. He's quite keen on getting back into the chats, and he's just getting back into the miniatures gaming hobby. I don't remember if he did any RPGs. I don't remember. He might have. He might have been doing some 5e back in the day. Last time he was in a chat was what, 2013, 2014?
that's a long time. I'm getting an echo from you, friends.
Oh, I gotta plug my earphones in. How's that? How do you like that?
A lot better. So far, so good.
Excellent. Let me turn my volume down on you, Karma.
There's a karma.
Let's turn this down. How you doing, Karma?
Hello.
The old crew is back again. Right?
We are.
Good conversation yesterday. Good progress. I finished my commission. Somebody's slurping. That's nice.
Sorry about that.
Nice. What is that? What is that?
I got my coffee.
Me too. We're all set.
What kind of
Karma.
coffee do you got? What kind of coffee do you have? Is it like black, or do you put stuff in it?
I always put stuff in it because I love it. Today I'm a little bit of hazelnut going on. Very sweet, very good. Got that coconut taste to it. I like it.
That's nice. I like to do a black coffee, but today I decided to spice mine up with some sugar, of course, and a little bit of vanilla ice cream on top.
Ah, little creme de la creme.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. Well, that's good. How about you, Kyle? No coffee today, I'm sure. What do you got with you?
Coffee guy. I have Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper will do it. That will do
true.
it. That will do it. Well, that's good. We're all set then. Now, what was I saying? Turning the audio down. We got that taken care of. So there's no echo?
I don't have
Not anymore, no.
Okay. Let me put my ambient music on. There we go. Open up my chat on YouTubeage. So I was listening to John Blanche last night. Very well-known artist, canvas artist. Did a lot of artwork for Games Workshop. He retired this year, actually. Really good art. If you like grim, dark artwork, fantasy, sci-fi, he is a master at it. He was talking about artists and this disease known as perfection, being worst critics and all that stuff. And he mentioned that and it's very true, but he said this last night, ironically. He said, there's no artist that's ever satisfied with their work. They're never satisfied with their work. I thought of you.
Yeah, it's true.
Myself as well, because I'm never satisfied, but I have a way of dealing with that. And yeah, we're never satisfied. And even mentioned imposter syndrome some people suffer from, where they just feel like they don't belong here, even though they're very successful at what they do. They just feel like they just don't belong here with this success. Like Matt Mercer from Critical Role suffers from that, if you didn't know.
I didn't know.
But it's very true. And yeah, I just thought I'd mention that. That's the thing. I think most artists, all actually, have that situation where they're just never satisfied with what they do. They're always criticizing. There's always something they could do better. And that's what they live through the rest of their life. So it's par for the course, Karma. It's par for the course.
Gotcha.
You know?
Makes sense.
I'm sure you know this.
I can relate, that's for sure. Definitely don't feel like I'm as good as people compliment me when they
You
do.
stop it because you are.
Exactly that. That was the perfect example.
Well, if you're an artist, you do this not for other people. Not for their, hey, you did great. That's not why you do it. You do
No.
it for yourself. It's a form of expression. When you're really passionate about it, like you are, you're not doing it to make money. You're not doing it to make your boyfriend smile. You're not doing it to hear Kyle banging on your door. Hey, that's beautiful. You know what I mean? But just kidding, Kyle. But you're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for your own expression and satisfaction, if you can call it that. That's really what it's all about, right? That's why I do it. And we're our own worst critic at the same time. So we're never satisfied. Anyway, paint a long time. Let's see what conversation we get into today. I'm going to try and get my friend Tom in here today. Yeah, he's a friend from way back. He's a war gamer. I remember when I first met him, he was just getting into the hobby. I don't recall if he did any RPGs. He might have. I'll ask him. But he's a historical miniatures gamer primarily. He's a young guy. He's about Kyle's age, right? I think. Yeah. And he's just getting now. He's coming back to the hobby after a hiatus of what? 5, 6, 8 years?
Wow.
So it'll be good to talk to him.
Long time.
Yeah. So we'll see what he's up to and if I can drag him into the voice chat with us. Yeah. See if we can get him in our Pathfinder campaign. Shh, don't tell him. So how was your day, Kyle?
Okay, worked and then came home and finished cutting grass, and now it's pissing down rain. So, yeah, it's yeah.
It's been cloudy here all day. It's supposed to rain like around 2 or 3 o'clock tonight. Yeah, so got that to look forward to.
I like the rain too. Me.
Raindrops.
Oh, I love a good thunderstorm.
Tor. How was your day, Karma?
Woke up a bit late, and then I worked on some art for just a little bit, and now I'm waiting to hear back from the person the picture's for, so I can't go any further on it. So, I just read a little bit, some old stories, some old roleplay that I have saved from the past. And that was fun to read for a little while, and then you were like, hey, I'm gonna be streaming, and I'm like, yay, something to do.
Oh, awesome. That's good. So you're getting all that practice in to start doing pro commissions, right? You're practicing.
That's the hope.
Excellente. We talked a lot about that last night. Wow.
Oh, yes.
I think you're all set. Got Max in the chat. How you doing, Max? He says howdy.
Howdy.
He's got some thunderstorms moving in where he's at, which is Sweet Home, Alabama.
Yeah. What's up, Max? How you doing?
Today's going to be a little leisurely, laid-back chat. They're always that way, though, aren't they? I don't have to work on my commissions. I might paint a little Sisters of Battle. I do love my Sisters of Battle.
Ooh, that might be fun to paint.
Oh.
Maybe I'll do one of those.
Did you like that video I shared? That's a trailer from a game that came out a couple of years ago or something.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah, it was cool.
it shows the Sisters of Battle and the Ultramarines, which are Space Marines, and the Necrons, the vile, evil Necrons, Jake's army. It showed them pretty cool, so I shared it with you guys.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Sisters of Battle are pretty cool.
Karma
Yes.
is gonna, and Karma's gonna be doing some Sisters of Battle artwork. She's gonna be trying her hand at that, I'm sure. I'm gonna send her a few pictures, and she's gonna use her imagination and see what she comes up with in her own time. Of course, this little side project for her. See how good she can do a Sister of Battle. I think you'd enjoy it.
I'll do a portrait of one today, maybe. Could be fun. Start a portrait.
Maybe.
Portraits are quick. Looking for something to do in the downtime because, like I said, I can't work on the current project because I want to make sure the person who wanted me to draw their satyr, like a cloven hoofed, like half like a satyr. I don't know how to explain it, but they have like horns and like droopy ears and stuff, and they had some specific requests as far as like making it look a little bit more undead, patched together, sewn with like a blue thread of flame sort of thing. So I was working on trying to make it look like that, and I need their go ahead for what it looks like before I continue to do that to the rest of the body.
Being creative. That's good. I had a very memorable RPG moment featuring a satyr.
Oh.
I had a couple of them, actually. I love satyrs. The one encounter, the satyr was just drunk out of his mind, and he was really pestering the party as they were traveling to some mountainous region to find some lost dungeon. But the other one, much more memorable, was a 5e game. Not that it matters, but it was with my friend Nick from Athens, Greece, and man, he never role-played before that, but he has the voice for it. And he created a character that I don't normally allow because it was a Dampier, but we had come up with a paladin, Dampier. So there was a lot of meaning to the character's background. I mean, he was in this, constant battle with himself where he's, by his nature as a Dampier, he's got this overwhelming urge to feed and evil touches him. He's tainted with it, but yet he's a paladin. He serves a deity of goodness and righteousness. So there's this inner battle going on with him. And he's new to role-playing games. What a great character concept. So I let him do it. We'll see where it went. It didn't go too far, unfortunately. The campaign ended after a short while. But they were traveling they were trying to find some, what the heck was it called? Some lost vault beyond the Moon Hills, far to the south of this village known as Bridal. So they did their little journey, and on the way they were passing through some forest where it was dark. This was the afternoon. It was actually a nice, sunny, bright day, nice and warm, and they're just walking along the path, and they get into this forest, and it gets deeper and it gets darker. Just a short stretch of forest. They knew it's here. They traveled here before. But then they felt a breeze brush against their skin. And in the distance, on this breeze, they heard a singing. But it wasn't singing. It was actually a flute. It sounded like a flute. So they stopped and they listened further. And as they did so, they can hear it getting louder and louder off to the right, deeper into the woods, off the road. So they decided, you know what? Let's check this out. This is a strange thing indeed. So the three of them, including the Dampier paladin, they headed off to try and find out what was making this strange merriment, this music, because it kept getting louder and louder. And as they followed the sound, they eventually reached a glade, an open space. You could see where I'm going with this.
Oh, yes.
They reached an open space where the sun was shining down and you could see the grass, and a large tree sat in the middle. There was someone leaning against the base of the tree that they did not initially see, in the shadows, as it were, under the canopy of the tree. But what really caught their attention was very close to the tree, dancing in circles, was a satyr. And he was happy as can be, and he had a big mug of ale, and he had a little flute, a little pan flute, or an ocarina, however you want to imagine it. But he was dancing and playing away. So they decided, this is mysterious. I wonder if he knows anything about our destination in the Moon Hills. So, being a military sort of group, they decided, well, let's spread out and close in on this guy, see if we could surround him. There was 3 of them. I believe one was an elven ranger. And then there was my friend Nick, who was the paladin. Who was the third guy? Spellcaster, I think. They all spread out, hiding in the tall grass that was on the border of this forest edge and the glade. So they tried to hide. It was very unsuccessful. The satyr knew they were there. He continued to dance around, playing his little flute and everything else, and they didn't see the guy with the satyr leaning against the base of the tree in the shadows. They didn't see him. So, if I recall what happened, this is all on video. You can go back and watch it. I won't give away all the details. But anyway, they got impatient with waiting, and the creature wasn't responding to them. They didn't know whether they were going to attack or what, but they had their weapons out and drawn. And all of a sudden, Nick comes out with his paladin. Who are you? What are you doing here? And he's got his sword drawn. He's ready to kill this thing. There's just a satyr hanging out in the woods having a good time, rocking and rolling. But he's ready to kill this paladin, if you can imagine. Evil, vile creature. So he stopped. There was a conversation. And here's the whole idea. The satyr was really friendly. All he wanted to do, he was there as a helpful NPC. He had information about this location they were going to and a way to get there that would quicken their pace. But the players, of course, didn't know this. And they were very aggressive to the satyr. They spotted the dude laying at the base of the tree, which was actually a ranger. They were companions. The human ranger, and the satyr were friends, somewhat well known in the outskirts of Bridal, but obviously not well known to the player characters, who thought they were vile and that they should be slain. I don't know why. I did everything I could in my power to roleplay something. Hey, we're helpful. We could help you out. Come on over and tell stories. We'll drink a little bit. And Nick is like, you're lucky I don't slay you now, you vile creature. And all the others are going along with it. They got their bows drawn, magic spells are getting ready to weave. And I'm thinking, boy, you don't want to do this. They're very high level. They will kill you. They're only here to help you. They have information. What are you doing? But you can't tell the players that.
No.
So I didn't know what to do with that situation. I didn't expect that from Nick. So what ended up happening is they ended up chasing them off. Before we slay you, you better get out of here, you vile creature, and you too, human, the ranger. So they chased them off, and they gleefully pandered off and disappeared into the forest. But to me, that was memorable because I had created this helpful NPC encounter for the party, which they investigated, but they almost killed them. Or they would have got killed if they attacked them.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But that was the one memorable moment with the satyr. There was a lot of role play there. You can go back and watch that. It's one of my older videos, but there was a lot of role playing going on. It was fun.
Poor satyr. I feel so bad for that guy. He just wanted to help.
Yeah, he just wanted to help and have some drinks and stuff, They're mostly intoxicated satyrs. They love to drink. I gotta take a deep breath after that. Sorry, I really went on with that.
That's okay.
Good. I need to take care of some things, so I'll watch while I can. In and out. AFK, says Max. Okay, Max, noted. Side note, my feral cat is getting fat. Little jerk won't stop eating the other cat's food.
Oh no.
Oh, that ain't cool.
Yeah, that's a feral cat he found recently and is slowly domesticating. Got it living in the house with him and the other two cats. I think there's two other cats. But yeah, he's got a situation there with his cats, his cat herd. Anyway, that's my story.
Good story.
We are sticking to it.
Yep. You gonna work on some digital art tonight?
Yeah. I'm gonna doodle more than anything else. I'm
There
not
you
working
go.
on anything crazy, but
you
I read.
Take a little break. Plan your next project, maybe. See what goes through your imagination. The Vault of Palin the Pious. That was the name of that adventure. Three characters. It actually turned into 2 characters.
Hey, two's an okay number.
Sure it is. Some of my best games are just with 2 players and me. Lots more potential for role playing and getting digging deep.
Sounds like fun.
I think when you got more characters, 4, 5, 6, and so on, it's harder to role play. You know, especially if combat breaks out. You know, because it takes forever for somebody to get to their turn. You got 5, 6 plus players to go through, so it's slower paced. So you're kind of pushing things along when it's not combat to keep things moving. But with 2 people, 3 people, even 4, you can kind of get a nice pace going with the role play as well as the combat. That's my perfect number is 4. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's go online and see what's going on here on the intranets. So one thing I'd like to do, Kyle,
What's that?
is I'm trying to see what I want to do. If I want to do something with AD&D or not, because I know you're quite keen on doing something. Because I want to play Hackmaster, I want to play Savage Worlds, and I want to do some other stuff too. But I would love, just for the sake of nostalgia, go back and play some AD&D.
That'd be good.
In particular, AD&D. I know you'd be game. You're quite eager to play 2nd edition, in fact.
Definitely good.
For gold and glory. So I'm kind of
Yes,
thinking
sir.
about that. I'm bouncing some ideas off in my brain to see, number 1, if I could do it. Number 2, what would I do? So any ideas are appreciated.
What kind of setting were you thinking about using?
I don't know. Could be my own. I could do Forgotten Realms from back in the day, not the current Forgotten Realms, which is horrible.
Rather lackluster.
I love the setting when it was back in the 1st and 2nd editions. Got a lot of information from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition on Forgotten Realms. The 5th edition lore I'm not interested in. They don't even really cover much. But yeah, the 1st and 2nd editions of Forgotten Realms, a lot of deep lore The Time of Troubles. I think that was the... was that a 3rd edition or 2nd edition? Each edition of the game for Forgotten Realms covered a different age of the Forgotten Realms. A different kind of a, the history was progressing as the game went through a new edition. It's essentially what they did.
Right.
So that's what I mean by, the 2nd edition of Forgotten Realms. That kind of thing. And I believe when the 3rd edition came out, or the 2nd, I don't know which one, it was called The Time of Troubles. Max would know this. I think it was 2nd edition. So the setting was based on the Time of Troubles era of the Forgotten Realms history. I think. Could be wrong. That would be pretty cool. Because I got a lot of source books and stuff on that.
That's pretty awesome. Get to step back into the old days.
Mm-hmm. How you doing, John Longshore? Well, he's not happy today.
Oh boy. What's up, John? How you doing?
Gonna see if I can get Tom in here. I don't know if you remember Tom Spalding from back in the day when we did the chats, the paint and chats, Tabletop Commanders. Haven't talked to him in years. I'm gonna try and pull him in today. He's getting back into the wargaming hobby, painting some miniatures.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Another good friend of mine, Joe Fox, he commented the other day. He said, "You know what? Your streams are awesome. They're amazing. Getting me back interested now. You've got me all thinking about doing 40K now. And I was thinking about checking out these one-page rules that you talk about all the time." So yeah, he's getting back into it now too, the 40K stuff. So that's good to hear. Hey, people get something out of these chats, these paint-alongs. That's great.
Absolutely.
How about you, Kai? You gonna dip into some miniatures painting soon, or what?
It's on the radar. I just gotta find the right way to do it. The right way to get into it, I should say. I mean, I got them Greeks, working on putting them together slowly. And then the other thing I really got to find is paint. And we'll go from there. Yes, sir.
That's exciting.
What about 40K? Or fantasy?
You're up for some fantasy.
You're not interested in the 40K, are you? The sci-fi stuff.
I like the Space Wolves or the Grey Knights. I'm liking those factions. Out of all of them that I've read, those are the ones that kind of stick out to me the most.
And
those are the ones I like the most.
why?
I like the Grey Knights because they're kind of a knightly kind of thing, and I like this. What I said, Space Wolf, because I get to run around in a damn wolf cape with like full mech armor and just slaughter the Tyranids or something.
Mm.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
Yeah, flash and panache a little bit, you know.
Panache. Flash
Yes,
and
sir.
panache. Space Wolves are cool. My friend got into those when I used to play here at the house. He had a big collection. I was going to get into them myself. They have a very Nordic feel. They're drawn from Nordic cultures. So they got a lot of runes and stuff, and berserkers, and that kind of thing. Not a fan of the color scheme they chose to use on them, which is kind of a gray, bluish gray. But that's no big deal because you can always, darken that up into a form of gray that's more appealing. I prefer the darker colors. So there is that, but I don't know.
Something like a steel gray.
Dark gray. No blue tint in it. I think they went with that because, they wanted to have that icy feel. The cold north, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but it kind of derives and tones down the other color.
I'm trying to figure something out here. Chat. Let's go to the chat. John, they need a Traveler Miniatures game. I'm hearing a lot about Starfield for the PC being a good Traveler type thing. Jesse, he's already got it downloaded. He can't play it. It's downloaded. It took it like a day and a half to download it onto his computer. Or his Xbox, rather. Whatever it is he's doing. But it's like a pre-order thing, you can't play it until it's released. So he's got it all ready to go. He says, well, you probably won't see me for a couple months once that comes out. Yeah.
Good old Jeff.
Yeah, it sounds like... Oh, somebody's streaming here. Let's check out some eyes. I see eyes. Yep, there they are. Let's get that up on the screen so you don't have to look at me here. Let's see, where is it?
Get a drink. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm not in the chat. Let me get over there. Blink. Now we should get it up on the stream. Let me resize this so we can see what Karma's working on today. Doodling.
Doodling, yeah.
Today's a doodle day. Let's see how she begins this whole process. Scott's Covenanters. Let me see here. I gotta pick up some cat food here, so give me a moment. Doing some shopping while I stream. I haven't purchased Starfield, just bought War and Peace. I haven't done anything with it at all. That sounds like what I do. I bought games years ago and I've never played them. I'll get to it. I never have the time. PC games are much lower on my priority to-do list. Because I know how they suck you in and you just disappear for weeks at a time. Getting
That's
deep.
true.
Yep. I realized that I missed my Saturday paint-along, or hangout with Fritz on Saturday. I totally forgot that. So, I know, John, if you were waiting for that, sorry. I usually play Darkest Dungeon, and I totally forgot it. I did put up part 1, or episode 1. I did put that up. Edit it and put it up, so there is that. Amazon. Yeah, I've thought about using Amazon. I will eventually. I'll give them a try. My entire Saturday was ruined. Ruined, I say, says Max. What happened Saturday? Was that your... Let me see. What is today? Today's Tuesday. Monday, Sunday. What happened Saturday? What happened Saturday, Max? I don't remember. There's a lot going on this week. I totally forgot Darkest Dungeon. I forgot my whole stream on Saturday. I don't know what I was doing on Saturday. Did I stream on Saturday? Anybody remember?
I actually don't remember if we streamed on Saturday.
Oh, Max says, it was ruined by your lack of streaming. I'm sorry. Max missed his character getting impaled by a hag. His character's doing great. It's one of my favorites. Him and... Well, yours too, John. You two are my faves. I gotta keep getting John in the tavern to partake in the pleasures of the flesh to reduce stress. That's how you reduce stress, Karma, in the game. When your characters get all stressed out, you know, from all the dungeon delving. There's ways of doing it. Go to the bar to gamble, go to the bar to drink, go to the bar to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh. Whatever's available and the price is right, boom, you pay it and there they go. They spend the next session reducing stress.
That's great.
John's character that's in there, the highwayman, I'm always using that one for, so seems to work for him. I don't think Max was impaled. No deaths. Just James's original character, unless I'm mistaken. I don't remember anyone else dying.
Who died?
Dr. Jams.
Yeah, that wasn't cool.
He's got a new character now.
Yeah, the occultist.
Yeah. Yeah. Bar created my stress, more stress than it healed. Yeah, it does. You drift away into oblivion for a short while, and then you wake up and it's back again worse than ever. So what do? You get drunk all over again. Trust me, I know. John prefers the pleasures of the flesh. That's funny. What was I doing here? Oh, yeah. So what else is going on, Kyle? I'm trying to get a little shopping done here. So if I go quiet.
Not much. Just watching it right now.
So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I definitely want to play some Hackmaster. I mean, to me, that is one of the better versions of AD&D. And it's my style anyway. It's better for me. I definitely want to play that. Not this year, maybe next year. But
I'll be down for it.
But yeah, that's one thing I know I'm going to do next year. But I have been thinking for a long time. I've got what's going on. I call it my AD&D project. It's where I'm using all my old books and some of the new stuff like Osric and For Gold and Glory and even the basic D&D stuff. Although I call it a D&D project. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to pick up where I left off decades and decades ago and go back to my old world setting that I had created. Maybe rename some things, update it, and go back and play it again. But what I want to do is I want to use the old rules from back in the day. I never had the chance to play AD&D First Edition. And that I've been really focused on trying to do that. I played Second Edition. I played basic D&D, but I never played AD&D. I had all the books, read it, loved it. Just reading the stuff transported me to this other realm. But I never played it. So I kind of wanted to focus on that. And I have been. I've been doing some solo gaming with it. But I really don't know what I'm doing at this stage with it. Do I want to play for Golden Glory and do the Second Edition style and with my campaign? Because Osric First Edition stuff is a lot of work to do it the way I want to do it.
Okay.
Second Edition with For Golden Glory as your base, it's far easier to get into that. Much more base game to work with and expand as I go. I might do that. I might do that instead. I don't know. And you kind of reminded me of this little project of mine when you started saying, "Oh, Fritz, we got to do For Golden Glory. This is great." And then we talked, all about it. So I've been thinking again about what I want to do.
I'm enjoying the hell out of reading it. Especially the fighter in Golden Glory, I think would trounce a Pathfinder fighter because it relies once again more on the player, not the character sheet. And that's kind of what I enjoy the most, even about like Drachtamon and stuff like that. It's you're playing the game instead of just,
But what I don't know how to describe this, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see. Back in the day, house rules were a thing. They were the mainstay and the norm. Everybody's game was different. Even though you played AD&D First Edition, everybody played it differently. Same thing with Second Edition, especially Second Edition, because there were so many optional rules. House ruling is part of the whole thing. So what I'm talking about is what is going to be my base. What do I want to work with? Because I'm going to be pulling stuff from First Edition. I'm going to be pulling stuff from Second Edition. I'm going to be using all kinds of stuff. A lot of house rules to kind of create a game I want to create, an experience. That's the whole idea. But the first step here is to figure out what is going to be the basis for it. And I've been thinking Second Edition / For Golden Glory. That might be the style I'm looking for. Maybe. But again, I'd be pulling stuff from First Edition too.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
It does.
I don't know.
I mean, it does make sense, because house rules and stuff like that, let's do that. Why couldn't you?
Like, for instance, For Golden Glory doesn't have, and I don't know how Max feels about this. He probably doesn't like giving experience for gold. I do. And that's a thing with me and the old school stuff. I like that. It's just fun. But anyway, For Golden Glory, it doesn't really have that. You get experience for story goals and defeating monsters and challenges. There's no XP for gold. But the original Second Edition AD&D did have that as an option. So what I would do is I would pull that option into For Golden Glory. I think it was like 1 XP per gold or something. You got to be careful with it, but yeah, you could have that in your game. And that's how I'd be pulling stuff from the original into For Golden Glory, right?
All right.
Things like that. House rule. Here's Max.
Well,
Gold XP is dumb. In AD&D 2nd edition, only thieves get gold XP. Hey, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah. I'd give it to everybody. I want everybody to be treasure hunters. Top priority, get the gold. None of this heroes nonsense. Anyway, I like that. It's fun. So my mind wanders off and checking out the PC. I know. I know, John. I'm doing a little shopping here. I get sidetracked. So Kyle, you do some talking here. What's on your mind?
I mean, house rules and stuff like that. It's not something that was unheard of. It's not something that was, outside of the norm, like you said. It's just something that we have to make up and have to write down, and that's what it is. And it's just going to be one of those things where we're going to have to sit down one night and talk about it and think about it, and go over the mechanics and say, okay, well, maybe our house rule is just to spitball, maybe the house rule is you can do multiple skill checks for instead of just one and done. You can actually use multiple different things, like maybe instead of looking for a certain point, maybe instead you have like a 15-foot cone that you can see through, and any treasure that you see in there is just what you see. Of course, none of that's probably going to happen, but it's just something to spitball. I just listed that for like a random example. So it's going to have to be, one of those things where it's going to have to be that. We're just going to have to sit down and troubleshoot and, figure out. And that's part of the fun of it, really.
I've never heard of buying XP like that before. That's very interesting.
You don't buy XP.
Like with gold?
You find gold and it's worth XP.
Oh.
So when you're delving in the dungeon and you come across a big chest and it's got some magic items and it's got like hundreds of gold coins, the value of that treasure, once you bring it back into town and release it to the public again by using it, you get XP for it.
Oh.
At a certain rate, because it's what it's doing is it's saying, hey, you're going to get experience and more power and wealth and ability if you go after treasure. It kind of makes the players kind of like treasure hunters in a way. It rewards you with more than just the coin value, but also experience. So a paladin, for instance, who in early editions of AD&D don't keep wealth, they have to get rid of it. Somewhat beneficial because they'll gain experience for bringing back the wealth and sharing it with humanity once again, instead of it hiding away in some musty old dungeon out of circulation.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool if you like that sort of thing. It was a thing in the early days. And in some games, I'm not sure Axe does that or not. I don't remember.
I'm not sure. I haven't even read the book. Dabble.
It was part of basic D&D, AD&D first edition. Second edition, it was an option. Third edition did away with it, like it did away with a lot of things.
Right.
And it never returned. I don't know if Hyperborea uses it. Max might know. There, got that out of the way. Oh. Let's see, Tom. Okay, talk to you soon, my friend. See, he's in the server. He thinks he knows how to get in here. So I can't like tag him in our voice channel, I don't think. He's just gonna have to go look.
Copy paste the link.
Taking all bets. Taking
Oh
all
shit!
bets. Huey first
Sorry,
auto.
I didn't realize he was on phone.
Yikes.
He's
Hi there, how you doing?
yeah. He's in a D&D right now of some sort, and he's on the phone with some other people, and it's surprised me that I didn't realize he was in his thing. So I'll mute in between.
That's okay. I get it. Thank heavens we're not playing a game.
Yeah, that felt real for a minute.
Take all bets or something like that.
Yeah, I'm taking all that. I'm like, oh shit, oh no.
Must be pretty good odds. Count me in.
Right?
James Alcove, blah 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 blah. Francois. Who else loves roads covered with trees like this? Looks like a cave opening, cave mouth. Kickstarter. Jason Bowman backed Tiny Laser Heist, a hilariously awkward 3D heist game. Trollord Games is live on Twitch. The heck is this? Oh yes, I'm live on Dash Valon today too. Alright, so this is done. Out of the way. Let me close this. Alright. Find my chat. Let's get this back up so we can see Karma's work. Where's my chat? Where's my chat? There it is. Let me scroll up and catch the chat here. John says, actually, real history is so interesting to me. Reading about the Crusades and how they were totally about control of Jerusalem for the spice trade, with only a veil of anything religionish. So there you go. There you go. Come on, get the cat toy. You know you wanna. Yeah. Gotta get him some cat treats. I didn't today, so I'll just have to wait. They've got enough treats. Original Grognard, how you doing, OG? What's going on, my friend? Catching the stream once again. I think he mentioned he was going to get back into painting minis, didn't you, OG? I think you mentioned it the last time. What was he thinking of doing? I could be wrong. Oh, he had a ambush set up on the table. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I see a lot of people in these chats. I get them confused. Who's doing what? John says my grandpa had treasure like that, but he was a depression baby. You had to dig for that chest of nickels. Yeah. My old man used to have giant cans, coffee cans, just full of everything. There was nickel cans, there was penny cans. They weighed like 50 pounds lugging them around. Yeah. Those were the days. Fetch, you're going to have to write the ideal RPG. How you doing, James? For you, I think. Could be, James, could be. But AD&D lets you do that, right? Probably ditching all my Great Battles of History GMT games. What, John? What? What are you talking about? Are you interested in SPQR, Musket and Pike, Arquebus? I need to go look again. Well, I have SPQR. I have Musket and Pike. I don't have Arquebus. Yeah, make a list of what you got. If you're selling or giving, let me know. Oh, I see a bobbed haircut on the screen. What's going on there?
Sister of Battles have bobbed haircuts, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the big draw. Come on.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you,
I
Kyle.
can hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Dog ran through and unhooked that goddamn headset. I ran through headset, and it has a really long cord, and it actually comes apart in two places. And every time he runs, he is just tall enough to where he'll catch it and pull it apart. He will catch it and pull it apart every freaking time. So, what was you saying, Fritz? I was talking to you. But you guys just couldn't hear me. I can hear y'all.
Yeah, it happens.
Down and everything was disconnected, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
That's okay, Kyle. We're still here. John was talking about it, getting rid of his GMT collections of games, which is sad to hear. I tend to buy only the games I would play, so I'm not really a collector. John's the opposite. He collects everything within his grasp. So as a result of that, he has a lot, and he's thinking about sharing that with the community now. So yeah, definitely look into that, John. James says, by the way, rumored new Kings of War starter set, Abyssal Dwarfs versus Twilight Kin. Ooh, nice. That would be a good one.
Now, Chris, I want to draw your attention to something else. Dragon Slayer. You put it in the chat. It's on Kickstarter. Run me through what it is.
I'll do that. I'll go to the page. Let me finish this. By the way, rumored new Kings of War starter, Abyssal Dwarves versus Twilight Kin. So that's going to be basically Dark Dwarves against Dark Elves. That would be an excellent starter. I'm interested in both of those factions. Yeah, especially the Twilight Kin. Yeah, good stuff. I'll be paying attention to that one, James. COW starter pack? Interesting. All right, let's go to that. Oh, wait a minute. I got more chat here. Troll Lord says, Max, let's plays are god awful. Let's plays are god awful. Yours are 100% better. I've never seen their live plays. No, I did. I did watch one of theirs. Yeah, they're kind of laid back. I don't know. Everybody does their own style. Appreciate that, though, Max. James says, nope, starter set. James says, jam jars are the modeler's friend. I have all those. Arquebus is cool. Rounder Bob, haircuts, give us the orm.
The what?
I don't know. I'm not going to repeat it.
That's a Scottish man right there. I heard that deep Scottish tone. Where's my dwarves at?
John says, jam jars are a person that eats at Bob Evans' nemesis. How are you supposed to drink out of one? Grognard says, yeah, make it back into painting if the rule set I'm interested in is good enough. I become such a snob in my gaming the older I get. Yeah, same with me. Maybe it's a thing. Get very picky. James says, sure would. John says, no, I need to divest. Tonnage. Selling my coin collection in October. Only keeping my nickel collection and Sacagawea dollars. That's right, John collects coins. Max says, Necromancer, ask me about your lifetime warranty. Warrant.
Oh my goodness.
Ask me about your lifetime warranty, yeah. But don't. Hit it, Kyle.
I'm hitting it.
James says, I ain't been...
Going. Why isn't it going?
Mr. Frodo. Hiya! James L. Is it true Modiphius are doing wargame rules for fantasy? You know, it's funny I mentioned that. Modiphius, the guy was just talking to me. What's his name? Brett something? I forget his name. He was just talking to me this morning about that. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of stuff. Solo stuff, too, if you're interested in solo gaming with miniatures. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the chats. But yeah, something going on there. James L., I saw some rulebook that comes with card armies. Nice touch. OG says, get off my tabletop lawn. Letting it fly. The OG. John says, I was thinking about selling all my Great Battles of History because I don't want to be tempted by the new Alexander, which is Volume 1 in the series. That's the Volume 1 of the Great Battles of History series. Everybody wants that. I don't want to be tempted by the new Alexander set coming out. Everything is all out or nothing. If I have nothing, I won't want all. Yeah, I get that. Checking in the mail. Be right back, says Kyle. And finally, Max chimes in. Did you know that Larry Elmore has a Kickstarter, Volume 3 of his artwork books? I know he's been making them. He's been putting them out there. I didn't see the recent one. If you don't know Larry Elmore, Karma, he's another one you should look into. He's a very renowned artist in the fantasy and role gaming industry in particular, like D&D. He did a lot of the original artwork for AD&D and D&D, some of the covers. He was like one of the top artists back then. And he just recently retired as well, I think. A couple of years now, something like that. And he's been putting out compilations of his artwork that he's done over the decades. And these books that he's selling on, or he's putting up on Kickstarter. He's a great artist. Larry Elmore.
Okay, I'll have to check them out.
That's looking
Sounds
good.
like oh, thank you. Does that look white to you?
Little silvery. It could be a little bit brighter for a Sisters of Battle. A little bit whiter. Looks a little gray or silvery, unless she's going to be in shadows or something.
There's some shadows, but how about
That's looking better.
okay.
Because the thing is with the Sisters of Battle, the hair is everything. You know, that hairstyle just stands out from an otherwise dark color palette of their armor.
Yeah, that's true. They wear like a lot of black armor and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I was looking at some pictures. They had like skulls and wings and I don't know. There's like this like halo behind. I want to draw that halo thing behind them.
That's part of their armor.
Yeah.
There's one more distinct thing about them. I mean, the white hair, obviously, and not all of them have white hair. Some of them shave their heads. Some of them have dark hair. But white is the iconic feature of the Sisters of Battle. And most of the sisters have a little tattoo under their right eye
Oh.
of a fleur-de-lis. Or sometimes, mostly it's a fleur-de-lis, or sometimes it's the symbol of the Inquisition. And
Okay.
if you look at some of the pictures, you'll see the fleur-de-lis. It's a lily flower, basically, in French.
It's under their right eye.
It's a little black tattoo. If you look at some of the pictures, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like iconic. It's so cool.
It's actually the flower of France, isn't it?
It's lily flower, yeah. The French had it as a symbol nationally.
Oh, this one has it. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, let's add that. That's cool. Can you? I can't spell that. How do you spell fleur de lis?
FLUR
FLUR. You said.
space DE. Now, Fritz can tell you the lead part.
Yeah, it's LIS. I see here.
Asking me, I don't speak French. Come on.
I may have dated a French lady briefly, but I didn't learn all that much. We didn't really speak French. You catch my drift.
John says, I was excited yesterday as Paramount has every episode of Wild Wild West. Number one. My number one TV show of all time. There you go.
Absolutely.
John says he wants you to paint a dark elf, but less Smurf-like. Ugh.
I actually have drawn dark elves before. Let me see if I can pull one up on my screen really quick.
I actually made one for an NPC for one of my games, for one of my campaigns whenever we were Warheads. She actually did some work for him.
Let's see here. I have this one. That one. Dark elf.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
You did. I have a couple of male dark elves that I've drawn, but this is the female dark elf that I like to draw. Leave it up there for a second.
By the way, Max, I know he's working on publishing his own, self-publishing his own books. He's doing a couple of different games. I don't know if it's where he's at this stage, but he's doing a lot of writing for his game. Maybe if he likes your art style, maybe he'll commission you, do some pieces for him in his book.
Ooh.
So Max, if you're there, take note. She's getting into this, and she will be doing commissions. Maybe you can get her to do some artwork for you if it's your style that you're looking for. That's looking good. Oh boy, I can't wait to see the tattoo. I think it's the right eye. Her right eye.
You're
I think.
right. That's my right. That was my right. No, you're right.
I think.
I can move it around. So I'll start drawing it, and if it's not the right eye, I'll move it around.
I think it's also customary for the fleur de lis to be every French lady's favorite flower. And did you see where the roses bloomed again there, Chris? Actually got a second bloom off of them this year. Those white ones.
You got white roses?
Oh, yeah, I got white ones, I got pink ones, I got red ones, I tried to grow blue ones, but they didn't.
Back when I was a ballerina, I used to request that I get white roses after a performance.
Yeah. This is the second bloom that I got off these guys.
Yeah, it's on the right. They're typically on the right, under their right eye. That's where I'm seeing it.
Check that out for me.
Alright.
Yeah, so I tried to grow the little blue ones this year, and they turned out pink. So, yeah.
So let's read about the fleur de lis tattoo. Many sisters bear devotional markings such as tattoos, electus, and ritual scarifications, proclaiming their loyalty to the Adeptus Sororitas. The I can't even say that word, and the Imperium. Such marks might include the fleur de lis symbol of the sisterhood variations on the iconography of their order, or even the icon of the Inquisition. So the fleur-de-lis is like their symbol of the Sisters of Battle in general. You see it on their war gear, their armor, their weapons, their vehicles. And they sometimes put it as a tattoo, often under the right eye or other parts of the body. So yeah, that's what that is.
There's too many things going on in the background with my channel right now, so I'm not writing at the moment. But that said, I'm looking for 1930s to 60s pulp sci-fi. Raining like cats and dogs out there now, ladies and gentlemen.
AFK to rescue my robot. Storm just hit hard and all at once. Max has a little robot that mows his lawn for him.
Oh my, that's high tech, man. I'm still gonna do my shit the old fashioned way. No, man.
Oh, don't get me going about that robot. John says, so does Earth enter anywhere in the 40k world? Terra. Yeah, it does. It still exists. It's Terra. It's the base of the Imperium. Let's scroll up here. Checking the mail. As I said yesterday, too many things going on. I'm looking for 1930s and 1960s pulp sci-fi at the moment. She might be able to pull that off. She's demonstrated some of that last night. One of the pictures I saw there. The lady and the dude, you know, I said it was like Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So he's talking about pulp sci-fi. We talked about pulp as well. So 1930s to 1960s pulp sci-fi. So let that bounce around in your head. Karma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that, John. Bunty is in the chat. How you doing, Bunty? Iron Man is in the chat. Hey, just canning some tomatoes. Got to do those chores before gaming fun. You gaming tonight, Iron Man? Got a session tonight?
Okay.
That works. It could be a little thicker. That's a very stylized fleur-de-lis.
Oh, too stylized?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I could see that being a tattoo on a... Maybe it's a little too big. Maybe?
Maybe is that what it is?
If you look at the symbol, it's you see on the right and left sides, those arms come up and bend in on themselves.
Yeah.
They can be a little bit thicker.
Thicker. Yeah.
More
sure.
pronounced. See what that looks like. Or even, you know what? Try making 3 of them. If
3?
you know what I mean. Yeah, right where you're located there, make a 3rd one inside of the one, or a 2nd one inside of the first one, and then a 3rd one inside of the 2nd one.
Like this?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know how tough that'll be. Yeah, you know what you're doing. Yeah. the picture for you. Don't listen to me.
No, you know what you're talking about. I've never seen a sister battle before today. Well, that's not true. I looked up some pictures, but I'm not familiar with it. Is that better?
Zoom in again. It's okay. I could see that on a sister, but what I'm visualizing, those little arms on the left and right side, they're too thin.
Sure, I can thicken them.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
I was looking at a very stylized version anyway, probably.
Yeah, it's too thin. Those arms should be nice and thick, and you should see a lot of black in there.
Oh my. Oh my.
Let me see if I could find one for you.
Okay.
What's on my head? What's in my mind? If I could zoom in on some of these pictures I have. Fleur de lis. I gotta paint these on my models. It's better. Let me see.
There's a couple different versions of the fleur de lis. I'm looking at. Some of them have really thick lines. Some of them less thick. I wasn't really sure which one to go with.
Let me check this one out. I can't see that one. Got a lot of cosplay too here. I can show. Oh, here's another. I don't know if this is one you could copy. Let me look for the proper tattoo. Here's a cosplay. What did she do? Oh, yeah, this is pretty good. Let me take a screenshot. You can see what this one lady did, this cosplay.
Okay.
I'll put it in a DM for you.
Oh, actually, that's okay. I'm actually doing one similar to that right now, but let me.
Do you see what I mean? How it's darker on the left and right
Yeah.
arms, and it's thicker.
Yeah, there's less space in there. This one was a little bit too thin. The one that I'm working on right now is similar to that. Maybe it'll work out. Let me draw it and get your opinion on it. Yeah, because this one looks similar to that.
Farmer's getting in deep.
Oh yeah.
John Preston's demanding man. Sure.
I am. I am. I am. She's only doing this for fun, and here I am. Oh, I can't have that. That's terrible. You got to do it this way. What's the matter with you?
No, I want it to look right, whether it's fun or not. You know, I want it to look accurate.
Here's another one I got. I don't want to zoom in too far. It's too pixelated. It's kind of similar to what I sent you. I'll send you this one too, because I am evidently very demanding. So.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Let's put this in the chat. Oh,
okay.
She really went to town on that cosplay. Damn.
Yeah. Wow.
After
All right. Let's read some chat. Let's kind of base the floor. Doing fine, just kind of tired after a couple crazy days, says Bunt T. Great session again in my D&D game, says Iron Man. Last night he had a game. Ended up on a cliffhanger. The group was facing a skeletal naga.
Oh my.
With the thief just fallen to 5 magic missiles.
Ooh, that's rough. I know that we've been playing a lot and all that. Is old school like second edition D&D as dangerous as Drachtemana is, or as maybe that's not correct. Is it as punishing if you put your foot in your boot as Drachtemana is, or is it kind of a little bit less intense?
Bunty says, I just think she's pretty, but that's probably because A, I don't have much context, and B, I am just super gay. Okay. John Longshore, at my age, it's poor man I could push across the street. Take a close look at Starfield. Everyone have a great night. We're with you, John. He recommends a heavy boat anchor with wings. Yeah, it's kind of like what she's doing there. Those arms need to be a little thicker, though.
Thicker?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Go to town with that.
She's getting after it.
Yeah, go to town. It's some of the versions I've seen actually has 3 of those arms, each one getting smaller and smaller in on themselves. So it kind of looks thicker as a result. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yeah, that's better.
Awesome. Cool, we did it.
Okay.
Never drawn one of those before, so that's exciting.
All right, what did you go back on what you? Sorry, Kyle. I was reading the chat.
Yeah.
What do you got going?
I was just asking if it, Blood and Glory or like the old school, like the AD&D, as lethal as Drachtemana is. If like where he went way out of position, is that the case for the second edition AD&D stuff as well?
You mean
As far as like punishing goes?
You mean the danger level?
Yes.
Oh yes.
That wasn't just a yes, ladies and gentlemen. That wasn't, oh yes, step out of line, I dare you. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Characters dying in their first encounter isn't rare.
Okay.
Like a fighter was D10 hit points plus Constitution mod. That's your hit points at first level. A wizard has D4 plus Constitution. So he could have 1 hit point going into his first encounter.
Oh shit.
Clerics are D8, I think. Thieves are D6, I believe. Yeah. And whatever you roll is what you start off with, plus your Constitution modifier. That's usually how it works. So you don't have a lot of hit points. You got to think and use your head. You don't always want to fight every monster you come across because you could die. Natural healing is very slow. I think it's like 1 hit point a day. So it literally could take weeks to get yourself back up again.
Wow.
That's brutal.
If your Constitution is high enough, you can get more hit points than just 1 a day. You might get 2 or 3 hit points per day of rest, and you got to have rest. And if somebody's tending to you, there's a possibility of more. After a week goes by of doing that, you get a bonus to your hit points as well. So it's a process. So players tend to avoid combat and just use it as a last resort, always looking for advantages like ambushes and that whole type of thing.
You pretty much have to. I mean, it's going to be super punishing. Like, we can't run it like we're doing in Pathfinder, where we just sort of post up. Somebody's going to die.
Oh, yeah. It's a big difference. But again, that's a different style of game. So
something else that's kind of weird to me, but maybe it's just me. Whenever we were going through the Golden Glory book together there, I actually pulled it up in the PDF that you sent me, and the warrior class has rangers in it.
it's not a class. It's called a group. The warrior group includes fighters, paladins, rangers. They're considered warriors. The other group is what, spellcasters? I don't know what it's called, but that includes the wizards and the clerics, druids. It's just a grouping of classes.
But it's so weird to me, because I've never seen a ranger be classified as a warrior before.
Oh yeah, they were part of the marshals.
You gotta remember, Chris, I jumped on the bandwagon of 5e. That was not the case.
No. Well, I don't think 5e categorizes them into warriors and casters, really.
No, they don't, because even rangers get spellcasting, and a fighter can be an Eldritch Knight. So, which I actually did enjoy the Eldritch Knight. It's kind of like a fighter wizard combo, but it just flows a lot better. And I did enjoy that. One little bit I played, I woke up one morning and was no longer part of the group. I did enjoy the Eldritch Knight. But I had my battle master. If I'm playing 5e, which has not been what? Oh, 2 years since I've played 5th edition. 2.5 years. Since I've even touched it. Wow, that's a hell of a lot. Yeah. I told you, Fred, I was playing Pathfinder. And I was going to main it. I haven't touched that book in 2.5 years. Holy shit. I guess I must have this Pathfinder in me now. But yeah, definitely. I mean, because it's a break from, the traditional here's your enemy, hack him to pieces type of thing. You've got to play tactically. Like we were having that conversation last night about tactics and, giving out the orders and stuff. I think, especially in a game like AD&D, but once again, I wasn't there. I think that's going to have to be something that we're going to have to do a lot of too. Matter of fact.
All right, let me read the chat here. That's not a coverage. I think I read that. Doing fine. At my age, she has a ignore that you exist look, says Iron Man. Bunty says, I just think she's pretty. My age, poor while I'm off. Okay, hello, my friend, says Tom Spalding. Tom, what's going on, my friend? Shout out to Tom. He's in the video, or he's in the YouTube chat there. I'm going to bring you in here, Tom, if you're up for it. You can come on in if you want. Say some hellos if you want. I'll show you how to do that. What you do is go on to Discord, and on the left hand side, make sure you're in the GM's Alcove channel. Once you're in the channel, look on the left hand side, you'll see all these channels that are organized into groups like voice channels, GM's Alcove games, other hobby. Those are groups of channels. You want to look for the voice channels. That's at the very bottom on the left. And if you open that up and look, you'll see a bunch of voice channels, including community chat, paint and chat, abomination vaults, the wild, all kinds of channels in there. If you click on the paint and chat one, you'll see us in there. There's Karma, there's Kyle, there's me. I'm in there twice because I'm using 2 laptops. Yeah, just click on it and boom, you're in. You'll have to set up your mic and camera, which is an option, which is done. If you look at the bottom left side, you'll see a cog wheel. That's your settings. Click that cog wheel and you could scroll down on the left and see what's called video and audio settings. Click that and it allows you to choose the proper video and audio input, output, speakers, microphone. Make sure you're all set there so we can hear you when you come in. Or see you if you want to share the cam and show your painting or whatever, which is totally optional. So that's how it's done.
So that's something you may not have known, but you can actually copy and paste the voice channel right to his DMs, and all he has to do is click on the button to join.
Oh yeah? Yeah, that's right. You're right. I think I've done that. Yeah, let me do that. Oh, don't want to left click. Uh-oh, did I just do something? I did. I shut my Discord down. Hold on.
I'm sorry, Fred. My fault.
Is it back? Yeah, we're back again. All right, let me right click on it. Copy link. And I'll send you a link, Tom. Just click on it. It brings you right in the chat. Where is Tom? I was just talking to you over here. Let me find you in the community. Oh, so many things to click on. Hold on, folks. Screen is going to change. Gotta find Tom here. Where are you? He has to be logged in. I don't think he's logged into Discord. Let me find him. There he is. I'll send you the link. It'll be a DM, a direct message. You'll see the notification in the upper right when you log into Discord. You'll see a little red circle. That's a notification. Click on that. And I'm sending you a message, which is basically a link to the chat directly. If you click that, boom, brings you right in like magic. Okay, so you're all set. Compliments of Kyle on that one.
I just figured that might have been a little easier to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to step.
It was easier.
Hello?
Oh, there he is. There's the man himself, Tom Spaulding.
Hey.
Oh,
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Long time no see, man. What's going on?
I know. The lot's been going on, man. How you been?
I've been hanging in there. I've been doing these chats nonstop. I've always
see
been
that.
around. Yep.
See that? How's Ian doing?
Ian is doing great, actually. He's got a little second house now, a little cottage in Yorkshire along the coast, and he does fishing. He's got a lot of friends out there. His wife's doing okay. She's actually in a home. She's got she's doing good, better than you would think. So she's still around with us, thankfully.
That's good.
But Ian's doing great, man. He's hanging in there. And He's still in the hobby. He's still in the hobby. He's in the 40K now. He's doing some Flames of War. If you can believe it or not. Yeah. Pretty shocking. He's doing 40K. Wow.
I'm kind of shocked about the 40K. Flames of War I can see, but that's the World War II one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm actually doing a commission for him, painting up some North African campaign for Flames of War.
Okay. I think I watched your video. You were painting some Frenchies the other day.
Yep. Lots of Napoleonics. That's my jam. I'm doing 40K too again. But
Really?
yep. I'm still doing my Napoleonics in 28 mil now. The ones you saw me doing in the stream, those are commissions. I do commission painting for the last 3 years now, and it's as much as I love 28 millimeter scale. Just all my clients, they just want 10 mil, so I'm painting just thousands of 10 millimeter figures out the wazoo. Crazy. But yeah, I do a lot of those. So that's what.
Yeah, I haven't. I've shelved quite a few of mine. I haven't actually messed with it for a few years, but my stuff's still all 28 mil. I like the big and bold, you know.
Still doing the AWI stuff?
Yeah, I still have a ton of, believe it or not, unpainted miniatures.
Of course you do. Of course.
Of course. And then, well, I got into that, and then I got into, Dead Man's Hand?
Yep, I remember that.
So, I don't know, they came out with like Chicago-ish shortly after I got into that, but I don't know. I everything looks really interesting, but I got into it wanting to get into medieval stuff, and it seems like I've done colonial, I've done Wild West, and in the back of my mind somewhere, I'm like, I will get back around to what I initially started or what I initially wanted to do. But
yeah, I remember that. I remember you talking about the medievals and then getting into AWI, and then there was the Dead Man's Hand. I remember all that.
Oh yeah. I still have all my stuff.
Yeah.
But I've painted a small amount. It's disgraceful, but
terrible. Well, you're not alone. Kyle here, he's just starting out himself. He's got some Greeks that he's working on, some hoplites, and he hasn't taken the brush to them yet, but he's getting there, right, Kyle?
I'm thinking about the color scheme that I want to go with. And I kind of want to, because if you look at traditional Greeks, the colors and designs of the shields are all different. So I'm kind of thinking about what colors I want to pair with each individual.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Kyle, your microphone is messing up. I don't know if it's because of what happened, but you sound very broken up.
One thing.
Either that or pop out and back. Yeah, pop out and back in again.
Hear me now.
Go ahead, talk.
I am talking.
Excellent.
How you doing?
So what are you doing again?
Greek.
Okay.
Hoplite. Trying to come up with a different color design for each hoplite shield, because as you all know, in the early hoplites, everybody had a different painted shield, and everybody's design was different. So,
well, typically the shield was bronze.
Mhm.
And then what they would do is they would paint on these various symbols and icons from their culture, the Greek culture. And in wargaming, what we typically do is do it the easy way, which is simply paint the freaking shield bronze, give it a wash, and then take a little decal. There's decals that have all these things already drawn. You just put a water slide decal on it, boom, you're done, and they look beautiful. Did you get decals?
yes, I did.
Well, there you go.
I have no idea how to use them, but
Well, those are really easy. What you do is you cut out a little square of one of the pictures that's going to go on a shield. Just cut out one of them, and then set it in a little tray of water, warm water. Okay, let it sit there 30 seconds to a minute, and then take some pliers, reach in and grab a corner of that little square. You don't want to clamp onto the decal itself because you'll damage it. They tear easy. Take a little paintbrush, a clean paintbrush, and start trying to move the little decal around. See, it's activated by getting water on it. And see if it starts sliding around with your brush. Be very careful because it can break. And once it starts to move around and you know it's going to slide off the sheet of paper it's on, move it over to the shield that should already be painted and dried, and carefully pull it off the square piece of paper and onto the shield as best you can. And try and line it up as you do so. You got to be real careful. And if it's not lined up perfectly and it's setting on the shield, don't worry. Dip your brush in some water and carefully start wetting the decal as you're trying to move it around on the shield. Just swish it around so it's right positioned where you want it to be. And then you let it dry. You're good.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. At least it sounds easy enough.
It's a little tedious. If you're doing it for the first time, it's a little tricky, but I think you'll pull it off. Like I said, you just put water on it and it activates again. You can move it around, so don't worry too much if you don't get it right the first or second time.
That's cool that it's water activated and I don't have to keep messing with it.
A little warm water. And once it's dry, you typically want to seal it so it doesn't reactivate and come off in the future. And if you don't have a spray-on sealer like Army Painter's sealer, it's a spray-on, it's a D-shine it's called, but it actually seals as well. You could also use any kind of varnish that you can buy, from Vallejo or Army Painter, and just brush it on carefully. Or if you don't have that, just take some watered down white glue, swish it around with your brush, make sure it's heavily watered down, and just carefully brush it over top. You have to be careful. Brush it over top of the decal so it kind of leaves a coating over top of it that seals it in, just like a sealer. And then let that dry. You have to be careful because it's water and you're using a brush. You could move the decal, so you got to be very gentle.
Yeah, and patient.
Mm-hmm.
Patience is the name of this proverbial game.
Hey, good luck with that. I have none.
Tom is something. I've talked about you so many times in the past few years. I know you took a break from the hobby. You're living life. You're doing your thing. There's a lot to do in life, besides play games. You took a break. But all this time, I've been bringing you up occasionally. And it's always...
Oh, it's glad to hear, man.
Yeah, it's always this situation, which you probably remember. Do you remember the 24-hour paint-along we did?
Oh, yes, I do. It was quite the event.
Tom actually outlasted me. I went 16 hours, but I think he went a little beyond. And we started off good. We were talking, we were chatting. I played some 40K games with my friend in Canada online in the chat. I didn't paint a damn thing for some reason. I don't know what it was, but I was exhausted. And right around the 16-hour mark, I remember vividly looking up at the screen. Here's Tom. He stuck it out. He went longer than me or anyone else. I remember looking at him in the camera. And all you were doing was sitting there staring blankly into the camera, saying nothing. It's like you were a perfect zombie at that stage. I never forgot that. And I share that story quite often. So this is the man, Tom, the walking zombie.
The man, the myth, the legend, the zombie.
Do you remember that? Oof.
I do.
That was brutal.
Do you still play your games online while you do your webcams and stuff, or no?
Yep. I'm in the process of since then, since I last talked to you, yeah, I did quite a few more. But I haven't done them in years at the moment. And right now I'm in the process of moving to a different house on my property here. So I'm trying to do that this year. And once I get moved into there and I got my studio set up, yeah, I'm going to be doing some live plays again, left and right, for sure.
Oh, nice. I'm actually in the process of getting ready to move myself, so.
Yeah. Where you at, man, nowadays?
Well, I moved into a downtown building when my mom purchased it, and she ended up about 2 years ago passing through cancer.
Ah, okay.
So I still have the building downtown. That was kind of her dream, but I sold real estate with her for a few years before she passed. And yeah, so kind of changed hats. Actually just got a job. I'm going to start in 2 weeks doing HVAC, which I'm kind of excited about. HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. Yeah. So the building I'm currently in, my dad and I own. So, but I think we're going to put on the market. So I'm probably going to move from my downtown apartment back with my dad for a little bit, since he's got a big old farmhouse with just himself in it.
Yeah, good. Sorry to hear that, man. About your mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It sounds like things are moving and shaking for you anyway.
Yeah.
So you're going to be back in your old house then?
Yeah, I'm going to be back where I used to be. I've got to.
Wow.
I've cleaned some stuff up. I got to paint it. But yeah, I've gone full circle, and I'm going to end up back where I was.
Yeah, and here you are back in the chats. It's like we started all over.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, I have all of my stuff in boxes on a shelf in my apartment currently. I haven't messed with it in years, but I don't know. I got too ambitious. I did the Revolutionary War, and then I went to the Wild West stuff. So I have a ton of stuff purchased, and I mean, I have like stacks of sprues, and I have piles of figurines that are all glued up, some based, some painted. You know, some scratch-built buildings, finished, partially finished.
So are you thinking of? I guess you're thinking of picking up where you left off, but has anything new come into your mind where that you want to explore and maybe do a new era?
Well, I mean, like I said, medieval stuff mainly. But I haven't necessarily, like, as far as rule sets and whatnot. Not really. I know I was playing Muskets and Tomahawks. I think.
Yep.
I think they've since come out with the second version of that. But
so you're just picking up where you left off and rebuilding your collection.
Yeah.
I'll put you on my list. I'll DM you offline. But I'll put you on my list, and when I get your address, if I got some extra stuff laying around, I'll send it your way. I'll pay the shipping. But I'm trying to get rid of stuff myself because I got too much, like rules or miniatures or so. I'll send them your way, give you something to work with, and build up your hobby and get motivated again.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I'm glad to hear Ian's doing good.
Yeah, he's doing really good. He's kind of, how do I put this? I'll talk a little bit about his wife because, you know, she's pretty important to him. He's been taking care of her forever, and she started losing her mind, her memory, you know, Alzheimer's, that kind of thing. And he's been taking care of her just constantly. He's been living in the house with her and everything. And it got to a point where he could no longer do that because he's getting older himself. You know that. Yeah. So we had a big, long talk about it, and the decision was made, you know, we should put her in a home. So that's where she is. She's doing a lot better now, and he doesn't have to worry about taking care of her. So that means he's got a lot more free time in his hands now, and he's very, very happy about that. I mean, he loves her. He visits her all the time and takes care of her still, but, you know, the burden isn't on him no more. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they had just bought a second cottage, a second home near the shore, you know, right when this was getting real bad, where he couldn't take care of her. So he had a lot to deal with. But ever since then, he's been making some new friends. He's doing this social living type of thing now. He's got a lot of friends. He's fishing now on the shore. And he's kind of pulling away from the gaming and painting now, just briefly as he does this. So it's good for him. You know, he's living it up a little bit for the first time, maybe his life.
Yeah.
So he's actually doing really great.
That's good to hear.
And he still comes in the chats. I was just talking to him yesterday in the chat. And yeah,
I always
everything's
enjoy
good.
talking with Ian.
Yeah, he's a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom from him, and he's funny.
Yeah, he's got that quick wit.
Yeah, old Yorkshireman. Yeah, he's doing good. Who else? Honestly, I don't see a lot of the originals. Do you remember Leon T66? I think he came a bit later when you were on.
Okay, so not off the top of my head, but I know there was quite the group, but I mainly just remember, unfortunately, you and Ian for the most part.
Do you remember
Yeah, that's because a little bit, yeah.
Dreadlin? He still comes in now and then.
There's only a few of them I kept in touch with outside of the paint chats. So, you and Ian being two of them, and
Well, that's
but yeah, I haven't.
I've always been here. I said it back then. I said it still to this day. I'll always be here, painting miniatures, painting away. But it's good to see you back again.
Yeah, it's good to be back, man.
Yeah.
Good talking with you.
Yeah. I see you on Facebook all the time. I see you posting away and stuff. And I feel like I've been watching you live your life for the past 5 years.
I know it's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, I
I
imagine.
got a 4-year-old niece now.
That's good.
She's spoiled rotten. She's the only kid on both sides of the family, so.
Yeah, there you go. Tom was great, folks. You ever see some of my old paint and chats, which I think are on my Dash of Elan channel? I've got some older ones on there. Tom is in there. That's back in the day when we first started these paint and chats. The Tabletop Commanders paint and chats, what they were called.
Yeah, I went and looked that up. Your page is still there.
Mm-hmm. What I do is I have 2 channels. I got this one, which is my main one. It's the GM's Alcove. It's all about adventure gaming and stuff, and I do wargaming too with 40K. It's adventure themed. And then I've got my wargaming page, which is still called A Dash of Elan. Also on YouTube. Yeah, it's a separate channel, and that's where I put all my historical wargaming stuff. I mean, all the old battle reports are there. A lot of the paint and chats are over there. I still put content on there. I'm streaming there right now, in fact, at the same time. So yeah, there's 2 channels. If you don't have that one, I'll send the link to you so you can check that channel out. A lot of good memories there.
Okay.
Battle reports and all that good stuff. I've done a lot of stuff.
I watched I think your last video from this channel a little bit the other night when I contacted you, and then I went back to look at the old channel, and thumbed through some of the old archives.
Mm-hmm. They're there. They're still around.
I saw. It was nice to see the old ones with some old familiar faces on there.
Yeah. Yeah, they go back, man. I'm kind of reluctant to look back on them these days because, was I that young? Was it that long ago? Damn, I feel old.
Changed that much.
I was still smoking. Man.
Yeah, I think I was still smoking then too. I've actually switched to vaping, and then I quit that. I haven't been smoking or vaping for at least 4 years now.
Yeah, I never quit smoking. I just started vaping, and as a result, I don't smoke anymore.
Yeah.
I just enjoy vaping so much. You know, I fill it up with all the nicotine in the world. But yeah, still getting my fix. Ian did the same thing. He had to switch to vaping because he had that operation on his heart. And
okay.
I think he gave up vaping too. I think he gave that up.
Yeah, I did it for 8 or 9 months or so.
Yeah.
And I just gave it all up. And I got an app on my phone from when I quit, so I know I can open it up and look.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. I still vape away. I love it. I'll never.
Oh, yeah, no. Somebody's got to not be a quitter around here.
Mm-hmm. Let me look at the chat real quick. Been there, done that, says Bunty. Or says Nerdy Ogre to Bunty. What happened to your back, if you don't mind me asking? Says Nerdy. What's he referring to? When it is my internal schedule fixes itself. Sleeping kept me up. Not sure what that's referring to. James says, 'tis a long scroll and yet not made of cinnamon. Work injuries. James is from down under. He's got that unique humor. James is great. I love him. He's always in the chats. Feel free to come in, James, and say hello if you want. But yeah, I do these chats, Tom, I think pretty much 6 days a week.
Okay.
Usually in the afternoon, but the time changes. If you watch your YouTube feed, you'll know when I'm on. Usually around this time or earlier. For about 3 or more hours, I'll sit here and paint my commissions. Saturday, I paint my own stuff.
So you've been doing a lot of 40K?
Yeah, I'm back in it with my nephew and his son. We're playing it, and we're enjoying the hell out of it. It's good to get back to it because it's been part of my gaming hobby life since I was in my 20s. So it's good to get back.
I was cleaning stuff up at my dad's house, and I found my old like Warhammer starter kit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much is in there, but like the original, the red box or orange box.
Orange box? What edition was that?
I was regular Warhammer, wasn't the 40K.
Oh, it was fantasy.
But, yeah, the fantasy one. I don't know. When I get back over there, I'll take a picture of it and send it to you.
Yeah. Orange one could be. I don't know. I played. I started with 3rd edition, which was a book. The first box set was 4th edition. We played that a lot, but it was 5th edition that I really enjoyed and have good memories of. 4th and 5th edition. And then I left the hobby for almost a decade. So I never played, 6th or 7th. I did have 8th edition for a while, played like one game of it, and then they killed Warhammer and it disappeared. Became Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
I haven't really played fantasy in a while, but I hope to. I'm collecting all kinds of models and stuff with some different rules. So, yeah, I'm doing some fantasy. I'm doing some 40K stuff. I'm doing my Napoleonics. And I think that's pretty much what I'm focused on right now. Those 3.
Okay.
I've been really culling things and trying to focus and get things painted and stuff. I used to do 10 mil Napoleonics, collected 2 huge armies. Beautiful stuff. Did some live plays, some battle reports with it. I just did everything there is to do with Napoleonics and 10 mil. And now I sold all that off, and I'm going to start over with 28 mil. So I'm going to do it 28 mil. Yeah. So
I like the smaller scales are great for the massive battles, but it's just always been a draw for me for the 28 mil.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like back when we used to be in the paint chats before, you're always telling me, man, you should do 10 mil or you should do 15 mil. Yeah, no, I appreciate your opinion, but I'm going to stick with the 28. But you're like, it takes you so long to pay one figure. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know,
But it's so fun to paint them, and they look so great on the table. I enjoy the
They do.
painting. That's something that has changed with me since I last spoke to you years ago. I am so into the painting side of this hobby now. Well, I do commissions because of that. And I always got my enjoyment from painting with the 28 mil, not the little tiny 10s. So that's why I'm sticking with 28s now, is because I just enjoy painting them so much. That's really what I'm about now.
I think that was one of my favorite things too, was learning the process of painting a miniature. But yeah, when it comes to 28, the details there with the washes or to really draw something out.
Mm-hmm.
Where the smaller scales, you're putting washes and stuff on it to give you shadow, but just not to the extent that you do with the 28.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm nowhere near as good as the pros at it, but some people are just amazing with it.
Oh yeah.
With painting that 28 mil.
Yep. I'll have to show you some of the projects I've done, the 10 mils and stuff, because it's pretty awesome to look at. Quite a spectacle. I'll show you some pictures.
Yeah, let me see that.
And the limited 28s I've done because I'm doing commissions all the time, and it's like I said, it's almost always 10 mil. I don't know why, but yeah, 10 mil seems to be the fashion.
Well, you can just field an army for a lot less investment,
Oh, there goes Karma. She'll be back.
I saw her drawing. It's quite impressive.
It is. Yeah, she does the digital art thing, and she comes on and she shows what she's working on. I really want to see how far she got with that Sister of Battle there she's working on. But yeah, she's thinking of doing commissions. Well, she is doing commissions, but she's getting more serious with it currently and planning things out. So, and she's that good, man. That good. Right, Kyle?
Absolutely.
Kyle, hold down the fort for a minute. I gotta go downstairs.
Okay.
Okay. Be right back, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been for years, and she's always kind of just been that sort of creative about things.
So what?
She's always been that creative about that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've known her for years, and she's amazing at it.
Yeah, I have a nice tablet with a stylus, but I can do maybe what Ian was talking about. I do a nice stick figure possibly, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's me. Like, I can't do. No, yeah, my that's about it.
Trying to go through my old supplies on the shelf here that I've had stuffed away for years and see if I can give me something to work on.
What baby, Fred? Well, not Fred, James. What baby? Oh, I was replying to James Catberry. He said, "Kyle, the baby is yours." Dramatic music. What you mean, James? Like what?
Might be next door.
And I actually love just a lot of texture and photo apps on iOS using Mickey.
What's that?
Oh, I was replying to James once again, but yeah. Also, Bubby, I'm Kyle. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I've heard friends talk about you there a few times. Good to finally put a face to a name to the face, I should say.
Yeah. Well, I've been looking at his stuff, but I just haven't been back into the hobby yet. So,
Hey, baby steps. That's all that matters.
yeah, I've made quite the investment in different sets, but I just would dabble with it here and there.
Hey,
Hoping when I get
dabbling.
moved back over and set up, I can get back to it.
But there ain't nothing wrong with dabbling either, because then you can sort of get creative and make your own thing.
Oh, definitely. I kind of prefer doing my own thing, if you will. Even with the AWI, American War Independence stuff, I wouldn't paint mine specifically to look like any specific unit or anything. I just painted it to what I liked, you know.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, make it unique, make it your own.
Exactly.
I was going to ask you, Tom. I don't remember, but were you into role-playing games at all?
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of groups. I was trying to find some people around me to play like tabletop wargaming with, and ended up in a lot of groups.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, that's another thing I do over in this channel. I'm running games online like crazy, right, Kyle? You're in my campaign.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe if you get interested in that, Tom, I'll bring you in. You can try out some Pathfinder 2nd Edition or any of the countless other games we've been playing. Yeah, I think you'd get a kick out of that too. Judging.
Yeah, every time I always played one of those games, I normally wanted to push the limits as far as I could. So if I could be a playable character, I'd want to be like the last time I played, I did a friend of mine had a game. And I wanted to be the biggest character I could be. I don't remember if he made me an ogre or what he made me, but I was like, I want to be the biggest, most obnoxious thing ever, which was fun, except for, sometimes it was handy, sometimes it wasn't.
That's okay. I think you'd have fun in our game.
I like to break the rules, that's one thing.
He's a rule breaker, Kyle. Make a note of that.
Oh my.
Rule breaker.
Hey, sometimes you got to break the rules every now.
Yeah.
A born lever puller.
Break the mold. Let me fix my camera here. I look green today. Of course, you guys in Discord, you see in my other camera. I look red.
Actually, I don't see that one either.
Let me bounce out and back in again. Or turn my camera off and on. Plink. Plink. You see me now?
There we go. I got you.
Yeah. So, Tom, if you ever want to join the chat and do some painting with us, if I'm in a chat, public chat like this one, feel free to just click in it and join in. That's how we do it.
Okay.
And if you wanted to, you could share your camera. I don't show your camera on the stream unless, I show everybody's. But, yeah. That's how I do things these days. Discord. I tried to
that's good. We did stuff got a little crazy before, I believe. With the old group, so it's best to keep a filter on it.
Oh yes. I do have rules, and we do crack the whip now and then. Nothing's ever changed in that regard.
Well, I do remember some people had trouble just following the simple rules. They weren't really that difficult.
Yep. There was a few. We had one guy that just got way too drunk in the stream with us, and I think Ian was hosting, and he had to bounce him for his own, betterment. That happened.
Yeah.
There was another guy that was getting carried away with the drinking, and he got bounced as well. Yeah, drinking is a problem here in the community. What's going on? And the politics we don't bring up, and we've had few people come in. I can remember a few friends of mine who would start bringing up, political stuff, and it's like, man, I love you, but don't bring that stuff up here. We don't talk about that. We're here to talk about games.
Yeah, whether I agree with
hobby.
you or disagree with you, yeah, it's not the place for it.
Yep, exactly.
There's other channels if you want to do that.
Exactly. And
Or what was your old catchphrase? Like, you go start your own channel. This is what we're doing over here.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you.
Yeah, some people would do that. I remember Frank Fry. He used to do that. My good friend down in Florida. We're still great friends, but man, he would be sitting here and he'd go right into politics every single time. And you'd let him go for a little bit, and then you'd have to crack the whip and just, Frank, man, we don't talk about that here. You're just going to have to knock that off. He understood. But then, sure enough, he comes back in the next chat and he starts it over again every freaking time.
Like that, like your idea on that changed, or he must be reprimanded each time, apparently.
Yeah. We talked to him off the chat and said, hey, keep it down low, man. Let's not get into this stuff, no matter how you feel. But some people just, they can't hold back. They see a platform and they just got to take advantage of it and just let it all out. I haven't had much problem with that lately.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what all the rest of social media is for, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Bunty says, never mind. I'm back. I've made my super plans. Not sure what that's about, Bunty.
What super plans are these?
Nerdy says he's drunk at the moment. James L. says Florida man strikes back. Yeah, good old Frank Fry. I got a lot of good friends down in Florida. Bunty. Ugh. Oh, the last thing I want to worry about in the evening is politics. Exactly. It's like we've said many times. When you watch a video on YouTube, when you're watching a stream on YouTube, it should leave you happy, excited, positive, feeling good about the hobby or otherwise. It shouldn't leave you angry and depressed and ready to just throw your games in the wastepan or whatever. So
right.
That's what I try to do. I try to. Get some.
I think that's why you've always had a group hanging out with you too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, Nogi. Nerdy corrects us. He's not drunk. He is not drinking tonight. So correction. That's good to hear. Feel free to drop in and say.
I had at least one beer for you, Nerdy.
Oh, there you go. He's got a head start on everybody. How about you, Kyle? I know you're known to break out a bottle of the hard stuff now and then. How you holding?
Yeah, bottle of the hard stuff every now and again. I haven't touched it.
Good.
In a couple weeks.
Okay.
It says haven't had the urge yet.
It's coming. Buckle up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It'll hit me by Friday because I have a 3-day weekend.
The old extra day.
Yep.
James says ideology is how the priest class stops Grug from critically thinking. Take the Robert E. Howard pill. Grug is his character.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Nerdy. How you doing, Nerdy?
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing fantasticals, my friend. This is Tom here. He's new to the chats. Oh, Nerdy's
Hello.
gone. Oh, there he is.
Here I are. I gotta do something with the wall behind me.
What are you doing with the wall?
Put something more interesting other than a white wall behind me.
Some books or pictures or something.
Well, the thing is, we also use this wall for the TV projector. We got a projector, so we can't like put anything permanent that'll mess that up. So
how's things down in Texas?
Things are doing good so far.
Good.
Hasn't been any drama lately.
Good.
That's good.
Nerdy, I'm going to try and get these books out this week for you, the Palladium books.
All right.
I'm going to try and get them out.
I appreciate that.
I'll let you know and get you a tracking number when I get it all packed. I got a bunch of things I got to ship this week, including this commission, so I'm going to try and get it in there.
You said you've been doing commissions for Ian?
Yeah, I just finished one. They're all Flames of War stuff. I sold a lot of my stuff for Flames of War to him. So,
okay.
And he's all into Flames of War. So, yeah, he commissioned me to do some North African campaign stuff. Desert War. And I just...
Does he still have a lot of his old stuff? Or?
Oh, he's got all his stuff. Plus mine. Yeah, he's got my buildings, my terrain that I used in my Flames of War games and battle reports. He's got all that.
Oh, wow.
And I just finished the Tobruk boxed set for Flames of War. I painted that all up in a month, a couple months ago. Now but the next commission project with him is going to be doing the DAC box set starter, which is all the German Desert War guys. And he's throwing in some Italian infantry and some British artillery, so I'll be getting to that later this year.
Oh, okay, he's having you do?
Mm-hmm. It's in the
That
queue.
answers my question. I was going to ask, is that a World War II game?
Yes.
It sounds like it, so yeah.
Flames of War, although they do cover other periods as well. There's a World War I version, there's a Arab-Israeli War version, an Iraq War version, Vietnam version.
I didn't know there's so many versions.
Yeah, there's a lot actually.
Got a buddy in Iowa that he plays with a group. They have quite a large Flames of War, but I think it's mostly World War II with their group.
Mm-hmm. It's a great game. I played. I think it was 3rd edition that I played. I think it's currently its 4th edition. I loved it. I played so much Flames of War, it's ridiculous. But yeah, I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah, well, you have you set up a game system for historical wars, and there's plenty of them out there to reenact.
Mm-hmm. I guess Tom here, he's going to get back into his... I think he's going to focus on the medieval period, probably the 100 Years' War era. Tom?
You're talking about me?
Yeah.
Well, I would like to. We're probably going to finish what I have. I'm going to finish what I started.
So what's that, the AWI stuff?
Yeah, the AWI stuff and then the colonial stuff.
Gotcha.
100-Year War, what is that? What era is that?
Well, it literally lasted 100 years. It's a European-British conflict. Think Joan of Arc.
Okay.
I
I assumed, it's like the 30-Year War. It kind of lasted 30 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of given whenever the name of
I don't know if you remember when I started getting into the tabletop wargaming was because my computer game kept crashing on me.
Yeah.
And it was based on Revolutionary War, American War, Independence. So that's what got me to go that specific direction.
Wow.
Yeah.
Computer.
It's the Total War series, Empire Total War.
Yep, I love it.
Kept crashing on me, so I was like, well, I'm going to do my own. So if it did medieval, it would probably be. And I'd have to look up the game again, but it'd probably be more like Medieval 2 Total War.
Mm-hmm.
I'd want to do something with a campaign map, and then once those armies would meet, then I would do an actual battle with miniatures.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So you'd like play a campaign using the Total War Medieval 2?
Yeah. Well, I'd basically make a map myself. There was a guy I talked to. He's actually a British officer. That's what he did. He war gamed. He didn't. He's like basically wouldn't show me his face on the camera, but he showed me his setup. Basically, because he was an active officer, and he's like, if my guys found out I played this stuff, I'd never hear the end of it. But he had a corkboard that he basically painted the British Isle on, and that's where he'd have a campaign map that him and a few of his friends would play. So, kind of more like the D&D style. You have a piece of paper with your monies, and you take turns as far as the campaign map went. But if your army met another army on the campaign map, then you would do an actual battle. So if I did Medieval 2, I'd have to do a rather large corkboard to draw all of Europe, Russia, part of the Middle East. But it'd be about like a game of Risk. It'd never end.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sitting here talking and I'm muted. Gum flapping. Sorry, folks. I was responding to Tom here. He never heard a word I said.
Hey.
I was saying, back in the day before the internet, that's what we did, except we used board games. We'd buy these cool board games that come with maps and counters, and you got a full-on campaign to fight out this war. And, you can use the board game to resolve some battles, but ideally, you want to build that into a miniatures game,
Exactly.
Like converting strength points in the board game over to so many hundreds of men in your miniatures game, which equals so many miniatures, then you can scale things so it works good. That's what we did.
Avalon Hill.
Mm-hmm. Avalon Hill. You get all the cool maps and everything. Yeah, campaigns are the way to go, man.
Yeah, so I started with muskets and tomahawks just because it was a small skirmish-based game, so I could start a game without fielding too many miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'd want to eventually work my way into an actual campaign. So,
Muskets and Tomahawks by Studio Tomahawk, company in France. Let's see if I could share that on the screen here. Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
I actually just found my book.
Did you?
Still have it. Yeah.
Awesome. You do know it's in second edition now.
I do. I heard about the second edition that came out, but I haven't.
To be
delved
honest with
into
you,
that at all.
To be honest with you, Tom, I think the first edition is better. One of the things with the second edition is instead of using D6s, it uses D10s, which is a horrible idea. Handfuls of D10s does not feel right. So that
just
broke
throw more dice at it.
Yeah.
You really feel Fred.
Yeah, I just don't like D10s for a war game, unless it's two of them, not a bucket load of them.
Well, it's good to know. I'll probably just stick with the original then.
Yeah, I still got the original. I've thought about, maybe I can convert the shooting and the combat mechanics over to a D6 system. It could be done. I could do that. But why not just play the first edition if you're going to bother with that? Just play the first.
Yeah,
Right.
That's what I always say. If you're going to change if you're going to change one game over to another game, it's like I won't play this game, but use this system. Well, why don't you just play the other game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like play the original game that had the original system that you enjoyed in it. Instead of having to retrofit every single thing over to the, newest editions.
Yeah, that's what I would specifically for that era, because what they do now with the second edition, Tom, maybe you know this, but instead of it being here's muskets and tomahawks, it covers the French and Indian War and the War of American Independence. Instead of that, the second edition gives you a core system for any conflict. And what they do is they come out with a supplement book which covers specific eras. Like there's a French and Indian War, American War of Independence book. There's a Napoleonic book. They might have an American Civil War book out now. So you just buy this supplement to be able to play an era that interests you with the same core game. So that's different. That's pretty cool, actually. But at the same time, they changed their combat mechanics to a D10 system, which I don't like. So
Yeah. They seldom get it right in the second go around. It's normally the first stab is typically the best. Not always.
Let's do something really cool, like expand the game and where you can play any conflict you want. Then let's screw it up by completely changing the game.
let's use D10s. No, don't do that. Yeah, not everybody was happy with that. I mean, I like a handful of D6s in my hand. They just roll nice. They feel right. Give me about a dozen of them. It's just good, Simple system. D10 allows them to use
The old
more
adage, if it's not broke,
modifiers.
don't fix it.
Yeah. Just D10s aren't meant to be rolled that way. They're for role-playing games or board games or war games where there's only two of them. You're rolling a percentage or something. That's enough for me.
If it's
Right.
not broke, break it so you can get paid to fix it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for some professions, sure.
Now you're thinking like a politician. Sorry, didn't mean to make
Careful, careful,
politics. I
careful.
don't care why. Careful.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Fred almost had the hammer in hand.
Yeah, get that whip ready.
Does somebody have the band hammer?
Yeah. That's Kyle's job. Kyle,
I will wield the hammer.
you are head of the band hammer. Yeah, this is great. So I'm doing a chat today. It's a little bit laid back. I'm not doing any painting really today since I got my commission done. Just chatting away here, folks. Whatever you want to talk about, minus politics. We're good. We are good.
No politics, huh? Okay.
No.
So, about religion.
Yes, that's another off topic. Current religions also. Dizzy's in the chat. Dizzy, come on in and say hi. Come on in and say hi, Dizzy. The VC is maxed out. Can't join. Can't join. Do I have it set to a max? Maybe I do. Or Dizzy wants to get in here and I got it maxed at 6. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, do I?
4. So you're gonna bow out of here for a bit and get a shower, and
All right, I changed it to 8. So you could get in, Dizzy. And Kyle, what'd you say? You're taking a shower?
Yep, I'm gonna go take a shower and get something to eat. I'll see y'all here in a little bit.
Just as I joined, really? Wow.
Like,
Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Hey, I just got a few minutes to join, Kyle.
Hello?
Well,
how you doing?
what's
Hello?
happening?
Who joined?
I don't know. Anybody there? Hello? Hello? I don't know what's happening.
Hello.
Hello.
That was really weird.
Yeah, it was. What's going on? Let me get this back so I can share the screens. Okay, Dizzy, you're in. Fantasticals. So what's going on, Dizzy? What have you been up to?
Busy. That's pretty much the new thing now.
Saw you on Sunday. We played a great game. Had a good time. Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. You did awesome with the Paladin. I'm telling you, you're finding your stride in Pathfinder 2e. You're doing it, Dizzy. Yes, no, maybe. You agree?
I'm getting there. Just taking more time than I'm usually used to.
Mm-hmm. And Agatha's still around, your other character. You could always bring her back in when you're ready. She's still there.
Maybe in the future. Right now, I still want to give my champion a few more time.
Yeah. Good. Excellent.
More airtime.
Yeah. Your champion's a nice balance. You got a little bit of magic, and you've got a little bit more chutzpah with the fighting and standing toe to toe. You're still a second line fighter when it comes to combat, which I think it's fitting you. You're definitely doing a good job with it.
I think I fucked up on Agatha, though.
Oh, you did? What did you do?
You know that one spell I chose? I think it's Curse of Time. Like it's like a touch spell. I think I fucked up on choosing that one.
Well, you can always... Well, let me think. You're a witch. Your spells are limited to what your familiar knows, so you can't... Yeah, you can't swap that out. I don't know if you can swap that out in the future or not. You might be able to.
I don't think. I'd have to look at the book again.
Yeah. Well, until then, just don't memorize it or don't prepare it. That's okay. That's okay. Next time you play with Agatha, just swap that spell out.
Probably will.
I mean, don't prepare it. That's what I mean. What's that, Nerdy?
I was just asking if you can learn new spells, or if you're only limited to, what you gain when you level up or whatever.
I don't
know how witches work in that.
For the witch, I don't think I can learn a new spell until I hit, I think, level 8. I think.
She gets instead of a spell book like a wizard would carry around, she has what's called a familiar. The familiar has access to all the spells that she can prepare. It's where she gains her spells. Her familiar learns these from a greater power beyond his. And it's through the familiar that the witch is able to prepare her spells. Like, what spells are available to her to prepare are what the familiar knows. So as she gains level, the familiar gains new access to new spells that she can prepare in the future. Essentially, that's how it works. With the witch.
Witchy witch.
Witchy.
Pretty much.
Let's not get silly.
Too late.
Oh, Nerdy's been doing some heavy drinking tonight. Look out! No, I'm only kidding.
Second thought, let's not go to Camelot. This is a silly place.
God. This is a silly
I've been
place.
doing heavy drinking. I am a little sleep deprived, so I can understand how you think so.
Okay. You're doing good. You're doing good, Nerdy. We got your back, man.
I'm not sleepy, you're sleepy.
Let's all be sleepy.
Debatable.
You feeling okay, Dizzy? I mean, yeah. Not feeling...
Yeah.
Weren't you getting sick with the flu or something recently, or am I dreaming?
Trying to remember.
I think it was a couple of weeks ago, actually. You weren't feeling too good. I think you missed the session, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. But you're doing okay now, right?
Yeah. I'm doing okay for now.
Good. Good. Very good. This is Tom, my old friend from years ago. He's in the chat with us, and he's finally coming back to the roost here to get back in the hobby.
Nice.
Hello.
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 Hi there. How you doing?
There he is. Just wondering where you went to, Kyle. You in the shower or here running water?
No, I haven't started yet. I'm going here in a minute. But
Yeah, that's good. I'll probably be on.
it's very rain, so it's soaking into the bones out there today.
Yeah, watch the lightning don't strike while you're in there. Damn.
Yeah. I'll really be willing to ban Hammer then.
Yeah.
They banned from life.
Oh, I was just gonna ask Nerdy something and he disappeared.
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are.
He vanished.
What was I gonna say? How's your plans for your game coming, Nerdy?
I need at least one more person.
Oh yeah? How many you got now?
Yeah. I got 2.
All right, so one more is 3. Okay.
Yeah. I've tried running with 2 before and it didn't work out, and so I was like, yeah, I'll just stick with, because I decided that 3 to 6 would be a good, what I could handle, and then I was talked into. It's like, well, we got 2. Let's see what let's see if I can do it. It didn't peter out, or it petered out, and so of course it was a game that I don't want to say I don't like, but it's not. I wasn't gung ho about it. It was Dead Rain. I was going to go with that one because it's of all the Palladium games, it's the most simplest. No magic, no psionics. It's just trying to survive the zombie apocalypse.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good take on zombies. It's not your standard zombie must eat brains kind of thing. But I could only find 2 people that were interested in playing, and it just kind of. So I'm trying Chaos Earth now. It's kind of Rift's Light.
There you go. Hey, try it out and see. I mean, it might be a grand hit.
I'm hoping. I just need to find that 3rd.
Well, don't give up hope.
Yeah, that's not giving up hope. Just cat's got me distracted.
It's okay. That's what cats are for.
No, it's well, he went in for he went in to get neutered Monday, and they say keep him, keep an eye on him for like 2-3 days, and it was like the second he got back, he was like nothing happened. Like he just didn't. So
That's how they always are, cat or dog.
and now he's just actually most of our animals, when we get them back, they're just kind of groggy out of it for the rest of the day, and they kind of slowly come back to it. But this one, nope. couldn't even tell that he was in surgery yesterday. Bouncing all over the place.
You gotta watch that. He could pull that stitchers open, then we got a problem.
No sutures.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. All they said was, keep an eye out for redness and any bad odors.
Yep. And a discharge, yep.
Obsessive grooming. Like if he keeps licking the spot. None of that. So yeah, we're going to keep him till Thursday and send him back home.
There you go. Hey, that's a battle plan. But I'm gonna go out of here and go get cleaned up and get something to eat, and then I'll be back.
All right, Kyle, I'll be here.
All right.
Let me make this
Later, yeah.
little
See ya.
here. Trying to get Jesse in here to join us and say hi. I haven't heard from him. Yeah. So if you're curious, Tom, Kyle and Dizzy here in the chat with us. They're in my campaign, my Pathfinder 2E campaign. We play every Sunday, so that's
Okay.
what they're about.
I found a group near me via Facebook. I joined the guy's Discord. He keeps inviting me. He's about 45 minutes away, but only a couple of times a month he puts on a game, a wargaming game. So haven't been a little busy here lately to get up there to actually do it, but.
So are you only interested in tabletop wargaming, or do you play role-playing games?
Mainly, yeah. I like the more. I don't have anything against like fantasy stuff, but I like the little bit more of the historical.
This
She's young.
yeah, he's a youngin.
How old is she, Nerdy? Or he? Sorry.
I have no idea.
Oh.
See, he's my brother-in-law's, and he's out in the country, and so what we do is whenever he has a cat, so he's a country cat, so whenever he has a cat that needs to go to the vet or whatever, is we'll take him in, we'll take him to the vet, and have him taken care of, and then we'll bring him back here for recovery, and because he can barely take care of himself, much less much less a cat's back from the vet, and so and then we ship him out whenever they're ready. We were going to keep this one for like a week, but he's like, nope. Yeah, so Thursday he's going home.
Packs up his duffel bag and out the door he goes.
Yep.
There's Tom there. What are you working on, Tom?
This old scratch built cabin I have. I've had it forever.
Yeah.
I had these shingles I painted and snipped into little.
Yeah.
Because I decided I wanted the realistic look of putting each shingle on.
Mm-hmm. Looks familiar.
Yeah. Yeah. Little chestnut. Still got it.
The same barn from 8 years ago. It's almost done.
Almost.
Almost. It's
And
getting.
I think it was like 6 years ago. All right.
That's not bad. That's awesome. So I think Nerdy, the only miniatures gaming you've done is with 40K, right?
40K, Mordheim.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
And why is that? You never got into the historicals at all? No interest, or?
Um, I wasn't around anybody that was, so um, see, I grew up in the Satanic Panic, so it's like role-playing game, Dungeons and Dragons, Evil, and so I was living in Katy, Texas, and they had just built um, a mall there, and there was a Games Workshop store in it, and I got a flyer in the mail, so I went and checked it out, and it seems pretty cool. So I, got me a starter box and all that, and started getting into it. And I was going regularly, but it's like at the store there's limited space, and you can only play. They had certain days set for certain games, and then you could only play certain skill level. And so I was like, I found a place closer that also did 40K. It was a game store, and so I was showing up trying to see if I could find somebody who played it, and then I got roped into playing a cyberpunk game. And the rest is just
Yeah.
Kind of.
Did you even know there was? Did you even know there was people that did historical games, miniature war games?
Yeah, I did. My dad and I, we would play. I would play Axis and Allies with my dad.
Oh yeah.
Every so often, and so I knew that there were people out there who played historical reenactment games. I knew they existed, but I didn't have any
interest.
I didn't have anybody to kind of what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say lead me into it, but
I know what you mean.
Mentor me, I guess. Would you please stay off the keyboard?
Want some attention?
Yeah, well, Fritz led me into this, so.
Yeah, so tread lightly, nerdy. You might find yourself collecting Napoleonics. You never know.
Well, right now, all my discretionary gaming fund is being put to rebuilding my Palladium game, my Palladium collection.
So when you were doing 40K, I think you had a collection, and did you tell me that somebody stole everything? Yeah.
Yep, stole it all.
Just like Iron Man, same thing. And he never got back into it ever since then. So it's kind of same with you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting back into it. It's not that I don't want to. It's just I got to pick and choose,
Same with me. Same with me.
I mean, it's not back in the day where it's like, okay, I can get this box set, and I can get these paints, and I can get this miniature. I'll be living on raw made noodles for a week, but I can do it.
Exactly.
I can't do that no more.
That's the thing. I took a break from the hobby entirely for like 8 or plus years. I told that story before. I'm not going to go into it again. And I just got back into it, I think, in 2012. And, doing the paint and chats and all this and watching YouTubes. And I got back into it. And I immediately, like anybody else, I started buying everything that was out there. I was amazed at all the quality of games, especially historical stuff. Really high quality production rule sets, with colored pictures. Because back when I was playing, the only company that did that was Games Workshop.
Yeah.
Everything else was staple bound, typewriter written rule books. Like, really? So it was great for me.
Or paper soldiers.
Yeah. And I started buying everything. I mean, I was collecting game after game after game. I had Bolt Action. I had all kinds of Napoleonic games. I had American Civil War. I had Muskets and Tomahawks. I had Saga. All these great games. And then I kind of took pause and I said, wait a minute. I'm never going to play all these games. I would literally sit at night trying to organize all my games that I planned to play. And it was just ridiculous. I'm never going to do this. And ever since then, I got a grip on myself and I started selling off things I'm not going to play. I had to start focusing and disciplining myself just to say, I want to focus on this and paint this and play this out the wazoo. And it's taken me years to get to where I am now. And this applies to role-playing games too. There's just so many great games to play. You really got to be picky, or you're going to be you're going to be a hoarder. What you would call yourself as a collector, I call a hoarder. You're collecting all these games. Is that what you are? No, you're hoarding. That's exactly what you're doing. You need an intervention. It's time to stop. Unpainted miniatures, rules you'll never play, countless books you'll never read. It's just everybody goes through this. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm like hyper focused on Palladium. Is like, it's one system. It's all covered under one system, and I may not play all the game. Like, I doubt I'm ever going to play Spicers. I doubt I'm going to play that game, but I can use what's in there in a Rifts game or a Phase World game. I can still use it. I don't have to sit there and do algebraic math to convert from one system to another. It's all one system. It's there. I can use it.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing with role-playing games. I do the Pathfinder 2e, and I love Savage Worlds because I could play all kinds of things with that, so that's what I'm focused on. But still, there's these other games I want to play even then. It's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah.
With miniatures wargaming, I've got it very tight right now. It's just, Napoleonics, 40K, some fantasy, and then I've got some other things I might do things with, like 28 mil World War II. I might do that because I've never done it in that scale. I've got tons of those miniatures. But outside of that, I've just been selling off my stuff.
To your point, I think that's why I got into grabbing some of the Wild West stuff, because I felt like a lot of, like, I'm sitting here scratch building this cabin. I can use it on both of my games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can use this for Napoleonics. I can use it, or AWI, or I can use it. Yeah, you kept saying Napoleon, or use it for like Wild West. It's suitable for both, and I really I bought several, at least for the Wild West. I bought several like pre-made buildings, very high quality, but something about the scratch-made stuff, the homemade stuff, I like a lot better.
Yep, me too. I used to make stuff just to sell.
Yeah.
Terrain, but I got out of that because of the 3D printing. But now I'm going to be 3D printing, so I'll be back at that.
Okay.
Too. Yeah, once I get that going, I'm going to send you guys some freebies. You too, Tom. Some terrain and stuff, whatever I'm working on.
That was one of the things I really liked when I got into the hobby, was finding people like the Terrain Tutor.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of blew up for a little bit there.
Yep. Published a book.
Yeah. And he's just good. I mean, he shows you how to take stuff you got sitting around your house, and make tabletop gaming stuff with it, whether it's fantasy or sci-fi or
Mm-hmm. Yep. I learned some things from him.
Yeah.
Does he still have a channel? Does he still do stuff?
I have no idea. It's been so long. I've been out of the games.
I think it was a few years ago. He did a Kickstarter for a big ass book, a hardback, I think, with all these techniques for making wargaming terrain or whatever you want your terrain for. And it was a huge Kickstarter. He made a lot of money on that. And then all of a sudden he disappeared.
Well, I think he had some personal stuff. Like I believe he went through a divorce.
Yep.
And stuff. So yeah, I mean, when I started watching him, he was still, the wife and the kids were in quite a few of the videos.
Yep. Well, he made a lot of money. He said, "Screw this." I don't know. You never know. You never know. I haven't seen him pop up in my feed in a long time. I imagine he's still making occasional videos. I don't know. The Terrain Tutor is the name of the channel.
Yeah, I mean, he did stuff like Frostgrave and stuff when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of big gaming conventions. He made some big, beautiful tables for.
A while back, I came across this. This guy, he sells a book, or he sells some books of how to make terrain. Now, the thing is it's how to do it where it interlocks with each other. So you don't just have you're not like just making a building. You're making a piece that
Modular system? Or?
Yeah, basically. And I am looking for it, and I cannot find it. It's been so long ago.
That was one of my, when I started getting into the hobby, that was one of my aspirations, seeing a lot of people do stuff, was to make myself a modular gaming board that I could take some of those tiles out, set it up, with either a river or a road. But I always like the little bit harder to do, like the square ones rather than the hexagon ones. But that got put on the back burner. Life happened.
Yep.
Yeah. Life indeed does happen.
Yep. It's like that with a lot of folks I meet on here. They've been in the hobby since they were young, and then all of a sudden everybody seems to have this point in time where they disappear from the hobby for like a decade or something, and they just don't do it. School, married life, whatever. They get sick or whatever, and then they come back to it because it's part of our lives,
Yeah, well, I mean, like you were saying with the mall and the Games Workshop store. I mean, that's what I remember. But I never played a game in the store because you had the people that worked there, the people that were really good at the game. They were a bit of the gatekeepers at the store. You weren't going to get in to sit on the table or
Yeah.
But that's what got me started. The whole because I had that Warhammer set, the fantasy one.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first miniatures I ever bought.
Yeah, kind of me too.
The people at the store were pretty good at making sure that there wasn't any gatekeeping going on. But it was like very small. It was a very small store. There's like 2-3 tables. That was it.
Yeah.
And they were very small tables, and so they basically had to limit as to what games were played on what day, and then also to make sure that like somebody who's been playing for ever since Games Workshop came out didn't go up against somebody who somebody like me who just finished painting their first set.
Right. And it
so,
may have just been my pure intimidation of it, the whole situation too. But the mall store I had, they had one rather large table, and it was a pretty nice table. But it wasn't something I was like, hey, let me play some of this. I'd watch them play, and I'm like, all right, let me buy this set or this, these paints or this brush, and I'll go back home and I'd paint some. I'd make my cousins play with me, or force my friends to play it, even though they're like, "Why? I don't want to do this."
No, I don't want to. Yeah, you do. Yeah. You really want to play? Yeah. Well, I mean, and I've met some people. They had zero interest in playing any kind of role-playing game, tabletop war game. But my God, could they paint a mini?
Right.
They were like Rembrandts, and they loved painting minis. Some of them even loved building terrain. They just had zero interest in playing the game.
Yeah, I had a friend when I bought my starter set. He painted some really there was a human faction, and then there was like the lizard people or whatever. And he liked painting the little lizard men because he was really, really good at it.
Wee little lizard men, huh?
So what?
I said, wee little lizard men, huh?
That was my first set with Warhammer, the starter set.
Nothing wrong with that.
When I got started, I made my own miniatures out of cardboard, top-down views of little Napoleonic soldiers marching across the battlefield. I'd glue them to little cardboard bases, and play my games that way. Because I couldn't afford it. I was just a kid. Then I found a set of miniatures rules called Chain Mail, which was put out by TSR Hobbies, Gary Gygax and all that, which was great because I could pull out my actual toy soldiers, knights and stuff, and actually play battles on a sand table with them. That was probably my first time playing with miniatures. And then I used my Airfix figures to play some Napoleonic battles with a set of rules called Tricolor. And then I got into role-playing games as well, right around the early 80s. And then my first real miniatures war game, like you, Tom, was Warhammer Fantasy Battles. It was the 4th edition box. It came with the Night Goblins and the High Elves. Had cardboard cutouts for the giant and the bolt thrower and stuff. That was
I remember that. Yeah, the giant on the ground.
Yep, because they could fall over when you defeat them and crush people. But that was my very first, and my first games of that were, of course, with unpainted miniatures. But that's how I got into really playing tabletop games with miniatures, big battles. That was my first. Jesse remembers that. I wish he'd joined the chat. Jesse, by the way, Tom is my nephew.
Okay.
Yeah, so me and him go way back. So, yeah, he was my gaming buddy back in the day. He pops in every now and then. He's also in my campaign, Pathfinder.
So did you play 2nd edition?
Yep. Yeah, because I've played Pathfinder forever. 3rd edition D&D was my thing, and that's essentially what Pathfinder's based on. So I stuck with it and still play it. And we like it.
Hey, look what I just found.
What do you got, Nerdy?
I just found something.
Nice. Nice one, Kyle. Nice.
That wasn't me.
Who was that?
That was me. That's what I found.
Oh, that's what you found. Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow. Let's not get carried away with the sound effects. Get it out of your system.
No, that's it. It's just... Oh, hey, that's where they're getting it from.
You could also make your own and upload them.
Yeah, I saw that where you could add sound.
I could do one for Kyle. He's always saying, "Oh my." I could do one for that.
Oh my.
Right, Kyle?
Oh, my.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Kyle's here when he's actually not.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm actually here.
You are. Pillar of the community, you are.
Yes, sir. And you know, done it without you guys.
Yeah, people come and go, but I'm still here. Right, Tom?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I went and looked up the old channel. I was realizing that like a lot of those videos, were like 6, 8 years ago.
Oh. We were one of the first channels to do that. This whole thing with painting and chatting. Nobody did that. Nobody back then. We started doing it. It's like everyone was telling me, boy, you gotta copyright Tabletop Commanders paint and chat because people are gonna be doing that and copying it. Sure enough, there's some streams and channels out there calling themselves paint and chat, so it's a thing.
Right? Yeah, you were definitely the first.
It started a thing.
Yeah, we did.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Y'all laid the groundwork for it.
Yeah. Pioneers, right? Pioneers. The Philistiller of the community, says James. You don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we were using Discord. We were using what were we using back then?
Oh, that was Google Hangouts.
Yeah, that's it.
Then that went under. Google got rid of it, and everybody got worried. Oh no, what are we gonna do? We gotta keep doing this. So we tried all kinds of different things. Did some StreamYard. That's another one I use occasionally. Works just like Google Hangouts. But
Okay.
I don't know. I got into the Discord. I've always had it and been on there, just never used it. And I just started a community here. And, you could share your videos and chat rooms. It works great for me. So I use this.
It was kind of the same way. That group I found on Facebook that does wargaming near me. That's what they're on, is Discord. So, yeah, well, I had one of those. I never use it, so I did actually have that on my phone. And I saw your links, so I'm like, well, let me click on that. And as soon as I clicked on that, it's like, oh, this person's invited you. I'm like, oh, of course Fritz invited me. I appreciate that, sir.
Just like that. I never go away.
You didn't forgive me at all.
I'm like some kind of computer program that's just constantly running.
Right?
Yeah, it could depend on me.
This guy's still doing this?
Yeah, amazing. You know why, right? One of the reasons I found early on doing these chats, and I remember the first time I used a Google Hangout, me and Ian, our first couple chats. Right after those first chats, I sat down here and I started painting while we were talking. And I put the camera on what I was doing. And that was the very first time, and somewhere in that chat, it might have been me, come up with the term paint and chat. This is cool. And ever since then, we started doing those freaking paint and chats. And we quickly discovered, by doing these, that holy smokes, Tom, do we get things done?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
It was, you would host, and then Ian would host?
Yep.
I remember.
And the whole motivation really was, it's just like magic. Stuff gets done like we've never done before. It's like, wow, now I can get my armies finished. So that's why I've been doing them. I've been painting nonstop. I've literally painted thousands upon thousands of figures. It's ridiculous.
Right? Well, if I would have known that, I would have just mailed my stuff to you, Fritz. It would have already been painted.
Yeah, there you go. Well, back then I wasn't doing commissions, but yeah.
Yeah.
I would have said pound sand. Got my own stuff. But yeah, that's what I do now, and I enjoy it. And I have to paint now, so it's like, let's keep those chats going, because I get things done. So, yeah, it's a big motivation there. Yeah. Now I'm doing the role-playing games too. mostly just recording my game sessions on YouTube, which is fun.
Are you just DMing, or are you playing a character as well?
I played in one of Kyle's games. When he gets
Okay.
around to running it again, well, I'll be playing my character, my elven rogue, which I love.
Yes,
But-
sir.
But I'm essentially an eternal GM. I've always been the DM/GM of all the role-playing games that we've ever played. So that's my
So
thing.
you're just some AI running somewhere, aren't you?
Hey,
Gotta
I gotta bounce out of here.
Gotta be. All right,
Something's
nerdy.
coming up. I gotta bounce out.
All right, nerdy.
Been
I'll talk
fun
to you again.
chatting with y'all.
Yeah, nice chatting with you, man.
You're well,
Hey,
bud.
Dizzy.
He'll be back tomorrow. Cat must be driving him crazy.
Probably.
I think I got back into role-playing in 2013 when D&D 5e was coming out. And I remember watching on YouTube, all these people were playing on Google Hangouts. I said, boy, that's cool. I got to do that. So that got me inspired to go back to my role-playing games too. And ever since then, I've been, back into role-playing as well.
Yeah.
Around 2013. And I've been running games for like past 4 years. I think, online. Yeah. So I've been doing it all. That's my hobby life. I like board games, role-playing, and miniatures. I do it all. So, here I am.
I'm glad you never went anywhere, Fitz.
You're welcome, man. I knew you were coming back.
You knew it.
I knew it. I'll just hold out. I'm hoping that my nephew, he's only 7. My nephew's son, so he's my great nephew.
Okay.
He's into the hobby. He's actually played Pathfinder with us, if you can believe it, when he was 6.
Oh, nice.
And his father plays, but I'm slowly indoctrinating, to use a term we hear a lot. I'm slowly indoctrinating him into the hobby, just like I did with his father. And he's 7 now. He's all excited to play role-playing games. He's done a little miniatures stuff, with the 40K. He's got his own army to play 40K with us, Necrons. And he's been doing some painting. And my hope is he'll be able to join me in these chats. When I get my studio set up outside, he'll be in the chats with me as my co-host, me and little Jake. So, further indoctrinating him. But maybe one day he'll take over the painting chats. He'll
There
be
you
running
go.
this stuff. That's the
Hey, you
plan.
gotta grow him early.
Yep. Groomers. Yeah, I'm grooming him for this role. He'll be running the campaign for you, Kyle, long after I'm retired and gone. Imagine that.
I think he would.
He might. He's into it. He's digging it. We'll see. We'll see.
That's
I'm
cool.
gonna have to. I'm just gonna say I gotta bow out and get my son ready for bed. So
All right, Dizzy. Glad to have you back in again.
we'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, be in tomorrow.
Yep.
Come in tomorrow, Dizzy. Thank you.
I know if I don't,
See
one
you.
of you, either you or Kyle are gonna hound me until I get in voice.
Yes, we will. All right, Dizzy. You take care.
Catch y'all later.
Toodaloos. Trying to get Kyle here into miniatures gaming. Already talked about his Greek hoplites that James sent him.
Sure.
We're working on him, Kyle. You're gonna be in it soon. You're gonna be painting along with us and doing some more gaming with us too. Just give it time.
Now, I know that I asked you this once before, but what glue do you use whenever you glue your miniatures together?
Plastics?
Yeah.
You're gonna use what's called polystyrene cement, otherwise known as plastic model glue.
Gotcha.
It's easy to get at Michael's or any shop like that. It's relatively cheap. You can get Tester's polystyrene cement, and it's made specifically for putting plastic models together.
We actually have a Hobby Lobby here, and they
perfect.
they sell it by the droves. Like they have just a section just for bottles.
Oh yeah, Hobby Lobby's good for that.
Get a couple bottles of that and you're good. I highly recommend Revel. Their
Smells like
polystyrene
oranges.
cement. It's fantastic. Yeah. But any brand will do. You're just starting out. You could use super glue, but it's not good on plastic. The parts pull off. They can break off, which some people prefer in case the model falls to the floor. You know, it just pops off. You know, oh, the arm came off. It's okay. You just glue it back on. But some people don't
I'm
like
not a
that.
fan of that. Yeah, and it takes too long to get happy.
Mm-hmm.
I think some super glues kind of melt the plastic, though, don't they?
Well, polystyrene cement, that melts the plastic. So when
Okay, that's on them.
when you use it on those models, Kyle, it's literally melting the plastic together. So
Okay.
it's not like a regular glue. It literally melts the plastic together. So it doesn't come off like super glue.
Yeah, 'cause I know that we had this conversation once before, and I ordered the stuff that you sent me, and I ran out, and then, yeah, I threw the bottle away like a dumbass, and forgot what it was. And yeah, like I just picked up a cheap thing of super glue, and yeah, it's not it. No, like I love super glue for a lot of things, but holding these guys together is not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for some people it might work fine. For me, I just don't like the flimsiness of it. I guess you could say. So I'll be definitely picking up some more of that stuff next time. I'm thinking about going to Hobby Lobby Friday after work anyway.
So that explains why you haven't been keeping up on your models. You don't have the frickin' glue.
Yeah, I don't have the freaking glue, but I will have though. And then whenever I get the damn glue, then we're gonna go to town because I'm also gonna look at a few brush sets while I'm over there.
Yeah,
A little bit of paint.
yeah.
I used to get some of my favorite brushes actually at Hobby Lobby. It's been years since I've been in there too, but it's just some like 5-pack. They're of course made in China, but
Mm-hmm.
had nice little caps on them. Had the different variety and sizes. There's a 5-pack or an 8-pack, relatively economical. It's in a lot of ways just as good as some of like expensive hobby brushes that I would get.
Yeah, I go for the cheap brushes myself. The important thing is as long as you can keep a point on your brush, you've got a great brush. And to keep a point on a brush, especially a cheap one, means maintenance. Means you got to take care of it. You got to make sure the water gets out of the base. Don't leave water in it. Make sure you get that water out of there. Make sure paint doesn't collect. Make sure you let your brushes dry with the brush end down, not up.
Right. So everything drains out.
And always leave your brush dry with a point on it. Use your lips. Don't be afraid. It's not going to kill you. Some people are touchy about that. Go ahead and put the brush in your mouth and put it on a nice point and let it dry that way. That's the way I do it. You can buy all kinds of soaps and rubs and everything else for these brushes these days, but I don't do that. It's just common sense maintenance for your brush. It'll last forever, and as long as it's got that point, you're set.
Yeah. But it's kind of just like anything else, though. Like if you buy a piece of equipment, you have to maintain it. You know, if you maintain it, then it lasts a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to, maintain it.
Well, another good thing about cheap brushes is that when they do wear out and split and everything else, and you can't trim off some of the little excess hairs that are splayed out, you just throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck them.
They're cheap. I bought 75 for like $5, or a friend bought them for me. He spent $5 and got me like 75 brushes on Amazon. I think they're Happy Go brushes or whatever they're called. They're called One Happy Choice brushes. I've showed them off before, and I'm still using them. That's what I use, and I commission paint. So there you go.
See, now I get brushes from Amazon, but I use like the bigger brushes for like putting on brake caliper grease or like putting grease on pins and bearings and stuff.
It's a little
Like
too
I'll just
big.
get like 100 count for like $6 or something. Don't think I can use them here though.
No, no. You want a double O. You want a. Well, you'll know. I mean, you don't want a real tiny. Well, you can use tiny brushes if you're going to paint eyes and little details, but a nice medium brush, is good enough. Get a bunch of different sizes, Kyle. You'll know when you've looked at the miniatures. You know how big they are. Just imagine the brush that you would need to paint these things. Can't be too big, but it can't be too small either. You'd figure it out.
I mean, it can't be that complicated.
No. Brush manufacturers use different coating to represent sizes. Usually there's a double O, and that's a typical medium brush. What does this one say? I can't see the code on it. This says round 1. China. You'll know. Can't read what this one says because it rubbed off. Get yourself a little X-Acto knife. A little file.
I actually already have one.
Good. So you can clean the model before you paint it. Get all the plastic mold lines off, You'll see them. If you look at the model, you'll see mold lines on them here and there.
Yes, sir. That was actually what I was doing last night while we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Mold lines? I thought that was the seam of their clothes.
I guess you can say that to yourself. Save you some time. That's my least favorite part of this whole process is cleaning up models. Oh, I've had some doozies. But you got to do it.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Just put the paint on tip of that, Rich.
Oh, stop making excuses for yourself, Tom. I know what's going on. Yeah, some people don't bother, but when you start painting and putting the paint on, boy, do you see those mold lines. Do you see the flash? Boy, they just pop out. It's like, oh, man, that ain't right. So that's something you kind of do.
I like my excuses. They work for me.
They do. They do. Keeps you going.
Whatever works.
I can't stand them. Drives me crazy. Occasionally I do. I'll paint a miniature and I'll not often, but I'll see where I missed a freaking mold line. I mean, the paint just makes it stand out. It's right there. You can see it clear as day. So I will pull out the X-Acto knife, even though the paint's dry, and I'll scrape off paint and everything else on that area and repaint it. Because you can't have that. It's terrible. It would bother me. Every time I look at somebody's painted miniature and I look to admire it, it's very hard not to point out, oh, you left a mold line. But I can't do that. I can't tell them that. Oh, it's beautiful. I like this. Really nice.
Like the mold line snap, Rich.
It's like, damn mold line got me again.
Yep, and then I lose sleep for like a week thinking about that damn mold. When I see the model again, when he's not looking, scrape it off.
Oh, what a life, lads.
Yeah. Let me see.
I finally got one side done.
There, see, it's like magic. Look at that.
Yeah. Just got this whole other side to do.
Yep, another 500 plus little squares to put on there. How many squares do you think's on there?
I don't know, because it's thin balsa wood
Yeah,
that I clipped into random sizes and then coated in paint.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, I should have just got a piece of cardboard and cut little and then did the whole ribbon,
Yep.
But it definitely has a very unique look.
Yeah, it's a good look.
But I don't know if I'll do it again.
I was just going to say, I did that myself once.
Yeah.
For a 15 millimeter building. And I said, never again. Never again. So
go ahead, sorry.
1, 2, I'm going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What is this, 11 by 11? Yeah, something like that. So, what is that? 11 times 11, Kyle. Do the math for me.
Oh, my, 11 times 11. Let's see.
What is that, 1,000?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
That would be ridiculous. $111.
121.
I got 111.
I calculated it as 121.
Well, it's over 100 squares you put on that one side. Whew.
Yeah, it's 19 across the face, and then it's 11 sets of shingles going up.
Oh, 19 by 11. It's 100 and 209.
Nice.
200.
Yeah.
200. You learned that from Terrain Tutor?
Yeah, of course.
You did.
Only the best.
I remember some of what he was doing with the roofs like that. He was taking a little pin, and sticking them into the card, because it's easier to handle.
Yeah.
I think he was making a little 15 millimeter building, but that's how he did it. Just ridiculous. Yeah, I did it once. I found alternative ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean, 6 years later, I got one side done.
Exactly. It looks great though. Look at that. The roof comes off.
Yeah, it's modular, right? It's got to be modular, or I wouldn't have made it. But I mean, at least the cabin's painted. I painted it black and then dry brushed it all brown.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just thick poster cardboard.
Yeah.
I took a pen and drew the logs in.
Yep. Are you gonna put that on a base or no?
Probably not. Probably just be kind of more scatter terrain style stuff.
I will recommend you put it on some type of base because it'll prevent it from breaking.
Okay. Haven't broken in 6 years.
Yeah, there is that. There is that. Maybe I'm wrong. So.
But then I have Sorry, go ahead.
Watch your first game. You put it on the table. It shatters. One of the corners pushes in. Oh, that's the end of that.
Took me years to build that roof.
I think I remember this.
Now I have basically a store-bought one. So do you remember this one?
Yeah.
It's a 2-story. It's modular. The roof comes off. Got the second story.
Was that for your Dead Man's Hand?
You got the first story. Yeah, but it's actually the same company that made the buildings for my Dead Man's Hand. And this is just a cabin, so again, I could use it for either. So, but yeah,
that's nice.
it's a nice little piece. I really like a lot of details and stuff, but it just doesn't, to me, have the same, It's nice, but it doesn't have the same aesthetic as my massive homemade cabin. You know what I mean? I would have to pay a ton for this thing. I don't remember how much I paid for this, but it's far too much. But it's nice.
Yeah. That's all MDF.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't remember the name of the company, but it's the same one that. Here's one of my Wild West buildings, where I got the roof part at. But kind of the same sort of deal.
Yeah.
With it.
But they're really nice. I like being able to remove the roof, put guys inside. That is cool.
Yeah. I like the fact this company has doors actually hinge. So. But again, I spent quite a bit on that.
Like a lady friend of mine said, "Oh, now you're collecting doll houses."
Yep. Mm-hmm.
To go along with your painted dolls. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
So yeah, it's got a little base for it for the walkway.
Uh-huh.
But that was made for Dead Man's Hand.
Yeah. So how many buildings did you get for that game? Gallows?
Yeah, I got the gallows. I got quite a few.
That's freaking nice.
I actually was looking through my stuff when we started talking. I have, I think, 2 still in the smaller buildings, still in the box. They're never even put together yet.
Wow.
But then I also have about halfway done the giant saloon that came with that series.
Yeah.
So one of these days I'll finish it. I was going to personally make mine because they had, I forget what the name of their saloon was when they sold it, but I was going to make mine basically modeled after the TV series Deadwood by HBO.
I know.
So it was going to basically Swearengen's bar. I don't remember top of my head what it was called. The Red Gem or something. So that's what I was going to entitle it, rather than whatever they had. I think the set was called like the Sassy Gal Saloon. I'm like, I'm not calling. Not printing that out and gluing that on my MDF board I spent too much money on.
Yeah, I hear you. Let me ask you something, Tom. After all this time being away from the hobby, what was it that pulled you back? What got you thinking?
I've painted several miniatures. I haven't really, and I've scratch built this. I bought a couple of cheaper MDF. I think I have a barn in there.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've dabbled with it, but I don't know. I've never completely gone away from it. But I don't know. I guess moving back to where I started doing it at, probably going to have a little bit more real estate there.
Looking through your old boxes of stuff probably made you start thinking, this would be fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, they've been sitting at the top of the closet, and they're precariously, because it's a bunch of half-built buildings, so wherever I store it, always has to be where it doesn't get smashed.
Yeah. So you never really left the hobby. It was just taking a break, literally. You knew you'd be back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, I guess to your point, I should probably, because I would be much more interested in scratch building, like some, either through MDF or even extruded foam, like doing medieval stuff. Because castles, medieval, draws my interest a lot more than colonial or Western. But there's so much already invested in the one.
Yeah, Ian will be glad to see you again because he's all about that era too. He knows a lot about the 100 Years' War and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember him buying a rather large set for AWI.
Yeah.
That I was quite jealous of. I think back when Warlord Games acquired that big box set they did for AWI. They bought out the American company, and I really liked buying my miniatures from. It took me forever to find a decent company that built plastic miniatures that kind of competed with Perry.
Games Factory.
Yeah, War Games Factory, exactly. I still have some of my old cardboard boxes of those. I all the sprues are out. I actually have all the sprues because even when they switched to Warlord Games, and it took a little bit of time to take over that, all their sprues still interlock. So, like I said, I have a stack of sprues. I still have them stacked up because they all interlock with each other. Native Americans I need to paint in there. British soldiers, American soldiers, and grenadiers. They're all nice and neatly stacked up.
I've got. You might be interested in this, but before I was doing commission painting, and I still do this, I paint up 28 mil units and I sell them. Flags, basing, everything, and they look fantastic. I used to get pretty good money doing that, but then I started doing commissions, and that's steady. But I've been doing AWI stuff, among others, and I have a ton. I have a ton of AWI miniatures. I'm going to paint up. I'm working on the 63rd foot right now. Well, not for a while, but it's up on my shelf here when I get time. But when I paint up one of these units, I'll give you a deal and send it to you. I'll give you a deal on it. Just say you have something to have.
I'd definitely be interested. I still have. I mean, there's my. I can spin my camera around here. My random box of goodies in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's half painted, 3/4 painted.
I think I remember that box.
And then just that's the one I used to used spray paint. I'd base paint them in that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's still got the remnants of spray paint at the bottom. But yeah, I'd probably have like 8 buildings for that Dead Man's Hand. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of the company off the bat.
Foreground? I can't remember. There's so many companies nowadays.
Yeah, and that might have been it. Oh, I didn't even realize my gallows is broken. I've only got one switch.
Something's bound
I'll have that.
break after all that time.
Yeah.
The company that makes Dead Hand's Hand, that's the same company? With the terrain? Because that's Crusader Games.
I think it was a different company that made the buildings. I have to hear. Give me a minute. Let me mute my camera.
I'd say
I can go. Oh, that might be it.
I would guess Foreground. They've been around forever.
I think I still have one of the boxes in here. One of the buildings that's not put together. What did I do with that thing? Here it is. I was going to have to order me another gallows. Yes, foreground.
Is it? I was right.
Yep.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. It was foreground. Yeah, those were the culprits.
There you go.
Because I think they did the same thing with. We never got into it, but it always looked really interesting. Chicago Way.
Mm-hmm.
They had a series of buildings for that as well.
Yeah, I got those rules. I got that game.
I think I remember you. Yeah, I think I remember you posted about that. That one always looked really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's based on Dead Man's Hand. Plays with a deck of cards and all that, and works similar. But it's it's 1920s bootleggers and mafia and all that good stuff. Looks fun. I might do it. If not, I'll send you the game. You can do it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I have foregrounds. I have the First National Bank still in the box. I think my mom bought me.
Wow.
For Christmas one year. And then I have the saloon for Dead Man's Hand.
Wow.
It's a 3-story building. I only have 1 story completed.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but kind of in the same regard, I'd like to get my niece into playing it.
Yeah.
Or doing that, yeah.
How old is she?
She's 4.
4? Huh? That's getting there.
She's getting closer.
And closer. My nephew.
To not just crushing them with her hands when she grabs them.
Toys. Dollhouse, that's all it becomes. Just a big dollhouse for Barbies.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm sure she'd love to play with it, but I don't think I'd get her to sit down and play a game and listen to the rules, or you know what I mean?
My nephew, he's his son is my great nephew, but he's going to have a daughter this December. And I'm going to bring her into the hobby too. That's the plan. So I'm going to have 2 of them.
There you go.
Yep. Got to start them young. Start your own game club. That's what it is. That's all we're doing here. Right, Kyle?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Got to get your nephews and nieces involved. I know you got a lot of them.
I got my 3 nieces and
man,
raising them full time, and they're kind of at that same stage where they're all just sort of interested in Barbies. Yeah. Now the oldest niece, my oldest, she's actually played them. We actually used to play 5th edition. Back whenever I was first getting into 5th edition, she was kind of, sitting down with me one day whenever I was figuring out how to make the character and that stuff. And she asked me what I was doing, and I had the book there, and then she was just enthralled with it. So then, I was a DM for a different system, so I'm like, well, it can't be that hard. So, I ran her through, a cave and a bugbear encounter. I bought the starter box of, the Lost Mine Fandom pre-made character sheets, but I wanted to make my own, just so I knew how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And, but yeah, she played with me. I should probably check and see if she's, still has, because I bought her the book and everything. And knows that she's done with it, but.
Hey, hopefully there's no pages torn out and drawn on with crayons.
Well, she's 12, so it.
Oh, she's old enough then.
Yeah, but she's more interested in the boys and that stuff. And yeah, I told her, the first boy you bring around here for your prom date, he gonna find out. You're gonna find out this redneck don't play.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
Well, absolutely meet him at the door with a shotgun and be like, and you are? And why aren't you running?
There you go, Kyle.
That's my master plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my brother-in-law and I just decided that, whenever she's got her first prom date or whatever, we're going to be sitting there in bib overalls with no shirt and straw hats, chewing on a piece of straw, cleaning some little double-barrel shotguns.
Yep. Yeah.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
Be like, come on in, son. We don't bite.
Who's this come a calling up on the porch? What's your name,
Exactly.
stranger?
Who are you and what name you want on that headstone?
Coming a calling. There's another one coming to calling, Ma. Pa? Yeah, that's something else. That's the way to do it, brother.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he gonna get as far as the porch and he gonna find the fuck out. And he ain't gonna make it to the front door.
No. We'll see how serious he is.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of game he's playing. I was a teenage boy once.
Mm-hmm.
I know the tricks.
You do.
I've heard me talk about that French lady.
Yeah, still fixated on that French girl, aren't you?
Yep. I mean, damn, Fritz.
All right. All right, I get it.
Uh,
If you don't mind me asking, Tom, how old are you now?
What?
How old are you now?
Old. I'm 38.
38. Oh, okay.
He's got me by 9.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Kyle's about your age, but nah, Kyle's 29.
Yep.
That's a little younger, a little bit. Yeah, you guys are the same age, as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
I mean, I'm close to it. Almost a decade older than him, but yeah, sure.
See, I'm one of the goodies. Like, I remember the old school, and man, I prefer the old school ways to things. And Fritz knows this.
Yeah, Kyle, you're one of the. What did I say? You're one of those
Old souls.
old souls. Exactly. That is what you are. One of those individuals that just connects with the old ways and the older folks. Me and him will sit here talking and telling stories like we grew up together.
Well, I mean, we pretty well did.
Yeah.
In a way, we kind of did.
That's an old soul.
Sitting there talking about making homemade bread, packing in firewood. Yeah.
Nights out drinking and driving. Well, drinking and mudding, I should say. Do some
I was
mudding.
driving.
Let's do some mudding. Did I ever tell you the time me and Jesse got all plastered and did some mudding at 3 o'clock in the morning? We wrecked the truck. Yeah, that's a story I'm not going to share publicly, but yeah, it happened. Right across the pond.
Yeah.
We actually totaled a Chevy 1500 stepside, brother.
Okay.
Totaled it. Mudding across the pond here, coming home late at night. He hit a slippery patch of mud there, and he was turning the one way, and he turned violently the next way, and it went right into the embankment. Spidered the glass with my head. He wound up on my lap, but we didn't feel no pain until the next day. And holy smokes, was there pain?
Tell me how it goes.
Yeah, never did that again.
Oh, I've done some stupid stuff that I quite frankly shouldn't have done. You know, working around equipment or running, chainsaws and stuff like that. I've done some stupid shit.
Oof, chainsaws.
Oh yeah, I've done some stupid stuff, but thankfully nothing's ever went too far to harm me.
Yeah, we'll save that. We'll save that for another stream because I think we all got some stories we could tell. Some crazy stuff with chainsaws and trucks. Maybe a little bit of drinking. Maybe. Not always. But yeah, there's some stories there. Me, you, Jesse, even Tom. We'll all sit here and we'll tell some tales.
Tell you about the time that I welded the old man's truck door shut accidentally because I was all lit. Whoops, my bad.
You welded his truck door shut?
Yep.
Oh man, Kyle.
You're not allowed around any of my stuff, Kyle.
What? He upset me, okay?
Oh, that what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I worked on this truck for 8 weeks straight, nonstop. And I was tired, and he kept finding things for me to fix. Gotta fix this, gotta fix that. He's like, oh, the door needs fixed. I'm like, all right, I fixed it. No problem, I fixed it. I went around there, got the welder, drove the welder out, got the rod hooked up, ground me up a nice spot, made me a good ground, walked the door shut.
Do you know what fixing is?
Yeah, oh yeah.
A fixing or a fixing?
A fixing, I fixed the fucking door shut. Because I thought he said, I kind of interpreted as Hey, fixing, he meant fixing. Yeah. And like, I mean, like, I would get off work and I would work on this thing till like 10:30, 11 o'clock every single night. And I'm just like, I'm sick of it. I've had enough. And yeah, I just stitched rolled the door shut. He actually wasn't upset. It was one of the very few times the old man actually didn't get upset. He just sat there and laughed at me and said, "All right, I'll set the door open." Yeah, like, shocked the shit out of me.
Need some extra work for yourself, that's all.
It was 2 seconds of the grinder. Okay. And then conveniently, 3 weeks later, he sold the truck. I don't know what happened.
Well, you had welded the door shut, so.
Yeah, but I mean,
Something
Yeah,
kind of. Let's sort of boat duke into the truck every time you got to leave.
hey, I mean, like, I watched Dukes of Hazzard as a kid. You know, I didn't care. You could climb in and out that car 50 times. It wouldn't bother me one bit.
I stand by my previous statement. You're not allowed around any of my stuff.
Nope.
What's he working on, Fritz?
I'm erasing my math I used to figure out how many tiles he put on his roof.
Oh,
A little over 200.
200 aside. That's an accomplishment, brother. That's patience and dedication. But man,
My wife will not get better.
you can't beat the look. The end result is fantastic. You got that 3D look and feel to the roof. I mean, that's awesome. And the fact that you
It
do
really
it
is.
yourself, it's a big difference from just buying something.
Well, if you remember correctly, a friend of mine was getting into it with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, well, that was actually. It started out as his cabin, but he didn't do a whole lot with it. I think
Go on.
he took one of my Dead Man Hands crews or whatever, because I think I bought the full pack, so there was 4 gangs.
Mm-hmm.
I think he took one of the gangs and some miniatures and stashed somewhere. Well, then life happened with him. He moved into a new place. He kind of lost a lot of his stuff. He got a lot of it. He stuck to a storage unit, lost that. So, what I have of what was his is what he left with my stuff. So, I said, I painted it and then started doing the roof how I wanted to do it. So, it's now my building.
Yeah, I guess so.
there you go.
I was going to ask you, what happened to him?
Oh, he's still around, but he doesn't want. I don't think he wants anything to do with it.
Yeah. Huh.
He just got into it when we were roommates at the time. I ended up having. If I can't find my old building. Put back on my camera here in a second. Show you this one. See if you remember this one or not. Because when I started, I was shopping around for miniatures. Couldn't figure out what I wanted as far as what company to go with. And then through trial and error, that's when I found that. What was it called again? The one that Warlord bought out?
War Games Factory.
War Games Factory, that's right. once I found them, I really liked their stuff, and then they sold out to War Games, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it took me a little while to get back, or for them to actually set up production.
Mm-hmm.
And then the prices went up, of course. Oh, so it's got a few chips on her. All right. I know I flipped the camera here. Oh, wrong button. There we go. If you remember this whole thing.
Stone. Kind of do. I remember the stones. You were working on the stones.
This was my
carving them.
Yeah, my fort I was scratch building for my American War Independence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good, man. Yeah, I remember that.
So, looks like I lost a little bit of paint there.
A little bit.
But yeah, it's held up. Still got the ladder to nowhere that I built.
Yeah, how do you like that? That's good. You kept everything stored good.
Yeah, I tried to. Apparently, I just said that my gallows got busted, but you'll have that.
Yeah.
They have to start hanging themselves.
So what are you going to do now? You're going to set it up there in that little room you're in now? Or do your crafting and painting? Is that the plan?
No, I'm probably going to wait till I'm just getting some stuff out while I was talking to you and messing around with some stuff. Probably going to move.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
that's
hopefully, hopefully get back into that. Move back in with my dad.
Yeah, I remember. So that's where you'll be doing your crafting and painting. Back at the old place where you started. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, like I said, he lost mom. He's got the big old farmhouse, so I'm gonna go back to my old spot, and so I give me a few dollars saved up. The girl I'm dating now, she's got some property, so hopefully we can get some money saved up to where we can build our own.
Are you still working with that? You're probably not. The real estate thing.
Well, he said I did real estate. It was kind of my mom's venture. So
okay.
I was an agent with her, and then when she got sick with cancer,
I see.
I became the managing broker. I ran that for 2 years after she passed. But I did that with her,
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't really what I wanted to do. I preferred to do something that's hands-on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm kind of excited to start doing the HVAC, plumbing, and electrical company I'm moving on to.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Some people that may not excite them, but to me, that's what I like.
Yeah. Plumbing and electricity?
Yeah, they do HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. So I think I'm going to start with the HVAC, but they're going to send me to school for if I want all three. So.
Wow.
Plumbing is really fun, and electrical is really fun, but you got to watch where you're putting your wires.
Got to watch where I'm putting my what?
Wires.
Your wires.
Yeah. Don't run up to the
Everything's
plumbing.
got to be right.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of plumbing, a lot of electrical work over the course of my life. I'm not certified in anything, but I can do it. And
Right.
you really got to watch where you put those wires, because sometimes, and I for the life of me don't understand why the old timers made the hot wires white and the neutral wires black. That just annoys me, because normally how it goes, your black or your red is your hot, your white's your neutral, and then your fair wire is ground. Pretty simple, right?
Right.
Then you go working in these old houses, and it's hell, a lot of them still the old knob and tube wire where they're both black.
Well, I've seen some that have been grounded, so they'll have like copper pipe,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
and they will actually ground it through the copper pipe. So I've seen places that they've put out the copper pipe and put in PEX or plastic or PVC to that part, and then their outlet doesn't work or this light doesn't work because their system was grounded to their copper pipe.
That's called jerry rigging.
Oh yeah, But that used to be code.
Yes, it did,
Depending on
actually.
how old the structure. Yeah, depending on how old the structure is. So
Well, it's good money.
it is. That's the other thing.
That's
Getting
for
into
sure.
trades. I don't know. I mean, there's money in real estate, but the way the interest rates have shot up here, and like I said, I did that with my mom. It was her dream to own a real estate company. It's not mine. I'm good at getting the job done as far as being a schmoozer or somebody that's just, I'm not a good used car salesman. I got a short fuse and a quick mouth,
Yeah.
to put it politely.
I gotcha.
Sometimes we all do. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Rich will tell you, I'm right there with you. Sometimes I fly off the handle too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kyle, that is very true. Gotta watch Kyle. But you've moved on to better things, Kyle,
I have.
After
I
that.
have indeed.
after that last job debacle. So yeah, you're good. You're good. Full circle, baby. That's what life's about.
It's all about the intricacies and what you do, and the good you do comes back to you. And sometimes that's a hell of a lot. Just the sentiment is worth a hell of a lot more than any monetary.
Iron Man chimes in the chat. Hey, you kids still up? What's going on? Yeah, we're just basically lingering around, chatting and catching up. No painting for me today. I'll get back to it tomorrow. It's going to be a slow week for me because I'm just finishing that one commission and I'm getting my head ready for the next commission, which is 28 millimeter pig-faced orcs. Got about 40 of them to do. Whole different technique to painting those, so I got to get my mind ready for that. That'll be fun though. Something different.
But is it radically different?
Is it what?
Is it radically different than what you were doing?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's more to it. They're 28s.
Oh,
Which is my forte. That's my thing. That's my jam, Kyle. That's my jam.
good to know.
I've been doing 10 millimeter figures all year. All year. So I haven't gotten any 28s except my own Sisters of Battle. That's it. And that's only here and there. So it'll be nice to get back to the 28s.
I really like the 28s myself.
I do too. Yeah. Sometimes I'm still tempted by the 18s just because, but nah, I've collected and painted 18 millimeters and 15 millimeter figures as well for so long. It's like old news to me. I know what I'm getting out of them. I'd rather stick with the 28s. That's what I started with. It's what I enjoy painting.
Yeah.
That's what I enjoy. I'll take them as commissions, but, for my own stuff. 28s all the way, brother. Yeah. I wish Jesse came in. He don't get home from work until like 10:30 at night. I'm usually exhausted, but I can only stream so long. Usually I stream about 3 hours, but as of late it's been 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 because me and Kyle linger around playing Dragonbane late at night, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, what was it that one day we were in here, like 7 hours streaming, and we played a game for like 3.5 hours after that?
Yeah.
That was awesome. And then we all
Play what?
a bunch of babies.
You play what game?
Dragonbane. It's an RPG.
Okay.
It's fun, easy to get into. Very old school. Yeah, I'm just going to start a campaign of that. It'll be my second campaign. but I'll be running at the same time. Gonna run that for a few friends, me, my nephew, Kyle, and we'll see who else we add to that. You're welcome as well to join Todd if you want. Todd? Did I just call you Todd? Wow. Tom. Tom. Why did I say Todd?
I don't know. That's never been my name.
No, you know whose name is Todd? It's itinerant hobbyist. Do you remember him?
I don't know.
He was in the chats. He does, well, he does World War II miniatures, but he's also a big board gamer. Yeah, he's been on YouTube forever. He's one of the old hats. Used to call him Todd. Well, it's Sir Todd. Must have crossed my mind when I'm watching you paint here.
Remember, I don't remember if it's, I believe it was our group, was it big Scottish guy, Paul Hobb or whatever?
Oh yeah, I see him now and then still too.
Yeah.
He's up in Scotland, of course. He's in the middle of moving himself, and he's all his painting and gaming stuff. It's all put away in storage, so he's living with his parents right now. He's getting ready to move into another house, so I don't see him that often right now. But he's awesome, that guy.
Yeah, I remember he was always giving me crap about how I was painting stuff because it wasn't historically accurate. He's like, well, how are you painting your British soldiers? I'm like, have you seen the Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that wasn't historically accurate at all. I'm like, I know, that's how I'm painting them. They were all wearing riding boots. Oh, I know, that's how I'm painting them.
Yeah.
Giant riding boots.
Hey,
Wow.
it worked, didn't it?
Wow. I don't know, Kyle. I don't know. That's borderline
I mean,
fantasy. Us Napoleonic gamers can get very critical.
Oh yeah,
Very critical.
but he was really good. His stuff was always amazing.
Oh yeah. He,
Always encouraged you too, like
Yep.
regardless of what your level or skill was.
him and another guy are responsible for getting me to finally take the plunge into Napoleonics. He's responsible for that because of his painting, and I just loved getting into the details about uniforms with him and flags. It's just, oh wow, this guy knows so much.
Oh yeah, he definitely does. He knows what the buttons are colored and what kind of flags each unit had and why.
Boy, we spent a whole chat session talking about Russian flags, the one paint chat we did. That was crazy. Iron Man asks, hear anything about the new Napoleon movie? Anything new about the new Napoleon movie? No, actually I haven't heard anything. James might have. People are liking it. The only thing I don't like is they don't use French accents. I mean, they're talking English, but come on, use a little sacre bleu. You know, throw that in there.
Right?
My person's getting triggered.
Yeah, kind of. Watch out, Kyle. I'm going to start ranting any minute.
We did that.
I feel like they should do it all in French and just do somebody like me would have to click subtitles.
Yeah, that would be even better. That's for the grognards amongst our community, right?
I messed it that one day. Me and Fritz came in, and it really wasn't a bad day. And then all of a sudden, me and Fritz just started ranting about just the randomest things.
Yeah, I ranted a lot. That was the rant episode. I think we were talking. We didn't get into politics, did we?
No, it was all gaming.
Politics and gaming.
Yeah, the woke dip weasels were coming out to play.
Yeah, let's not go there, Kyle. I'm getting riled already. As soon as you said that
You
word.
and me both.
Let's
Don't
leave
get
that-
them going, Kyle.
Let's leave that alone. I think the three of us will go crazy here.
Which is funny, I work at a college, and I can't believe I'm even going to say this, but I work in the dorms, like facility and maintenance, and I went to go change or replace an evaporator on an air conditioning unit today. I walked in, and people had a little mini D&D table set up. Piqued my interest. What this? I wonder. So like I'm in there doing my thing, and they're over there kind of talking and strategizing. I'm keeping my mouth shut up to that point. They were making characters, and the characters they were making, you would have absolutely probably smacked both of them. I got it. It was so far out there that I couldn't even believe it.
Well, I mean, it is fantasy. It may not be your fantasy.
I don't know, like they were making tiefling. Okay. And
Careful, Kyle. You got me thinking here. I'm going to go into a rant.
But I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, it was weird. And I was very woke, and I'm just sitting there kind of just keeping to my own, and they're like, "Oh, you play?" I'm like, "I don't play that girl."
Right.
So,
Like I said,
go ahead.
when I played, I always just try to like push the limits. So you're talking about watching different streamers and stuff that play. There was trying to remember the group. There was a bunch of voice actors that were sitting around playing D&D.
Critical
Role, yes, thank you. And the one guy that called himself Grog or whatever was kind of my inspiration for my character. But I was like, I just want to be the largest playable character. I was talking to my buddy that was the DM. Just want to be the largest playable character that you'll let me be. Whatever character. It doesn't have to be human. I don't care what it is. And I wasn't really into the fantasy stuff. So I think he made me like an ogre or something. But yeah, and I called him Grognak the Barbarian because I just basically copied and pasted that guy's stuff. I had so much fun playing that because I just was a pompous giant ogre.
Mm-hmm. That was
so like to get drunk and
5e.
I think so.
5e, yeah.
I liked the older one, to be honest with you, though. A lot of the rolling and stuff. I mean, they simplified stuff, which is nice if you don't know a lot of stuff. Like I didn't know a lot of stuff, but after I got into it with them a little bit, I kind of like the old school way of rolling stuff out. So I feel like I had, and it may have been 5e, but like when I grew up playing D&D, I felt like I had these dice and I had to roll them for everything. You know what I mean? Like I thought about doing something, I had to roll some dice. To where like the newer one, I have a pile of dice, and then maybe I'll roll them, maybe I won't. I don't feel like there's enough checks, Maybe there's too much in the old one, and I was just used to that.
And there wasn't enough in the new one.
Yeah, there's definitely not enough in the new one, in my opinion.
Oh, trust me, I've been there, and don't get me started on that one, because Chris knows I will happily state my opinion on that. But no, whenever I told him, I was like, guys, y'all playing that way, that's cool. Y'all are having fun, but go do your thing. But that's not how I play. And I kind of told him how I play in Pathfinder, and kind of explaining the difference to them. And I guess from what I was going, these guys are like long-term 5e players. Just like, hey, y'all do you. Y'all want to have that weird funky shit in there, go for it. More power to you. I'm gonna go.
Right.
And but they were actually very not assholes about it. They were, which is weird. Like normally, like. And
you say you play second edition there, Fritz?
I don't know if I played it. anymore, but I'm thinking about it. I'm going to do an AD&D project, which is based on first and second edition AD&D, and I'm thinking about doing.
Oh, Renee, you do Pathfinder, right?
Huh?
So what's the difference between Pathfinder, and like D&D?
Oh my!
Wow.
Well, that's tough part.
Just simplify it. I mean, it's simplest terms.
It's deadlier. It's more a hell of a lot more depth to it. You can make a character that's truly unique, and it's a lot simpler. It's a lot more freeing to play.
Kyle, fix your mic. Your mic
Deadlier,
is
like-
breaking up again.
Like Demon Souls deadlier?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, let's explain it real quick like this. There's a different style of playing from what people are used to today. 5e, Pathfinder 2e, a lot of modern fantasy games. All right, that's a new style of play that if you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, we didn't play that way. So this is basically new fantasy. It's the modern fantasy that we know today. But back in the day, it was quite different. So different that an actual community has sprung up on the internet called the OSR, which stands for Old School Renaissance or Rules, depending on what your perspective is. So it's a community. It's a thing. People who enjoy playing the old style of AD&D and D&D Basic and that kind of thing. Because there is a difference, a big difference. And some of those differences, and people can go on all night about this, but some of the difference is it's a different style. Like for one thing, with old school games, it's more dangerous typically. You're also you're also more attracted to the tropes of fantasy from back in the day. Like, dwarves don't be wizards, it's just not a thing. Only humans can be paladins. That's a typical thing from old school gaming. There was tropes that were very ingrained in our minds back then that nowadays doesn't apply. Like Kyle says, he sees a bunch of modern gamers rolling up all kinds of crazy lizard people, with pink hair. That kind of silliness. But you know what? That's okay. It's a different style. It's modern fantasy. It's acceptable, but you need to realize there is a difference between that and old school gaming. Traditional gaming, as I like to refer to it as. They're typically more dangerous. It's not about power gaming as much in metagaming. There's more, your classes don't have as many powers and stuff. Hit points are hard to come by. You don't heal over the course of a couple hours. It takes days and weeks to heal up properly after a combat. Magic isn't as powerful as it is now with modern games. Races are limited. Just because, there's drow doesn't mean that you can play one as a PC. They're freaking monsters. Now you can play orcs. Now you can play goblins. Now you can play drow. Now you can play all these races nowadays, and that's cool with modern fantasy. But in the old days, that wasn't the case. Those were monsters. They're not races to play as heroes or any semblance of a heroic story. So there's limits on that too in most old traditional games. But one of the biggest differences, and Kyle's discovered this, he's young, he's only been playing RPGs for maybe 5 years or so. He was introduced with 5e. He has the chance to actually play some of these old traditional games like Drachtem Honor, which is a new modern game, but it's based on old school principles. So it feels like an old school game. And after playing that, he's discovered a few things. And it's an important thing to discover is that when you play these games, these traditional games, it's more about the player than it is the stats on a character's record sheet. It's more about what you do as your character by being creative and descriptive with your narration. It's more about that than it is looking up a stat for a skill that you have on your character sheet. Back in the old days, we didn't have skills. You just made an attribute roll, for whatever you made sense for you to make. You're a fighter? Oh, what was your background? Shoemaker. Okay, so if you want to do something that might involve vaguely shoemaking, okay, I'll let you make a roll for it. But there was no skills. I mean, second edition added skills, first edition had skills in it, but they weren't a thing. But nowadays, people play so much focused on those skills and on the stats that they're missing the whole point of being immersed by the story and playing your character as a player. If you understand what I'm saying, maybe you don't. I'm getting all...
Yeah, no, you're good.
That's a big difference. Maybe, Kyle, you can explain it because you've actually experienced it.
To explain it briefly, it's more free. You know, it's actually quite lovely to go from being like Pathfinder 2E, which is crunchy, and playing a game like Noctamona where I don't have to worry about what kind of character sheet. Like I was playing at night, and we were fighting a bunch of wolves, and I made this orc surrender instead of killing him. Unheard of. Just by roleplaying, you know, and it taught me a very valuable lesson. You know, it's especially in the older school games. It's not about what the character's doing. It's about, okay, where are you going? You know, if I walk into a door or like walk into a room or something, what would you be doing? What would you be as the player? Oh, well, I would be going over and, you know, running my fingers along the wall, checking the floor, checking the ceiling if I can see that far, you know, track, looking for, you know, hidden items, you know, hidden chest possibly. And 9 times out of 10, there's no role necessary unless it's, you know, something critical.
Like in a lot of modern games, people are all caught up in their character sheet and their stats, and they base what their character does on their stats. Like, okay, I enter the room. There's a table over here with books and papers all spread across it. To the other side of the room, there's a bookshelf that's stretched all along the wall, filled with vials of all kinds of strange liquids and papers and books and scrolls. You're standing there in the portal. What do? Okay, that Kyle might say, One thing he could do is say, I'm going to go up to the table and take a look at the papers. A GM could say, okay, make a perception roll to see if you find anything. Okay, that's fine. That works. That's a nice way to handle it. Okay, but here's another way to do it, and this is typical of old school gaming. Okay, Kyle, what do? All right, I'm going to go up to the table and push around the papers. Is there a book there? I'd say, yeah, there's a book there. I'm going to pick that up by the binding and look through it page by page and see what's inside, or hold it upside down above the table and shake it to see if anything falls out, you know. And it just so happens that inside the book is hidden a little paper, a little secret message. And what the GM could do in that case, he could say, okay, you shuffle around the papers, you're looking at it, you find a lot of nothing, really. Some of it written in a language you don't understand. The book you raise up above the table, and as you shake it, something falls out and flows to the table. It looks like a little message. So there's no roll necessary.
Yeah.
See, there's a difference there. In a modern game, people aren't being creative and imaginative. They're just looking at their stats and making a roll. Whereas in the old days, we would describe what we're doing, and if it was enough to find something, the GM would just say, you found it. There's no role needed, you just found it. So players are more engaged and immersed in the world that's being described to them. That was the thing with traditional games, because we didn't have all these skills and stats and values and numbers on a character sheet to essentially distract us from the real immersion. So that's what I mean when I say the player is pulled into the game more than just looking at stats. That's a big deal with traditional games, I think.
Well, and it also takes a certain, in my experience, in the limited amounts of D&D that I've played and or Pathfinder, I guess, you know, it's having that DM that actually doesn't sit there and stare at the stat sheet as well, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are lucky, Kyle. You guys are lucky. You got me.
I know it. I know it. But I'm gonna have to
Oh.
call my chat here. I gotta get up for work in the morning.
All right,
But
Kyle.
it was good meeting you, Tom. Hopefully, see you around a lot more. And I'll catch y'all in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Nice
5.
talking with you.
Yes, sir. I'll be here 5 in the morning.
Take care, Kyle. Let's read the chat here. Iron Man playing a modern GURPS game, 17th century modified BX Pirates, classic AD&D game, and a medieval realistic Harnmaster game. Rules fit to the setting. So he's got a lot going on. The rookie Quad 6 says, mostly primed with minis. With my Black Citadel spray primer. Excellent, rookie. You finally got the primer going. You're all set to start painting those minis. It's great, man. It's good to hear. So anyway, that's that's my explanation of traditional games. It's more immersive. Typically a lot easier to learn and play. It's fun. You know, it's just a different way to play an RPG. I mean, I play Pathfinder too. I bring immersion into it with descriptions and getting my players to describe things that they're doing so they're not looking at stats all the time. You know, I do that, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember my cousin used to DM when I was a kid. That's kind of first, like, that's how I when I played D&D. That's how I played it. He's a couple years older than me. But yeah, the games that we really enjoyed playing were the ones where he was doing a lot better job DMing, and we weren't sitting there staring at our stat sheet to figure out what we wanted to do. We'd get done with the whole, whether, the whole experience or the whole dungeon raid or whatever you're doing that night. And then he'd be like, "Oh yeah, okay, now grab your sheet. And this is what you got from the loot at the end of fighting the boss or getting through the mission or whatever." Like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I got this piece of paper over here. I forgot about that."
That's good. That's good. You don't want to go into a session and you're like, what do I do next? And then look to your character sheet to see what you can do. I mean, mechanically speaking, that's mechanically what you can do. But it's not the only thing you can do. A lot of times you don't even need to roll any dice to accomplish something. You just do it. You find the trap by actually doing things. So the way I handle it with Pathfinder, because, hey, Pathfinder's got roles for everything and rules for everything. I just get them to describe exactly what they're doing. You're looking for traps in the shelves? What does that look like? What are you doing? And then they'll describe to me what they're doing. And then I decide based on that if a roll is necessary, if a rule kicks in, or if you just automatically, find something because you were so good at finding this trap. You found it. You got to be able to do that. And I try to do that with Pathfinder. But I think a lot of GMs today, the modern gamers, they don't have this experience to do that. They don't know that they can do it that way. The rules is what they use to run the game, and it's all the rules. And it's all die rolls and all skills, and you got to follow the rules. But that's not true. You know? Immerse yourself into the game world. The character isn't you, but you are playing the character. So play the character. What would he do? Don't look at your sheet. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like learning to play an instrument. Like I play guitar. You stare at the neck and the fretboard of the guitar all you want, but you're not really playing until you're actually playing and not sitting there staring at your fingers and what they're doing. When you're actually kind of feeling it out.
Mm-hmm. I think you'd have fun playing in my games that I'm going to be running. You'd have fun. We're going to do some more old school games too, so I think you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah, I may check it out. I've been, like I said, life's been awful busy here for me lately. I got a wedding coming up. My girlfriend's sister is getting married here soon, and then I'm moving. But I'm hoping once I get past some of those hurdles, especially coming up this fall, this winter, I'll have a little bit more time
Yep.
kind of relax. So
Back at
Yeah,
the old
especially
house.
especially going into the winter when I'm stuck inside with nothing to do. So
Well, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. That's what it's all about. Glad to have you back, man.
it's good to be back.
You'll be getting some stuff done this winter. Promise you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to finish some of these scratch builds I've sitting around for years.
Yeah.
You know,
I've got
maybe put
stuff, too.
some moss and stuff on this lovely roof I made.
Mm-hmm. Could do that. Little paint. I'll show you how to do little bird poop all over your roofs. I'll show you how to
nice.
do that. And the moss where it should go on the houses, like at the base and around the base of the chimney. Got to put some moss, and where the roof meets the chimney, you want to put a little moss. You know this. You live on a farm at one time, right? So
Yeah.
you know what it looks like.
Oh yeah. No, you said that makes me want to put a chimney on the side of this thing with some foam.
Big stone, natural stone chimney. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be 3 or 4 days carving stones in and then painting them. Genius.
Each little stone, one by one. That's what you do
Yeah,
with your wall there in that one building.
Yeah, I know, but I painted them with a brush. So I think next time I'm just going to make the wall sections before I glue it all together. I'm going to then just get a tub of cheap paint and soak them in the paint. So I don't have to sit here and dab every nook and cranny.
Yeah, that'll work. Damn, I didn't even think of that. Dip them. Dip the little
Yeah,
buggers.
dip them. Exactly.
Wow.
I painted houses for 12 years. If I could get a little like airbrush thing, I'd just spray it.
Yeah, that would be handy. Airbrush. I'm using some airbrush paints that I have here.
Yeah.
Not with an airbrush. I haven't used an airbrush yet, but some of the paints for the airbrush line, they're so fluidy. They're really perfect to work with. Even if you're using a brush, they flow so nice on the surface that you're painting. But you have to be careful because it's like painting with water.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to be careful with it. Putting it on the air, it'll just go all over the area. But man, does it flow nice. So I'm using them quite a bit, actually. Here and there.
We're talking
metallic colors.
We're talking about paintbrushes, and that was one thing I got. We're talking about like expensive paintbrushes. I got it was an army painter paintbrush.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a triangle.
Yeah, like this.
And that's probably
I don't know if you can see that.
It's probably kind of like that. It's kind of like the most I spent on one paintbrush. It was a tiny little detail brush. And I think it's probably about $20 that I spent on it. And I've used that thing like once or twice. I hated it. I went back to my cheap ones, right? Because they're round. So I'd go to paint a line, and I would roll the brush in my fingers.
Ah, interesting.
You know, to get that nice straight line or do that detail. But you can't do that with a triangle brush.
Yeah.
I loaded that and went to go do the details. I was doing like, for instance here, like this. Where's my camera at? There we go.
Oh, he's nice.
Like this little guy. I had, to do the lines on top of his hat. I take my brush and kind of dry brush it and then roll it on. You can't do that with a triangle brush. So I'm like, man, I spent so much money on this brush, and I never used the thing.
That's interesting. But you're right. Because I know the exact brush you're talking about. It's called Insane Detail, and it's a very long, fine brush. And I've used them quite a bit, actually. I've went through a couple of them. And I haven't used one recently. But I always wondered, why is it shaped different? But now that you point this out, now I know why. Their idea must be that you don't want to roll the brush. You want to have that steady hold and where your brush is. Once it's positioned, that's it. You don't want to move it. I think that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, that's not how I like to paint. I like to roll.
Yeah.
I mean, like to roll the brush as I'm doing that line.
Yep.
It's a lot easier, and I feel like does a lot finer and straighter for me anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm old with my shaky hands anyway, so.
Shaky hands. That's a good point. That's a good point about that. I think when I paint, I think once I find the perfect part of the brush I want to utilize, because sometimes you get a brush, it's got a little hook on it or something, it's not perfectly pointed, you get used to it and you get a style going with that brush, and that's what happens with me. And if I think correctly here, what I do is I get on that position, get that position locked in, and I don't think I roll. I think I drag it out. But I know what you mean about rolling, because I have done that, where you do roll it, like especially doing something like the white tape on a hat.
Yeah.
Like you were showing there. I can remember doing it on things like that. You do want to roll it a little bit. Sometimes it's more efficient to do so, and it makes a line straighter. I don't know. I think that's a personal thing. Something you develop on your own.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, we got the certain brush or certain amount of paint. You get the certain consistency on there. It's like so I painted houses for like 12 years. So I mean, once you get that brush and that technique you like to use with that, so I'd be using my cheap Chinese Hobby Lobby brush. And I'm going to buy a really nice army painter brush, the super fine detail one. And I'd go to do the detail how I would normally do with my cheap brushes. And like, I hate this thing. This stupid triangle. I can't roll it.
Yeah. That's true.
You put it in a sander and sand the handle down.
Yeah, you could do that. I never thought about it before until you mentioned it. But that makes sense now. They must be thinking that you want to lock it down.
Yeah. You don't want to have it turn right or left at all.
Yeah. Which I do. But it makes sense, like what you said. You've got this technique where it's beneficial to actually spin it. And I've done that too. So I see what you're talking about. Huh.
So yeah, it's great for, if I wanted to put detail on the face or something, it's a great brush for that. But as far as like general detail for a uniform or something, I typically like to get my really fine tip brush and kind of maybe roll an edge or something. And I can't do that with that thing. So, no offense to Army Painter, but you need to do that with the round handle brush.
Throw that bitch out. You can see you filing it down when you get it. Oh boy, one of these.
I'm just gonna put it in a cordless drill with a piece of sandpaper and like a small lathe until I get it nice and smooth.
Exactly. Damn.
Take a picture of it and email it to their customer service.
Yeah.
Can you make me these brushes, but make them round, for the love of God?
Wow. Well, you learn something every day. Iron Man says my AD&D group, he plays AD&D, first edition. My AD&D group is finally all getting into just describing what they do in detail. It is way more immersive for the players because they are being immersive. Yeah, Art Man, exactly. So you don't need to always roll. I know when Tom came in here, he said, I kind of miss all the rolls, the dice rolling and stuff. But actually, old school, depends on the group. I think what you were describing is more something where it's the style of the table, the group. That's the way they play. It sounds like they were doing a lot more role-playing and narrative stuff going. And that's a style thing. More than it is, say, the rules. Because 5e has plenty of dice rolling.
Yeah.
It does. Pathfinder has plenty more if you want to really get deep into it that way. There's skill checks for everything. And we use them in my game. They love it. I get into the crunch. I don't mind it. But there's just sometimes I want my players to describe what they're doing and what their actions look like. And then as a reward, maybe they don't have to roll, or maybe they discover something that was totally different from what any of us expected. And so, yeah, it's a style thing more than anything. I think you'd enjoy playing with us if you like rolling dice, or not, because we play Pathfinder too.
I like to roll some dice. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it sounds like they weren't rolling for anything.
Yeah, I didn't get the set of dice to not roll anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy these die for my health.
Yeah, you know what that is? It's like, okay, this is a role-playing game. it's a game too, right? It's not just role-playing and storytelling around a campfire. We're supposed to be playing a game here, which means you want to be engaged with the mechanics as well, which means dice rolling, looking up a skill and using it. That's fun. It's satisfying to do something with your skills in a die roll, because that's the game part of it. Sounds like they weren't really doing much with the game side of it.
I think my hardest part with it is because, when I want to roll a die, I don't roll a die, right? But when I don't want to roll a die, that's when they make me roll a die, and I don't roll anything worth a darn,
Yeah, I
It's
get
like, well, you're gonna take that jump like I would play that ogre, you know what I mean? I don't know what the gap was. Everybody else did it just fine, and for some reason when I did it, he's like, oh, well, go ahead and roll a die. I come up snake eyes, and then, oh, you slipped and you fell into the vat of acid, and oh, great. Okay, you know what? Throw this character sheet away. I'm done. I'm going to go have myself a beer. You guys enjoy the rest of your game.
Yep, that's terrible. Terrible.
Grognak died that way. That's awful. or whatever the case may be. But like I said, there has to be a happy medium,
Mm-hmm. It's based on the players. What do the players want? What are their expectations? That's
but
important.
I also like the GM to have somewhat of an idea, because I don't want the other people's, and I think it's great people using their imagination, but I don't want their imagination to steer the whole story,
Yeah.
When I feel like we're getting off track and off topic because this person's like, oh, well, we got to this town. Okay, cool. Well, I want to do this, or I want to do this. And then you're like 40 minutes into, because you have maybe 6-7 people, and they all want to do something different, And I just make it easy on the DM. Like, I just want to go to a bar and get drunk. So, I mean, do I have to roll dice for that?
Guys,
I'll hang out over here.
Yeah.
I'm getting drunk. Let's find out what all these idiots are doing with their time.
You sound like you like to get to the point and get to the action of the adventure.
Oh yeah.
That's
when I played.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
You go ahead.
When I played Skyrim, like my buddy Brian, he would play it, and he would always use the magic on there, right? Now, again, I'm a huge fantasy person, so I wouldn't do any of that. I just mainly made a character. Maybe I'd stealth a little bit, but all I did was my bow skills and like my attacking. Other than that, I'd play the whole game without doing any magic. The only thing that annoyed me about Skyrim was the dragon calling. You know what I mean? I had to use my voice and somehow some sort of magical feat. That annoyed the crap out of me. If they took that out of the game, I would have been much happier. I don't care if I'm attacking dragons. That's fine. But I want to do that with my sword and my bow. I don't want to throw fireballs out of my hand.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. That's what you wanted to do. Jesse, who plays in my campaign, he's a war gamer. And he's very much a power gamer. He loves playing Warhammer and 40K because of all the intricate detail. It's like Magic the Gathering with miniatures for him. So there's a lot of combos you can come up with. He loves it. He's a power gamer, meta gamer. So when he came in to play this with us, a role-playing game, I was kind of worried because he has this mindset where he wants to use all these combinations, get all these powers, and he's not going to want to role-play too much or anything like that. He wants to get to it and get going. And he was like that initially, but for various reasons, he took to the role-playing really quick and really well. And now he's a changed person. He's totally opposite now with role-playing games. He said to me, I'm about 60% role-play and 40% game mechanics. Whereas before it was the other way around. Because he started playing with us and he was actually getting into his character and role-playing some crazy stuff. Just role-play. And, but my point here, when he was first initially starting, like you, I imagine, he got into his first few game sessions and there was a lot of role play. The other characters were just doing all these things in town. I'm going to Rin Savixi's place to hang out and learn stuff from her. I'm going to the market square and try and do some shopping. And all this stuff was going on, and he'd sit there in the session quiet It's like, okay, what is your character doing? And I remember the one thing, what he did is he said, okay, I'm going to head to the dungeon right at the edge of the forest and wait for the other players. I'm going to wait for him. So he wasn't even going to do anything in town. And I talked to him later, and he says, nah, that's just not my cup of tea. It's boring. I just want to get to the action, get in the dungeon, and kill something. So, but that changed over time. Now he's not like that. But I think maybe that's like what you're talking about. You want to get into the action. And there's a lot of people like that. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't, like, again, just to kind of go back to like a video game I can equate it to. Like Skyrim, I had a buddy, he'd go in. Like you said, he'd walk in, there'd be a room with books, and he'd sit there, and he'd open the book, and he'd read the book from cover to cover. From cover to cover. From cover to cover. Like, I don't care about any of that. You know what I mean? And he'd be telling me, like, oh, well, did you know about this? Or this lore? Or this backstory? Or we'd, be playing the game and run into this certain character, and, oh, well, I know this, this, and this. I'm like, well, how do you know that? Well, I read it in a book. God, you're so boring. No, I just want to go through here and smash everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
And maybe that's obviously boring to him, but to me, I didn't want to spend my time in a game reading books.
Mm-hmm. That's a trick for the GM. He's got to learn to balance all these expectations from the players. He's got to balance it so that,
right.
Tom, when you come in, I know you're all about getting into the combat. You're a fighter, perhaps, and you want to get to the combat and the excitement of the tactics of the fighting, the battles, and making some progress in that department. Get to the big bad. Not so much into the role playing. That's fine. Then you got this player over here who's also playing, who's the opposite. He likes the role play. Combat's okay, and then you got this person here who just wants puzzles and stuff. And then somehow the GM has to balance all this together so that it's fun and enjoyable and challenging for everybody. So it's really on him to be able to.
Don't give me the puzzle, because my character is just going to try to smash the thing.
Yeah, that's when it's good just to make a die roll. Can I just make a die roll to solve this damn thing? This is terrible. I get it, because I'm not a puzzle fan. But yeah, so I try to balance everybody, so in every session everybody's getting something they enjoy in that session. A little bit of role play for there, a little bit of narrative, a little bit of combat.
No, I've got nothing against the role play. I'll sit there and watch somebody gets immersed in their character or whatever. I find that's entertaining for me as well. But I'm just not the person to grab those reins and do that,
Could change.
Yeah,
could change.
It
like
could.
Jesse.
It could.
He switched
But
completely.
that's how I am. I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of guy than.
Yeah, you're also a war gamer.
Yeah.
You like the combat, you like the action. That's what wargaming's all about, right?
Oh yeah.
And painting.
It's typically, like I said, even when I would play a game that had magic in it, I would typically shy away from that. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, you could do this. Yeah, that's all well and good. I'm not going to do that.
I get it. I totally get that. I always ask my players before they come into the game. I get to know them, for a couple of weeks beforehand. Like, what do you like? What are your expectations? What do you like? Story stuff? Do you like combat, puzzles? I get into their head and find out what they like, so that I can adjust my game sessions to accommodate everybody. So so it's enjoyable.
I don't have a problem standing there waiting for the person to figure out the puzzle. But just don't ask me to figure out the puzzle, because we're never getting through that dungeon.
Yeah, so you end up sitting there waiting. Yeah, you guys could do this. I don't blame you, because I hate puzzles.
Yeah, no, you guys got this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it's
I'll sit down with my tanker of mead, and you let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I'll be hitting on the ladies tonight.
Exactly. I would do the role playing, but yeah, that's typically I'm like, I just want to go to the bar, get really drunk, maybe we find some bar maidens to hit on.
Yeah, hanging out with these bookworms, nerds.
Freaking nerds. I mean, they're useful. It's just I'm not one of them.
Yeah. Max says he let me in his game and it died. Nah, it didn't die. I'm still working it out, Max. Max is interesting. He's a good friend of mine. He's in the chat here. His play style is, I wouldn't say unique, but it's definitely different from the play styles of the current group of players I have. We tried it out. He had a few sessions, 2 or 3 sessions, and you could see it right away. You could see the difference in play styles right away. But it was only me that could really appreciate this, what's happening, because I know what he's doing. But it didn't mesh well with all the players. Nothing bad happened, but I was quick to catch on to it and realize that, you know what, there's no way I could balance this. It's not going to work too well. So I kind of put him in a different campaign with some other players who also like to role play like that level that he plays. But I never picked up on that campaign yet. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I want to do something. But that's part of the challenge of a GM when you're bringing players together and they've all got these different expectations and play styles. Meshing it all together effectively can be challenging.
Oh, yeah.
And he's an example that I don't know if I could have meshed him in with the others. I don't know. Maybe I could have over time, but I don't know. I don't know, Max. You'd have to describe it. He's the type of player that his role-playing was very intense, realistic. He was in character, not all the time, but a great deal of the time. He's got a traditional style of his traditional mentality of a way approaching the game, whereas some of the others are more modern. They have no experience with AD&D or anything before 3rd edition. So it's a different hodgepodge of styles going on here that I don't know if I could mix that together effectively, if you know what I mean. But Max is good about it. He knows what's going on. He can kind of sense what was happening. It just didn't work. But with the players that were there, some of them were okay with it. Like Kyle. He loves role play. But yeah. And he says, I would not have joined if I thought that would happen. Well, none of us knew Max until we tried. You know. And I still don't call it a failure. It's just, I just felt maybe I should kind of change something here. Because I don't want, I don't want it to fail. So I don't think it did.
Right.
Just need to step back and how can I have Max in with Kyle and Agatha and continue that story? That's what I was thinking before. We'll see what happens. But you didn't do anything wrong, Max. There's no fault of yours. That's your play style. Anyway, he says, blah, blah, blah. I only have a few minutes before I need to go to bed, but I can jump in and say hello if you have the room and time. Yeah, Max, come in and say hello to Tom. I'm not going to stay on too much longer, but yeah, come on in and say hello to Tom. And let's hear your excuses to your shoddy roleplay. No, he's actually fantastic. He gets into it.
And like I said, I don't have any problem with people that when I would play, would get heavily immersed in the role playing. Just when a lot of that stuff would come back to bite us.
Yeah,
in the storyline for everybody else.
I have a really fantastic group of players, and I'm telling you, that is rare in this hobby of our role-playing games. When you get a bunch of folks like this where it's just magic and you all become great friends. I mean, we're all strangers when we started. But man, we're all great friends now. We get along. We vibe in the game sessions. They play off each other. It's just, they flow great. So I'm pretty protective of that group, to be honest with you. And here he is. There's Max.
Hello, hello. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Max.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't seeing the green circle there.
How you doing, Max?
It still shows me as Frey. That's funny.
It does. It's okay. Keep it. Don't change it.
Yeah. No, I need a diversion right now. Anyway, I'm about to go to bed here in just a few minutes, but I'm not going to get into it. But there have been a lot of. I might not have a YouTube channel much longer, so.
Don't say that.
We'll talk in the background. Not now. Definitely not on stream. But no, I just wanted to pop in because been bouncing around taking care of stuff. Heard you talk about some roleplay. I was surprised you were still streaming. I was like, wow. I was in and out. So watch part of Biggest Geekus, watch part of Rolling Bones, come back here still streaming. So, oh wow, he's still streaming. So
Iron Man.
And we haven't talked in a while.
Iron Man makes a good point. He says, Max, you were too intense at the beginning for the group. I think the session was on. I think if the session was on camera, it would have gone a bit better. And I agree with that. I think the camera makes a difference during communication.
Yeah, I could see that. No, like I said, like for me, and you've heard me say this before, but I really misread Rachel. Sorry, not Agatha, but
Red Rachel.
The gnome.
Yeah. Oh, you misread. I thought you said you miss her.
No, well, maybe that too. I don't know.
Okay.
But no, I misread her because to me she was right on that cusp of like, wow, just a little nudge, just a little elbow in the rib, so to speak, and like I could see her getting into this. I just felt that she was around players that weren't pushing that because it's not their style. So maybe I can nudge that a little bit. Well, yeah, I was wrong. Because she was one of the first to be like, yeah, I'm not really into that. I just want to get through this whole thing. I was like, oh.
I think Iron Man's onto it because that's what I was picking up on. I think it was a little too much too soon from the very beginning. I think if you gradually became, your character and more intense, as he put it, I think that would have been fine. Rachel would get along with that because she does love the role play, as does everybody else, really.
The weird thing is I don't even remember being all that intense until Kyle's character got there, and that was a session or two later. But something happened that first session. I don't even remember what it was, but I became the bully. And I know you were joking about that, but that's how it was perceived, as I was the bully. It's like, wait, what?
Well, that's what we mean when we say intense. Your character was too in everybody's face, even though you weren't trying it and didn't see it. When you said something, you said something. When you cracked a joke, you cracked a doozy. You cracked a joke, and that was the intensity. Maybe it wasn't often, but it was there, and people knew.
Remember that trait you gave me, a haughty arrogance.
That's true. See, he's role playing, folks. He's role playing.
I blame you. No, I'm just kidding. No. I, honestly, considering I really do not like the game at all in any way, shape, or form.
I know.
You made it absolutely as fun as it could be. So, I mean, I'm not actually crying that I'm not playing anymore because I'm getting other stuff done. And just based on the information Heathen Dog's been giving me, dude, I've been working on these videos until like 8:30 at night. So, and those have to come first. So I don't even know if I would have time to play at this moment in time. So.
Well, we'll see what we do. I'm still thinking I'd like to bring Frey back in somehow. But
what were you doing? Just antagonizing the other players, or antagonizing their characters, or what?
The only one that I remember is the Goblin, Jesse's character, and he wasn't even playing it. Somebody else was playing it at that time. I think Kyle was playing it or something, or maybe you were, Fritz. But was going out ahead, and I'm thinking, well, this is a dumb little goblin thief. Why would he go ahead? Screw that. So I grabbed him by the scruff and I put him behind me because I'm the fighter. I'm the one that should be taking the damage. So the first thing I do when I get in the group is that we're about to fight something. He's in front of me. I'm thinking I'm protecting him. Like, seriously, that's. I'm like, no, get behind me. This could go badly. And apparently that was not acceptable. And then there was something else. There's something else about being at a door. And it's something about just open it already. Like, hold on, I gotta get at the door. I'm gonna put my shield up. All right, somebody get the door, and I'll stop anything that comes through. And it's like, all right, can we open the damn door now? Oh, and I checked the hole. That's right, I checked the hole. That's when yeah. It's like, why are we checking every hole here? I'm like, well, it's a hole, and I don't want creepy gooey things coming out of it. That's why.
Yeah. I think the party had their way of doing things, and then when you came in, I think you had your way of things that should be done, and it was totally different from the norm.
Well, what's funny is Kyle said after the fact, he's like, "Oh yeah, I tried that with the group too, and it didn't work." I was like, and then you told me that as well. I was like, oh, so they're just seeing this as another somebody coming in to try to take over or something.
Could be. I put it into it before it got too far. I didn't want any friction coming out of anything. Nobody said anything. The only time that something happened was with my nephew Jesse, and we all know that story.
Yeah, that was funny. I disagree on that though. I think that other dude, the guy who was playing Cassandra, he made some comments at the end of at the first or second session, and I could tell that he absolutely did not like. Basically, we'll call it my fantasy racism, because he brought that up and he quizzed you on that as well, saying, "Are we going to continue to have this racism in the game?" Like,
well, he specifically asked me, "Is there?" Not racism. He didn't use that word. Is there this attitude?
It was about the
towards...
goblins, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when I went and described. Oh, well, this is what goblins are in Galarian. And I
but he also said
him
misogyny as well, because I said, "Shut up, the men are talking." I meant to say that to the goblin. It wasn't. The goblin wasn't there to get that.
Yeah.
So you were the comedy relief, and they just weren't liking your jokes. Is that...
No, I was angry, and or my character was angry, and they were. So there's a dynamic between my character and Kyle's character. I think that he led people to their deaths, so I'm not happy with him at all. He basically sees me as a deserter, because I left when like our entire 10,000 person army or whatever it was killed to like 20 people left. I said, "F this, I'm out." You're telling us to go. There's black goo floating all over the land, and you're telling us to go walk right into that. F that. I quit. Like, not doing that. So he sees me as a deserter. I see him as somebody who just leads people to death. So when we hooked up, it was already a strenuous relationship, but the role playing was fantastic. I thought it was. And then when we got to the group, well, he comes into the group, and a couple of things happened there. First of all, he wasn't biting on the whole thing that we talked about the argument. So I came out like at 300%. He wasn't even at 100%. And then they cast a calm spell.
Oh my
and
gosh.
it worked on me. And from that point, Kyle, instead of still engaging, he's like, "Yeah, whatever, I'm out." And so we couldn't finish the discussion.
Wow.
We couldn't finish the argument to have it end at that point, to have it be done and over with, because we had talked about this. Like, we're going to have this argument, we're going to come to agree to disagree, but I would finally snap to attention, salute him, and say, as long as we do this, it's kind of like the whole Ripley thing in Aliens, right? As long as we're going to kill them, you've got me. But it didn't happen. So I had to play off on the fact that I was still pissed off at him. He was ignoring me like I was a 2-year-old. So I started acting like a 2-year-old, just pouting in the corner. And so the other characters were getting really angry with me.
Was he the main character of the group before you showed up?
Well, this was a new character for him, wasn't it?
Kyle?
Because he was playing that dwarf before, yeah. He was playing Eltharion before, wasn't he?
Yeah, he brought in another character. That was a new one for him.
Okay.
His first game session was with you, Max. In fact, so you both had a first time together.
Hey, that was fun, especially since I thought I was just playing an NPC. That was fun.
Mm-hmm. In town.
And then I really liked role playing with Agatha. I know that's your character's name, but I know our characters don't get along.
We had a one-on-one.
Yeah, we had that one-on-one. I thought that went well. You told me that she liked that one-on-one. So I mean, one-on-ones aren't normally my thing. I think that gets a little too. I don't know. Well, it's just. It was just me and her, just role playing. There were no really dice rolls or anything. It was just us having it out. And but it worked really well. I mean, the fact that she role played through it, with doing what her character would do, and started hinting at some things there behind the scenes for her character. We didn't agree at the end. We didn't really agree on much because I mean, my character saw her as a vampire. Vampires are evil, and you can't name one vampire story that turns out where the vampire was a good guy. No, you're evil. But what I capitulated to is I said, you know what? I'm going to give you the rope to choke yourself with. I'm not going to do anything right now, but as soon as you cross that line, So you don't have to worry about some monster killing you. It's going to be me. So until then, you've got my sword. But the second that you do something evil, you're out. And so basically, she's my evil now. Like,
I see why you made so many friends.
Exactly.
She's a vampire.
Yes.
Right? Well, I mean, that's true. That's true, but, you know.
I'm neutral good. She should be happy I'm neutral good. Because neutral good, I was like, well, I'll try to find the goodness in you. No, look, I'm an old school fantasy player. Things like goblins and hobgoblins and vampires, those are things to be killed, not things to be dancing around with.
So you can see how there's a different play style and a mental attitude here amongst the players that I have to deal with.
Right.
I know this. There's nothing wrong with the way Max plays. Nothing wrong with how they play, although Max would disagree. But there's nothing wrong with how they play. There's different
I don't think there's
attitudes.
anything wrong with the way they play. It's the game that does that, not the players.
But bringing them together is the magic that a GM is supposed to be good at. So I just decided to take that a different route. But I liked what you were doing. I did, Max. But I could tell right away.
Yeah, but like even with the goblin aspect of it, I understand the Galarian has goblins, so I mean I'm obviously not going to kill them. I mean that'd be weird. But all goblins are thieves.
Yeah.
At least in my experience. So I treated him like a thief. I don't care if he's casting spells, he's a thief. So hey, that's why I kept saying, hey, go check that door out. He was getting mad at me about that.
And that's understandable because, you know, goblins are still looked on that way, still, even though they're accepted in society in certain places. That's still a thing. So there was nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I would never do anything that actually attacked the party. In fact, I was the one attacked. And almost had my... What's that?
That was
Well,
great.
no. Agatha attacked me. Because remember when I refused to go like outside, I refused to follow Kyle's character, Vigrad, and she's like, we're gonna put an end to this now, and she attacked me. It's like, oh damn. So see, there's Dizzy right there. So hello. But no, I absolutely again misread that part. I had fun when like again with Dizzy, with Kyle. I had a really good time role playing. So yeah, I would love to see kind of what comes out of the stuff between Frey and Agatha. And one of the things that I foresee is as more things come in our way, and you know she's fighting her internal demons, so to speak, and I'm fighting my internal demons, if you want to call it that, where I see her as a monster, but I've got to give her the benefit of the doubt for a moment. As she proves herself more and more, I can see myself coming around. But that's a two-way street. I have to see that, but she's also got to play it, and not her as Dizzy. I mean, her character has to portray that.
Right.
I'm not going to tell her how to role play her character ever.
Right.
I like the dynamic between us, and again, not as somebody who doesn't normally like one-on-ones, because I think I'm going to use a weird word here, but it's just the best way to describe it. I think they're too intimate. It kind of takes the game out of the game, so to speak. I thought it was a fantastic time. So
I can definitely see that you probably made it a lot more intense than maybe some people were expecting.
Right?
you think?
He does. He brings it to the table.
Now I have an idea for a next character if something were to happen to Frey, and I got it intentionally.
What would it be?
I'm not gonna tell you. Not right now. Not publicly. It'd be between me and you. But and it would intentionally. The concept is intentionally set up so that I'm not always looking like every time I play a character I'm a jerk. So
Okay.
So we need to kill you.
No.
Your character.
No, don't do that. I like my character.
Max, have you seen the recent episodes from 60? Did you see episode 66?
I have not watched any of the current ones, no.
Right.
I was going to ask you if, because you're not sending the link out anymore, are you live streaming them, or is that just on Discord?
I'm gonna be again. I just haven't done it yet because I've been having all kinds of issues. Not now. Past couple weeks have been pretty good, excellent with the stream, in fact. But before that, it was a nightmare. I don't know what was going on. And in fact, the entire episode 66, I had to scrap. I couldn't record it. So what I did, all the events that happened offline, I put into the next episode and I renamed it 66. The next episode would be 67. I made it 66. And what I did is in the very beginning of the episode, I just recapped what happened in episode 66 with a few graphics. And needless to say, what happened in episode 66, the one that was offline, was pretty big. It was a big deal. And it involves Althea, Arthurian.
Althea, that's the name.
Sheppy, and Cassandra. And if you've been watching the episodes, which you haven't, but all the episodes past episode 66, you'll notice something. For one thing, what happened to the characters? Specifically Cassandra. Something happened. But you have to go back and see the beginning of 66 to see what that was. But
I like watching them live, but let's plays and me after the fact, like I already generally don't like let's plays as they are. Yours are definitely an exception. I'm not just saying that because I'm talking to you or in your game. I was saying that before I was. But going back and watching them, that's a hard sell for me.
Well, offline, I'll tell you what happened.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can watch that 66 one, right? And that'll...
Yeah, but there's more to tell.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. No cheating. Go back and watch that. You know what? I've just been scolded. Fine, I'll do it. How far back do I have to go to catch up?
Just 66. Watch right in the beginning, and you'll get a recap.
I might be able to do it from work.
Ah.
Well, I mean, I can't guarantee, but yeah, I mean, because I have to have sound. We got like 9 new people in there, and they all eat at their freaking desks, so I have to have my headsets on all day now. Jeez, dude, would kids not have parents anymore?
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
So that gives me plenty of opportunity to listen to what's going on. I just have to remember. So, 66 is the important one, or should I watch 1 or 2 before that one?
66.
Okay.
Even just the beginning.
Okay. I'll watch 66.
That was a tough one to edit. But yeah, I got it. I got it done.
So are these your games you posted somewhere?
Oh yeah, you can watch them, Tom. They're on my GM's Alcove front page. They're in a playlist right on the front page. You can look at my playlist and you'll find it. It's called The Abomination Vaults.
Hey, start with the first one I'm in. No, I'm kidding.
Ron,
I'm not watching any of the ones you're in.
See, that's the right answer.
Forget that. We just finished, last Sunday, episode 71. But the ones you can watch are up to 68, I think. If you go to the playlist, I think you could see them all because I just got them unlisted. So if they show up in the playlist, you'll be able to watch them all, I think.
Well, on Discord?
No, YouTube, my channel.
Oh, okay, on your YouTube. Okay.
I'll share the playlist with you. We started the campaign 2 years ago with a totally different cast. Me being wet behind the ears. That's interesting episode 1. Yeah.
Like I said, I used to, and you mentioned the name was a Critical Role or whatever. I used to watch that one, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Some of the voice actors talking about role playing. I thought that was pretty fun because those people, that's what they did. They got into the gaming.
Yeah.
More than the rolling the dice. Especially off the bat. I didn't watch too far into their series. But
Fritz, don't let him sweet talk you. He's going back to watch it.
Oh, it's like she's my mom all of a sudden. What the hell?
What's going on, Dizzy? Arman says, I am on some really great... Arman says, I am on some really great Let's Plays, but when I go back and watch them, even I get bored. I can't make it through my own replay. Well, you saw it already. You played it, Man. So I get it.
I have the same problem with my live streams. Like, people are like, you just said that on your live stream. I'm like, dude, I don't even remember half the crap I say on my live stream, which is apparent because my channel is being brigaded right now. And, I mean, What am I going to go back and watch? You should see yourself when you do these things. Dude, my live streams are 4 hours. No, I'm not going to watch a 4-hour thing that I already just did. That's deja vu in the worst way.
I don't watch.
You sure it's not your winning personality that's getting you targeted?
Dizzy says, I tried watching the episodes where certain characters died. I couldn't do it because I was crying so much. Yeah, we had some interesting episodes. Not so much tearjerkers. At least not from me. But we had some really good deep role-playing sessions. The time Sheppy and Althea met for the first time. And afterwards, the fun they had in town. Whatever that means. But yeah, it was good role-playing stuff. I loved it.
A gnome and a goblin walk into a bar.
Yeah, it's crazy. Dizzy says... Or no, Arman says to Dizzy, that eliminates a lot of sessions with this group. There was a period where someone died every week. That'd be Kyle and Dizzy.
I really get into my characters, and I'll be a little like, oh, that died. I had so many ideas for him. And then like 5 minutes later, I'm like, all right, what's my next character? I'll still have stories about the characters of mine that die, and I don't like them to die. I mean, I do. I hate players that play their character suicidal. It's just a piece of paper. No, that character is a character. It would want to live. But once it's dead, I have never been like, oh my god, my character, what's gonna happen? No, it's a piece of. At that point, it becomes a piece of paper, and it's like, all right, well, I've got some memories with that character, but now I'm gonna roll up another one.
I think Iron Man has a graveyard for his group. It's on the wall somewhere. He's got a big character sheet graveyard. When somebody dies, they write down how they died and then they staple it to the wall. It's pretty good.
I'm this is going to probably set some people off, but I have a rule when I'm a game master. I don't care what you do as far as if you make photocopies or do your own stuff, but I tell people during session 0, that is not your character. That is my character. You're sitting in my game. And yes, I'm kind of a jerk about that. When your character dies, you will be handing over your character sheet, or I'll just kick you out of the game. And I had only one person. I've had people cry about it and so forth. I'm like, look, you can make copies. I can't stop you from doing that. And I also do physical character sheets. I had one person basically stand his ground with me. He was like standing up, pushing the table, acting all tough and so forth. And everybody's like, dude, sit down, whatever. So I ripped his character sheet up right in front of him. Like, I'm keeping your character because for me, when you're in my game, I might use this again. I don't care if you make a copy of it, but that character is coming with me. And I always do that even when I'm playing a game. When the character dies or whatever, I always ask the game masters, like, are you going to use this for an NPC or something? 9 times out of 10, I'm like, no. But I've had a few people say, yeah, I actually want to hold on to that because I like how you did whatever. I'm like, all right, here you go. Hey, you get a new character. You get a new character. Nerdy.
Yeah, nerdy ogre.
See, I just figured it out, Fritz. I now know why I don't like playing online. I can't steal your character from you. That's it. That just solved the entire mission. No.
How do you like that, folks?
No, I just have this way of when I'm a game master, I like to stand up, I like to walk around the table, I like to cheer on the players, I like to laugh at the players. I like to, I'm a mobile game master, and sitting in a chair in front of a camera for 8 hours. Okay, I guess online we don't play 8 hours, but my games I like to be 8 hours still. Like, I can't imagine myself sitting down for 8 hours. All right, what's everybody doing? That's just so not my style.
The Wall of Death is what they call the graveyard. Death by skeletons is the most common. Death by stairs was unique.
Nice.
Yeah, he showed me a picture of that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, especially if you have the same group for a long time, or you lived in the same area so people can come back and see it. That would be awesome. In BattleTech, a friend Von Zark, I don't know how many years he kept it, but it got to the point he couldn't write on there anymore. Like, some of the hexes had even like multiple writings in it. But every time a mech died somewhere, it would be whoever the player was. So in my case, it'd be like Max, right? It'd be like Max Goo, Max Squish, Max Splot, something like that to say, what mech was in that area. And that hex would become a rubble hex. And it got to the point that his entire map was just rubble. And he said he had it for years doing that. Like, he'd keep playing on it. It was almost impossible, but he'd keep doing it.
Tom, whereabouts are you living right now? Did I ask you that already?
Yeah, I'm living in an apartment downtown, my community.
Any state
So
you
there's
want to
a-
share? What state are you in?
Indiana.
Okay.
Indiana.
All right. Because I was thinking all my players in my campaign, for whatever reason, they're all actually close to me. And I met them all online. Except Max, who's down in Alabama way, which is okay. My friend Byron is in Florida. He's one of my really good friends and has played in a few sessions, and I still count him as a member of the campaign. But everybody's like in PA, Connecticut. Kyle's from West Virginia. We're all like right in this little hub, maybe 4 or 6 hours away from each other at the most.
Yeah.
4 of us are in Pennsylvania. Crazy.
Wait, Pennsylvania or Pennsyltucky?
Well, let me think. I'd say Pennsylvania. I don't think Dizzy's in the rural, deep rural mountains. I don't know, Dizzy, are you? It is like that. But yeah, we've talked about actually getting together in person because we are actually close. That would be pretty cool. And playing some games the way they should be played. The way I miss.
Yeah, I think one of the things that the internet has done to us is because, like, for me, I was in the military. You know, I'm born and raised in Minnesota, so all my friends are either all over the world or up in the Midwest. I still stay in contact with them, and that's my social circle, so to speak. That I went to the gaming. I've been in Alabama for just a little over 2 years, and I went to the gaming store one time, said nope. And I haven't found another gaming group. There is actually one very near me, but the guy, he's on my YouTube channel, and he's interesting. There we go. We'll move on. And so I haven't checked that out yet.
There's a lot of those in the community.
Yeah, well, he's hardcore grognard. I'll put it that way. Like he was one of the people who stopped watching my channel for a while because we covered Palladium. It wasn't OSR Dungeons and Dragons. Like, okay. But anyway, so I think we just get comfortable with this. We find these players, and you got this online thing that I almost want to say to a lot of people, not everyone, but to a lot of people, that it's almost not even a consideration trying to find a group locally, because that would possibly mean meeting new people and, you know, that uncomfortability. I've already got people I know to play with. There's guys here that actually are so I work on Maxwell Air Force Base. Like the airmen and the civilians there, they play all online because they met in tech school, or they met, you know, when they were in the Air Force, whatever, and they still play with that same group online. Where me, I was in the Air Force in the 90s. I'm used to flying all over, you know, God's creation, and just wherever I was, that was my new group. But people don't really do that. People in my shop have multiple groups and none of them play together. It's like, it blows my mind. That would have been, hey, that's our group. That's my new group. Let's do it. Let's have fun. I'm a player. I'm a game master. What do you need? You know, but they don't do that anymore.
Well, like you said, I think a lot of those people are also kind of maybe over-invested in their character, or over-invested in their game. So,
well, this group that I'm talking to, well, I shouldn't say group, but these group of people that I'm talking to, they've changed games multiple times. Only one of them is even relatively long-standing, and it's a brand new camp. Well, I wouldn't call it a brand new campaign, but the campaign's been going on for like a year. They're doing the 5e version of Tomb of Annihilation. But that's still a relatively new campaign for him. Another one of the guys, he was in a Pathfinder game. He was in a what's the new Fantasy Flight Star Wars game? He was in a Starfinder game, and there's one other one. Forbidden Lands game. Like, all these people are here. No, I got my group. Okay, I get it. I mean, again, that's what technology allows for us. It's just, I don't know. It feels weird to me. I would rather play in person with people I don't know than play online with people I do know. I know that might sound weird, but I would. Because I just so much prefer playing in person.
Yeah, it's a different experience. I mean, I guess that's kind of one of the reasons why I like the tabletop board gaming, is because you kind of, I know you can do some of that online, but you're more or less forced a little bit more to do that in person.
Yeah.
So, and that's, I mean, I was with one group that was probably about 30 minutes away for a while. And that's been my latest of playing. Like either they did 2 games. Typically, it's been years since I've been over there to that group. But I met them on, I don't remember which app it was. It was a meetup app, but it basically they play Pathfinder and D&D. So be one guy's house. Typically, everybody would go over to once a month or twice a month, and they would normally separate because there were so many people that would come over. One room would be doing Pathfinder, the other room would be doing like 5th edition. So, but I met them and I went over to hang out with them because they advertised on their group that they did miniatures as well. What they played, I think, a Star Wars game, and then 5th edition and some of the Pathfinder. They would use miniatures, so if they go into like a dungeon or whatever, they would have a grid chart. And you'd have your little miniature that you pick out on the wall. The guy that hosted it had, I think it was like shot glasses, little display thing on the wall. You had like all these different kind of miniatures. You just pick whichever one you want. Some of them were painted, some of them weren't. But the latest group I kind of grouped up with, that's all they do is more military style wargaming.
And I mean, other than BattleTech, I never really got into war games myself. I coincidentally, although I just found out recently, I probably shouldn't tell people where I work because it could get me in trouble. Whatever. I work for wargaming for the Air Force. So, and they play war games at work, like actual real war games. I've seen Ace. I wish I could remember all the names of them because every time they say the game, I'm like, I'm gonna tell Fritz, see if he knows this game. like that's part of what they do. Now they play the game. They only play the games like on Fridays, and there's a reason for that because they take the aspects of those games and then they build it into real legitimate wargaming. But
right. Well, I mean that's what wargaming started out as, essentially since its inception. It's been military commanders or kings or generals that would sit around and come up with different battle tactics by playing that out.
Well, see, that's the thing. Wargaming here they're redefining it. Well, I shouldn't say that. They have a definition for it. Wargaming isn't necessarily even on the table. Wargaming can be, how do we improve recruitment? Now, there's more to it than that. I'm not going to dive into it, but it might not be anything. Like, business case analysis can be wargaming, the way they do it here. It's been interesting to see, but at the same time, they played Dungeons and Dragons because they were getting mad at officers that were sitting and playing, well, these are the rules of the game. Okay, let's play. Well, they weren't, quote unquote, I'm making up the country names, but they weren't, quote unquote, playing China and Russia correctly, we'll say, right? And so they're like, no, that isn't what I say, China or Russia would do. Like, but that's what the best move based on the rules of the game are. So they actually started playing Dungeons and Dragons to teach them how to role play, to actually get into the mind of the faction or the person and so forth.
It's interesting.
But they I went through a training class for a game. You can look this up. This isn't classified, but for a game called JTLS Go. It's the rule book for the game. All told is 6,000 pages.
Yes, crunch.
Oh, it's crunch, dude. If you like crunch, it figures everything. It takes a team of people to actually just run the game, let alone, and it's all computerized, but it still takes a team of people. I was like, wow. But it's definitely an epic war game.
Fritz can do it by himself.
I got it.
Yeah, well.
He's the original AI.
I went through 2 weeks of training and I barely know anything of it. But hey, before you, I'm going to step out. It's 10 o'clock here.
All right,
Tom.
Max.
Tom, it's nice meeting you.
Max, I'm gonna.
Yeah, you as well.
When you got time, I'll talk to you offline.
Okay.
about that situation there? That
Yeah, it sounds good. And I'll let you go know what's going on with me. If you watched my stream yesterday, you'll know, but it's pretty ranty stream, so you might not want to. But I'll let you know. There's some things going on with me, and it's still going on. So.
Well, I don't know what to say because I haven't looked because I don't want to look. It's. I'd probably get invested if I did, so I'm not going to do that.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. So.
You'll be fine, Max. Don't worry about that. I'm sure.
Worst case scenario, there are other platforms. I'm on Rumble also. So,
you are.
And Kick. All right. So again, good meeting you, Tom. Rich, thanks. Yeah, we'll definitely talk soon, and you both have a great night.
Take care, Max.
You too.
So there he is, the man and the myth, the Legion of Myth, known as
Max. Right. He sounds like a legion. He talks so fast. How many of them are there?
He does.
Just the one?
He knows it, too. He knows it. He knows it.
I seem like a good guy. However many were talking to me there, I couldn't tell.
Oh, my God. Mein Gott. Really? We are all screwed. Oh, I was going to say to him, did you ever hear of the game Kriegsspiel? Kriegsspiel.
Some about military stuff. I'm like, that's kind of the whole point of wargaming. That's where it started.
Which means war game.
Ah.
And it was probably the first organized war game in history. I'm sure there was more in the past that we don't know about, but this was developed by the Prussian military, probably in the 1850s and 60s. And what it was a game to train military officers in the Prussian army. It was a game. But the way it worked was, okay, the players actually are commanders of various levels of command. Corps, brigade, division, battalion, whatever. And it had game masters, what we would refer to as game masters. And there was more than one. There was one main one, and there was a bunch of sub ones. And what they would do, they were the guys that did the coordinating, and based on their judgment calls and experience, decided what the results were of what the players were doing with their commands. So they literally used their experience in war, their knowledge, to decide what the results would be. So that was actually the first war game right there, and that's how it was played, with game masters using their actual experience to decide the outcomes of things. If we were players, Tom, you might be in command of a brigade and I'd be in command of a brigade, and we'd issue our orders. This battalion is going to be on the flank. The remaining battalions would advance in column up the main road. And, if enemies nearby, this is what the GMs would coordinate and decide what happens and throw the results at the players. Like, oh, your left flank battalion is under attack at 500 yards by Austrian musketeers. What do you do? This kind of thing. You can actually buy the original Kriegspiel. I think the Two Fat Lardies publish it, and you can actually get the book on how they did this, and you can actually run a game yourself. Yeah. Pickelhaube. Bring my Pickelhaube. Pickelhaube. James L. Tom, if you want lots of free resin and painting encouragement, Fritz is easily controlled with chocolate. He wouldn't be lying. I take donations, folks. James knows all about it. He's been cultivating that for some time now.
Sounds like he's been using that to his own advantage.
Oh, he has. Prime chocolates all the way from the land down under. And I'm telling you, there's nothing like their chocolates. Oh, man. So much better than the bitter stuff we have over here in the States.
Whew. Yeah.
No joke. But anyway, you could see, Max does have that personality that's very up there in your face, and he doesn't hold back, and it reflects in his role plan, and I have no trouble with it. But I don't know, some people might not be used to that, hazard a guess that would be the case for some of the folks in my group, so I didn't want to push it.
Yeah, I can see that. He's an acquired taste.
Yeah, like sardines. Did you hear that, Max?
Yeah.
You're an acquired taste. I think it was Rachel. Had nothing to do with this, but we were talking about something else. She did make a comment. The last thing I want to do when I come in to play Pathfinder is have somebody shouting at me. So that kind of made me think of Max. Okay. Not that Max screams at anybody, but, he's playing his character. Come on, but, a little too strong, I think.
Yeah, definitely playing to his strengths, and that may be other people's weaknesses. But yeah, I could see how it could possibly rub some people the wrong way.
Yeah, it's all right though. Max creates the Maxosphere. Yes, he does.
Does anybody else want the Maxosphere?
Yeah. Be interesting to go back and watch those episodes a second or third time for me. Analyze it. But he did great, though. I liked it.
Yeah, like I said, the one I used to watch, the voice actors, I liked it just because, when they would get into the role-playing aspect of it. But I don't know, maybe it was just from old school. I kind of preferred the older versions of if I was going to play D&D, I'd rather play that. So the couple games I did play, that's why I ended up stuck playing 5th edition. So it's not bad, just kind of like the other way.
Cal says the sensitive get butt hurt. Well, it wasn't about anyone being sensitive. It's just this group has been doing things a certain way and have certain expectations. So when somebody comes in strong like that, even if I agree with it or disagree, doesn't matter. It kind of breaks the flow of the group, and that's what I was protecting. It had nothing to do with sensitivity. Oh, I don't like somebody making fun of my character. It's nothing to do with that. Nothing. And Max wasn't being offensive. So it was just a matter of play style. That's all. Post Fritzen. Fritz Flakes, beer jerky, and pine cone flavor. Yes. I don't know what these guys are talking about. Making a breakfast cereal named after me. Fritz Flakes. I was referring to Max and his antics. He did all right. I didn't have a problem with him, personally. Or his play style, I should say. Just, I don't know, it just didn't... I couldn't see how I could make this work. And I gave it a few tries. And I want Max to play, but, what are you going to do?
He's not... His play style's not messing well.
What I did, Tom, is I kind of wrote his character out of the story. There was a perfect opportunity to do so because of what Dizzy's character did. So I kind of took advantage of it and said, you know what, here's a chance to explore this other storyline, if you want to call it that. And it happens in a different part of Galarian, magically. So I was going to have them, okay, we've got Kyle, we've got Dizzy, we've got Max. These guys are perfect together. They could go with this style of play. Let's go with it and do a separate campaign. But the thing is, I never got around to, getting into the campaign. So it's been months since then. So I never really did anything with it.
So Max did kill it.
No, he's still there. I'm gonna do something with them. But I have to figure out what that's going to be. Make it easy on myself because I don't have a lot of time. Which kind of makes me feel bad. But
sounds like you've been pretty busy.
Yeah. But Max is good with it. He has no problems. He gets it. Nobody had any problems. Nobody said anything to me. But I could tell it was a little bit, different.
Sometimes when you got a group going for a little bit, it's
What in the world?
hard to throw that new person in there if they don't.
It is. I always say to new players, I say, make sure you go back and watch some of the recent episodes. Get a feel for the vibe of the digital tabletop here. Get a vibe for how we play, how it paces, all this stuff before you join in, because that'll be your best preparation right there. What to expect. And I'll tell you, I've gone through a couple dozen people in this campaign, and they either left or I had to throw them out. There are some real, crazy players out there that just, they do not mesh at all. Yeah, I could tell some stories. But yeah, I'm pretty protective of this group.
Once you got a game going or a group going, that the dynamic seems to be good. It's throwing that new person in doesn't, depending on their personality or their play style, can be good or bad.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I never really had a problem when I joined a room, but I wasn't that big into the role playing. I mean, I would do it, but it wasn't my forte. I was more wanting to smash something. So,
well, I'll tell you what. Watch some of our sessions. You might really get into it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
we do a good job. Not in all of our episodes. Some of them are like really laid back, and we're talking more rules than we are actually role playing. But there's some really good moments there where they get into it, and it's like, wow, this was good. Damn.
So the group that I played, I totally understand what you're saying as far as the role playing though. The group I played with, they would do Pathfinder in one room and 5th edition in the other room. They would rotate out who was the DM. So I played Pathfinder when a certain gentleman was DMing, and he did a really good job. But then I ended up getting kind of stuck in the other room playing 5th edition. But the guy that was DMing before, a different DM, the previous DM was playing a character. He was a teacher. His name was Elgin. I kept saying, man, that's a really interesting name. Like, you don't even need to. We could do make a D&D character and name him Bob or something.
Yeah.
With a name like Elgin, you sound like, but the guy was really good at the role playing. I remember, I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but there was something going on, and the DM was basically trying to kind of pigeonhole the whole group. And he went in, told the DM he was going into a certain store, bought a piece of paper, some quill to write with, and something else. And then we got to the end, and he's like, "Well, this is what's going on." But his character had written something out basically, and then rolled it up, and there was something to do with scrolls or something. So basically, what he did, and he didn't tell the DM until after it was all said and done, but he had copied whatever the pertinent information that we needed to keep. He copied that onto a piece of paper. And he basically wrote a note to whoever was taking that information, stealing it from us, and kind of jesting them. And he wrote all this down on a piece of paper. So when the DM or GM is like, okay, this is what's going on, he's like, well, this is what I wrote, and this is what I did. And he gave me the information, and I just remember the guy, like, he clearly had a plan on what he wanted to do. And he was so mad. He was like, damn you, Elgin, and you're freaking role-playing. You screwed over my plan. And apparently you guys still have this information. I'm like, man, you outsmarted the dungeon master in his own game.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I always enjoyed those moments, but I wasn't one of those characters that was. I was just waiting for the fight to start so I could smash something.
Arn says, I wonder why Max couldn't just take a photocopy of the player's character sheet if they died. Yeah, good point. Good point. Good
You
point.
could just like take a picture with his phone or something nowadays.
Oh, man. So yeah, Cal, the orcs that I'm going to be working on, I know I've been putting it off. I should have been working on them this month, but as you know, I got kind of involved doing a little bit something else for this current client because he's got a convention he's going to be hosting. So I painted some extras for him.
Mm-hmm.
Much as I could get done from his next project I was doing now. So I got more to send him. So yeah, that's all taken care of. It's paid up. It's ready for some video and photography, and I'll pack them up and ship them. And the orcs I'll be getting to next. So I got them under my desk. Got about 40 of them to do, Tom. But I'm not going to do that in earnest until next week. I got to, take the stress off and relax a little bit.
So how often do you do these paint chats, man?
Every day.
Every day, huh?
Monday through Saturday. Saturday is special because I paint my own stuff. And I also play usually a video game. I stream a game. I'm playing Darkest Dungeon 1 right now.
Okay.
And I bring the players, I bring my chat folks into the game by naming some of the characters I'm playing after them, so it kind of gives a little interest for you. I'll make one for you, Tom. You'll play either the Crusader, or perhaps you'll play another bounty hunter. I need another bounty hunter. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty fun, actually. Otherwise, I do these chats Monday through Friday, where I'm painting my commissions for at least 3 hours every day in the afternoon. Sometimes longer, like today. Going on 6 hours, sorry.
Wow, sorry, I didn't mean to keep you on so long.
No, that's all right. This is a special occasion. Plus, it gives me a chance to communicate with some other folks here that I don't often see. Like Cal, I don't see you very often. Where you been?
I was able to talk to you, pull some stuff out of the closet, and drop a little paint on a few things, and a few shingles.
Yeah. I'll paint some of my sisters a battle. Take advantage of that. And usually Karma joins and she does her digital stuff, which she's fantastic with. She's not as much a gamer like we are. The only thing she does really is, I guess she does LARP. She plays Magic the Gathering. But she plays in my campaign, Pathfinder. She's a new player. And she's doing great.
Okay.
So, yeah, she's been in the chats like every day. And Kyle. We just sit around, talk the hobby, and paint up some stuff. Anything and everything.
Like I said, I watched your one from, I think, yesterday or the day before. I saw you chatting with Ian. I was typing in the chat.
Yeah, did you see Ian?
Well, I saw him on your video or whatever you're talking with him.
Yeah.
Saw a screen name pop up, and I knew that was him right away.
Yeah, he doesn't actually join the stream like you are right now. He goes into the chat because Discord is too much for him. He can't take it. He tried once or twice, but he gave up on it. So when I do bring him in, I'm probably using StreamYard instead because he knows how to use that. It's easy, but
yeah,
he's fine with being in the chat though and chatting away.
Especially if he's got you painting his minis for him.
Yeah, yeah. He doesn't have to paint them now. See, I do these every day. I'll be on tomorrow.
I was curious if he still had his American War of Independence stuff. He got into that after sitting there watching me do it. He was doing War of the Roses, and when I showed up,
I don't think he got into that. I don't think he did anything with it. He actually sent me a box of Prussians for the AWI, so yeah, which I ended up giving to Tom Dye. So yeah, I'm trying to think what else he's been doing. He's doing a lot of board gaming.
I remember him buying the off of somebody. He didn't buy it directly off of Warlord Games, but he bought that big box set they put out for American War Independence.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a lot of Warlord stuff. He's got a ton of 100 Years War already painted, good to go. He's got a start on Dark Ages that he's working on even still now. He's got English Civil War all painted up, 28 mil. He's got American Civil War in 6 mil. That's his passion. Right now he's working on 40K and Flames of War. Those are his two current ones he's working on when he has time. Probably more so this fall and winter because, he stays home. Yeah, that's what he's up to. He's doing good, and he's doing the rocking and rolling that we all love and appreciate here in the stream. Rolling some dice and doing painting when he can. So he's still around. He hasn't disappeared.
Like I did.
I know, because I've been here every single day for the past 8 years. Oh.
Like I said, I popped on that one, and it was like, it was 6 years ago. I'm like, oh, wow, that was 6 years.
Crazy, isn't it? To be honest with you, I did actually get rid of a lot of our streams. Hundreds of them. But
I'm sure.
I did save quite a few, including the 24-hour paint-a-thon. I did save those. And a bunch of others. Because I don't want to get rid of everything. The very first one we ever had, me and Ian, I saved that one. Because there were literally hundreds and hundreds of them.
Well, yeah, we did them like every day, and then I think some days you were doing 2 or 3. You were doing 2 2-hour sessions a day, or.
Yep. And I still do that every now and then. Multiple in a day. It's crazy. What are you guys going to do without me? Huh? What are you going to do without me? The whole wargaming community ends. What's going on here? Nobody will paint anymore.
Right? At this point, GW and Warlord Games need to start paying you.
Yeah. They'll all go out of business. No reason to paint anymore. Fritz is gone. That's okay. Someone will be here carrying on the tradition.
Yeah, your nephew or his kid.
Yeah. Imagine that. If YouTube's still around. Jeez. I'll be like 90 years old. Well, welcome to the painting chat. Here we go again. Come on, Tom. Pull up your chair. Live on YouTube. Wow. That's probably going to happen, too.
I won't be painting anything at that point.
Yeah, that'll be pretty hard. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Got a long way to go.
I'm sending your nephew money to paint my stuff.
Yeah. Cal says, painting for myself is my other hobby. Mostly by default. I still have no group to play with. Well, that's the thing. You could always play online. And yeah, I'm talking miniatures games. I've done numerous games online. I mean, Cal, it's not as fun, but it's fun. It's unique, and in some ways, it's funner. In some ways, it is. Because you can do things you can't do if you're in person. Trust me. We should definitely try it. I can remember the Perry brothers doing it. They were doing online games during the, the virus thing was going on.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing that. A lot of prominent people in the industry were doing that. And here I am. Boy, I'm old hat at that. That's nothing. They're all getting their kicks out of, I got my phone pointed at my table. This is so cool. Let's do this. Jeez.
Yeah, and you had how many webcams?
2. I just did it with 2 frickin' garbagey webcams, Now I got 3. The last one we played.
Finally got that painted.
What is it? Was it the base?
No, it was the basically the second story for my.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's great, man. Look at that. Well, you're getting a lot done tonight. Oh,
I know, right? My hands are all covered in it.
Yep. Did you expect to get so much done tonight?
No, I did not.
Awesome. That's the magic I talk about so much.
Any more some more cross members so I can wrap my shingles.
Yeah, there you go. House building. Live.
Oh.
The ship had a basement for gaming. What? Let me read this. Nerdy Ogre says... He says, I'm sure that even with the holodeck, there will still be some guys meeting in their quarters to roll some dice and slay some orcs. I agree. I think so. There's something about that tactile element of our hobby. Or role-playing when you're playing in person. There'll always be that, I think. There'll always be somebody painting little plastic or metal soldiers when we're in an age when you can just push a few buttons and they're printed out in color. Because this is an aspect of our hobby. That's actually a big aspect of our hobby. Miniatures painting, that is. It's a big deal. I mean, look at Tom here. This whole time we're sitting here, all he's doing is painting and crafting. He's not playing a game. He's not rolling dice. That's every now and then. The bulk of the hobby is doing what he's doing right now. So that's a big aspect to it. Have you ever played Palladium games, Cal? Holodeck miniature gaming might be pretty cool. It might be. 24 years. What else? Only once Nerdy Ogre. Been sitting here the whole time eating chocolate, says Iron Man. You're welcome, Iron Man. Provide some ambience for you.
You taught me with chocolate?
Yeah, the chocolate today. What's going on? Cripes. I don't have any chocolate. Nerdy says that's okay. I'm a new GM. So Nerdy Ogre is looking for players of Palladium. I think he needs one more player. Cal, if you want to give it a go, he's going to run it online. So I can't remember the name of the type of Palladium game. I can't remember what it is. He'll tell you in the chat there. But yeah, there it is. Chaos Earth. Yeah. You should give it a whirl, Cal. If I had time, I'd do it.
Yeah, I didn't expect to get on and paint anything, let alone get all that stuff done.
Yeah, and if you pop in tomorrow, you'll get even more done.
Yeah, me in the evening, I gotta go get done with work here to go paint a room.
Gotcha. No problems. No problems. We're going to call it here pretty soon, folks. Because I'm getting hungry and I'm getting tired. This computer's draining me. It's just sucking the life right out of me right now.
You're good for that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about 100 years old. I've been doing this too long. Too much. Too much. Too much. But it's great. It's great catching up with Tom here. Getting Max in here even. I haven't talked to him in a while. Nerdy, he was in here earlier. But I'm on every day, so you guys will see me again. And maybe Tom. Did you say you were painting tomorrow or?
Yeah, I gotta go paint a room tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're around, pop in. I'll be here.
Yeah,
Just-
I may come home from painting and paint some more.
Yeah. Paint up your little barn. Paint up some more.
Maybe dry brush some gray on all that stone.
Yeah, just like the good old days.
Yeah, lots of dry brushing.
Do you have Discord all figured out now?
I believe so.
Yeah. If you have any problems, just ask me. These are called channels that we're in. Some of them are voice channels. They're voice channels, and some of them are text channels. You'll see the little hashtag or the pound symbol next to them. That means they're a text channel. You could go in there. I've got all kinds of different topics for different channels, like, war gaming, miniatures gaming. I've got featured topics, which are my own personal interests, like Frank Frazetta artwork, for instance, as well as specific games or genres of gaming I like Napoleonics or History Nerd. Go in there and check out some posts. Post your own pictures if you want. It's kind of like a Facebook group in a way, really. And we have the voice channels where you could just jump in. If somebody's on there, you could jump in and chat away, like I do right here, right now. Yeah. Somebody's birthday is today. Everybody's talking birthdays. Not me. Yeah, big, dirty holodeck miniatures. No. Nothing but a number. Discord, I'm older. I'm on Discord. Nice Iron Man, blah, 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 blah. In Fritz's group, or, yeah, y'all tried to fool me. Trying to see if Cal's gonna play in Nerdy's game. Yeah, I think Nerdy's gonna run the game on Discord. If not, probably StreamYard. Either one works. So Cal, there you go. I give him a try, man, if you got the time. I don't know what his schedule is, but yeah. See if you can get in on his game. He just needs one more player, man. He'd be happy as can be if you joined it. He's trying to learn the art and craft of GMing. Well, art. I wouldn't say craft. Anyway. You there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. We're going to wrap it up here. So, yeah, you're gonna try and be on tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on. Try to be on tomorrow.
All right. I'll send you a message then, let you know, just a little reminder. Not that you're gonna forget, probably. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, that looks great, man. A couple red coats. They're probably the same red coats I saw 6 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. They look nice, man. You should take some pictures and put them on the Discord so I can see them close up. They look really good.
Yeah, I did those a long time ago. I don't know if we can paint it that good now, Fritz.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what he accomplished today, folks. Well, excluding the 2 redcoats there.
Good there for scale.
Yeah.
The cabin looks a little. Now I got these guys next to it. It looks a little big, but
That's all right.
it's all right.
That's all right. It's just a game. It's not real.
It's a really big cabin.
Yeah, that's all. All handmade. Yeah, fantastic. James says, I want to live in one of those. There you go. He'll build you a little model house, James. You'll be all set.
You don't want to pay the rent I'm going to charge.
And it doesn't include chocolates. What was that? All right, folks, I'm going to call it here. You want to linger a little bit after the stream, or?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Folks, I'm going to call the chat here because I'm getting restless. I'm getting tired. I'm getting sleepy. And most of all, I am starving. I've been sitting here for 6 hours. What's going on? I don't think I've eaten a thing. Anyway. Yeah, thank you guys for joining in. James, Ironman, Cal, Nerdy, thanks for popping into the chat. Dizzy, of course. And everybody else. It was great. And Tom, thanks for joining in, Tom. I really appreciate you doing that, man, because I haven't talked to you in a long time, and it's good to catch up.
Yeah.
And
It's been good catching up with you.
Yeah, and see that all is going good in the world. Everything is as it should be. So, folks, I'm going to call it here. You guys have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow around the same time. So, folks, you remember, hang in there, because it's only going to get better. I'll talk to you soon.